Chapter 52, Gains. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman 97. Rescue, completed. You have earned 8,000 experience points. Plus 100 reputation, Star Dragon STI. Bro Xiao, you're the best. Li Yao's eyes glowed with admiration. Heh, you only just realized, replied Han Xiao with a hint of smugness. Zhang Wei, realizing that he had misjudged Han Xiao, apologized, sorry for doubting your ability before. Today, we only made it out alive thanks to your guidance and your equipment. Welcome to the team. A late welcome was better than none. Han Xiao chuckled. No need to apologize over such trivial matters, I'm a gracious man. Zhang Wei felt a shiver down his spine. Han Xiao's words sounded odd to him. Oh right, continued Han Xiao, who made your armored suit? Oh, this is just a prototype of the combatant powered armor. It was among the spoils of war during the battle with Theseus a few years back. Presently, it's the only functional one we have. They tried to reverse engineer it, but as progress was too slow and maintenance proved troublesome as well, it was handed to me. The combatant armored suit's crafting prerequisite was the advanced weaponry talent large-scale remodeling, which was also required to craft many other power suits, machine frames, and other larger combat machinery. If Theseus had only just created the prototype, then Star Dragon would definitely be much further behind. Han Xiao saw his chance. You can leave the maintenance to me. Sure, rejoiced Zhang Wei. He now trusted Han Xiao's ability. Is this special bullet a new invention of yours? Interrupted Li Yalin excitedly. Han Xiao proceeded to fully explain the use of the high-explosive gunpowder. Regular incendiary ammunition required a flammable target to work effectively, but the high-explosive gunpowder contained a special chemical that could activate upon simply coming into contact with the air and light up anything that it came into contact with. Its temperature and power were comparable to a Molotov, but what made it scary was that this power could be harnessed within bullets. Everyone could see how this was a game changer. Are you selling this? Asked Ma Qingyang animatedly. Of course, 50 a bullet. Now that they had proved effective, it was a good time to release them. I want 200, replied Ma Qingyang immediately. 20 handgun bullets, 150 submachine gun bullets, and 30 sniper rifle bullets. Okay, answered Han Xiao. You can collect them in a day. You can start to collect orders, he instructed Li Yalin privately. Like before, I'll give you a 20% discount. Li Yalin's lips curled into a grin. News of how the mission unfolded spread like wildfire in Division 13. Naturally, the incendiary bullets became the talk of the town. Han Xiao's new product. I heard that that's what saved their lives. The retractable knife incident had already garnered Han Xiao a lot of attention. Upon Ma Qingyang's order of the bullets becoming public knowledge, many agents came forward to inquire about them. As a way of repaying Han Xiao's team for rescuing them, Ma Qingyang held a live demonstration in the practice field. Everyone was stunned by the power of the incendiary bullets, and the first thing they did after the demonstration was look for Li Yalin to place orders. Everything was going according to Han Xiao's plan. It was a revolutionary invention, and this time, the top brass knew they had to make sure that things would not end up like the previous fiasco. They even brought the research director in for a warning before he even did anything. The division offered Han Xiao numerous terms to provide both field ops and special ops with the new bullets, and he agreed to sell them at a slightly lower price of $20,000 for 500 bullets. In just the first day alone, Han Xiao's stockpile of a few thousand bullets was sold out, earning him $200,000. Coupled with the $1,500,000 that he had earned from the underground network, his savings were not small. After the class advancement, Han Xiao's production speed was raised considerably, and he focused solely on producing the gunpowder. As a show of support, Division 13 decided to provide him with cartridges and shells, which greatly sped up the process. Each batch yielded around 300 bullets, and Han Xiao was able to produce over 10 such batches a day. Crafting a bullet gave Han Xiao 5 to 10 experience points, so he was able to earn up to 30,000 experience in just a single day. It was probably the fastest experience growth ever by a mechanic of his level. Not selling to me. Korat was fuming. Initially, he had thought that a simple apology would resolve the grudge between him and Han Xiao. After all, money was money. However, Li Yalin actually shut the door tight on him. Han Xiao said that you're on his blacklist, and he instructed me not to take either your money nor your apology. The other agents who had initially thought of reporting the retractable knife had Korat to thank for taking the initiative back then. Or else, they would be in the same predicament as him now. When Korat offered to buy the bullets from his colleagues at a higher price, he found out that none of them were willing to. Even when he set his price at 200 a bullet, no one agreed, not even his closest colleagues. He was clearly being ostracized, but he could not understand why, until one of his old friends told him, selling to you would offend Han Xiao. No one would want to risk being blacklisted by him, seeing as to how he probably will come up with more good stuff. Who would help you at their own expense? His words served a wake-up call to Korat. To think that it was the complete opposite back then, for money, he chose to trample over Han Xiao. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Meanwhile, in a workroom, Luo Xian opened up a box before him to reveal 20 incendiary bullets. He had gotten someone to help him acquire them. Han Xiao had only blacklisted Korat and his team, not Luo Xian. In Han Xiao's eyes, Luo Xian had simply been doing his job as part of the research department in trying to reverse engineer his blueprints. At the very least, he did not seem as vile to Han Xiao as Korat did. Now that the research department was being kept under watch, there was no need for Han Xiao to worry about them. Moreover, Luo Xian was also just support staff like him. However, this inexplicably caused Luo Xian to become resentful of Han Xiao. Damn you, Han Xiao. Do you look down on me so much that you ignore me? What he did not realize was that Han Xiao did not look down on him. Instead, Han Xiao had never even seen him before. To avoid offending Han Xiao, the research director laid down an order preventing anyone from researching Han Xiao's bullets, but Luo Xian naturally did not care, and he still thought of himself as superior to Han Xiao, and that he could easily reproduce the bullets, like with the retractable knife. If I succeed, the higher UPS will definitely value me even more. I cannot afford to fail. The more Luo Xian thought about it, the more perfect his plan seemed to himself. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself, Luo Xian began to work at opening the bullet up. What he needed to do was examine the properties of the incendiary agent inside. Clank. Luo Xian managed to extract the bullet case. The next step would be to open it up and extract the contents with a special suction tube to prevent friction. Carefully, he opened the bullet case. Success. Now I will just have to analyze dash. Suddenly, a blazing light filled up his entire vision. Chapter 53, Undercurrents. Ring. The shrill fire alarm rang through the hallways as the fire spread. Thick, black smoke filled up the entire research department as the research staff headed for safety. The sprinklers quickly put a stop to the spreading fire, but many documents were ruined, and sparks were flying out of some computers and machines. The walls and ceiling were filled with black burn marks. What could have caused the fire, wondered the heartbroken research director aloud as he looked at the ruins. Security soon arrived to begin inspection. The fire started from the workshop. Luo Xian, his entire body soaking wet, and his entire face black, was supported out by the guards. All his hair had been burnt off, including his eyebrows, and he looked just like a soy egg, or rather, a century egg. Being able to react quickly, in addition to having a fire extinguisher nearby, saved him from further disfigurement. He had not expected the incendiary agent to be gaseous. It combusted the very second it came into contact with the atmosphere. Luo Xian had clearly overestimated himself. I've lost, he grudgingly admitted. What have you done? Yelled the research director. One of the security guards opened his hand to reveal a few bullet cases. Although they were blackened, they were clearly crimson before. This is the bullet case of the high-explosive gunpowder. Your man was trying to analyze it. The research director was instantly livid. Speechless, he could only point a finger at Luo Xian in his rage. Are my orders something to be taken lightly of? When the higher UPS investigate, this will all fall onto me again. You bastards. Gu Hui also arrived at the scene. His face darkened upon seeing the wreckage. Explain yourself. The research director yanked Luo Xian before him and said through gritted teeth, he did this all by himself. Gu Hui looked at Luo Xian plainly. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Luo Xian lowered his head. He had thought that he would succeed and earn merit, but instead, he had now ended up disobeying orders on top of causing damages to the headquarters. This was probably the end of his career. You will go back to logistics, stated Gu Hui coldly before turning around to leave. Luo Xian shuddered. Before, he had left the logistics department on bad terms. A return did not bode well for him. True enough, when he arrived at the logistics department, his past colleagues all ignored him when they saw him. Even the logistics director, who had had high hopes for him in the past, was unwilling to see him. He only sent a secretary to inform Luo Xian of his new position in a small team. If only he had not been so narrow-minded and full of himself, he would not have lost his path and ended up like this. Although he deeply regretted his actions now, it was too late. I was immature, lamented a bitter Luo Xian. Han Xiao was shocked to hear of what Luo Xian had done from Feng Jun. Not even he, the creator himself, would dare to mess around and open up a completed incendiary bullet. That guy's got some balls. However, the matter was inconsequential to him. All along, Luo Xian had just been a name in the back of his mind. Soon after, Zhang Wei's armored suit was delivered to his workroom. Upon observation, it was a truly crude prototype. Combatant armored suit, prototype. Type, modular mini power suit. Grade, white. Stats, 682/1400 durability, 35 defense. Power level, 86. Energy level, 250/250. Prerequisite, S42 STR, 48 end. Bonus stats, -10 dex. Height, 1.95 m. Weight, 370 kilograms. Control method, manual, full. Energy source, electricity. Combat consumption rate, 5 energy/min. Core power, 125/130. Frame module. Spring piston absorber, reduces load by 65%. Power, 20. Right arm module, large caliber tri-barreled machine gun. Damage, 105 to 125. Firing rate, 5 shots/second, per barrel. Maximum firing rate, 8 shots/second for 5 seconds, per barrel. Magazine capacity, 30, plus 120 in the ammo belt. Power level, 75. Power, 35. Left arm module, large caliber tri-barreled machine gun. Right wrist module, knife. Damage, 12 to 15. Power level, 9. Power, 5. Leg modules, spring boosters. Plus 15 speed. Consumes 1 energy/minute when active. Power, 30. Attachment, infrared vision. Power, N/A. Attachment, 6-tipped shield, reduces incoming damage by 12%. Power, N/A. Tooltip, this abomination is a disgrace to all armored suits in the world. Han Xiao had to agree. It was indeed an ugly piece of work, it looked like someone had just decided to weld a few sheets of metal together. Low power aside, it did not even run on an integrated circuit. No wonder Jiang Wei always fired volleys instead of precise shots, there was no aiming system in place. An armored suit with an integrated circuit would be able to receive and transmit crucial information to its user during a fight. Also, the only automated part of the suit was its legs. Other than the legs, the entire suit's framework had to be operated manually, which explained why Jiang Wei had not used the shield, he wasn't able to at all. Come on, even though it's a prototype, at least show it some love, you assholes. As Han Xiao examined the suit with crossed arms, numerous ideas began to pop up. However, it was still too soon to rush upgrades. Some of the tweaks he wanted to make required knowledge that he did not currently possess. Hence, after performing just some simple maintenance, Han Xiao got Feng Jun to help him return it to Jiang Wei. Currently, Han Xiao's primary concern was regarding the 3 successfully destroyed germinal bases, and what information he should disclose to Star Dragon next. The 3 captured bases were indeed the only ones located within Star Dragon. If Star Dragon wanted to continue its assault on the germinal organization, they would have to take the fight to a foreign nation. While relations among the 6 nations were truly not that amicable, no one really wanted to continue fighting since a lot of resources had already been depleted during the transition to the new era. Each nation was still counting their losses. Hence, Star Dragon would have to seek the cooperation of the other nations, and that would be complicated to accomplish. Han Xiao himself would also have to be directly involved as he was the key source of information. The question was whether the higher UPS would let Han Xiao leave the western capital. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Feng Jun, who said gravely, Han Xiao, germinal operatives are on the move. They seem to know that you are with us and are trying to track you down. I know. Han Xiao had expected this. He had instructed Li Yalin to use the mecha arm while knowing that Hyla would recognize it. Rest assured. There will be men keeping watch around you 24/7. The western capital was Division 13's territory. Even if the germinal organization were to find out Han Xiao's exact location, they would probably not be able to touch him, not easily, at least. Still, as there were several superhuman assassins amongst their ranks, Han Xiao knew that he could not afford to let his guard down. Looks like I should prepare some defensive measures. Help me draw 2 Berserk Eagle handguns from the armory. The Berserk Eagle was a close-range, large-caliber handgun. It had an effective range of 30 m, where its power was comparable to that of a sniper rifle. It would work wonders with Han Xiao's strafe. However, Han Xiao would need more. Over the past 3 days, Han Xiao had gained 100,000 experience points from crafting gunpowder. He decided to spend 40,000 to raise basic refining to LV5, fulfilling the requirements for crafting the platinum alloy. It's time for upgrades. A few days ago, upon learning of the appearance of the mecha arm in the hands of a Star Dragon agent, the boss came to the conclusion that it must have been Zero who leaked information on their 3 bases to Star Dragon. Is he a psychic? The boss found it hard to explain how Zero could have accessed top secret information. In fact, he had not once suspected Zero. Instead, he had mistakenly assumed that there was a traitor amongst his ranks. As a result, he had even wrongly killed one commander. His mind flashed back to a month ago, where Zero had declared his intention to destroy them. The boss clenched his fist. I may have underestimated you, but you are still a nobody. I don't believe that you possess more intel. Pass down my order, recruit some wanderers to investigate Zero's trail in Star Dragon. The Germinal organization will reward those who find him. If found, send Rosa to finish him off. Rosa, like Hyla, was a Germinal commander. She was an assassin. Each commander had their own specialty, but no one knew exactly how many commanders there were, not even most Germinal agents themselves. The boss gazed into the distance. Did you think that gaining Star Dragon's protection would keep you safe? Naive. Chapter 54, Beta Test. The platinum alloy was an alloy composed from a few rare ores. Han Xiao had to spend quite a sum of money to purchase enough of them. After making the alloy, Han Xiao used it to craft a retractable knife and another lightweight mecha arm. Both had above average stats, as expected, and the retractable knife was even of a higher grade. Retractable platinum knife. Grade, green. Base stats, 24 to 28 damage, 355/355 durability. Bonus stats, plus 3 dex. Length, 0.77 m. Weight, 8.7 kilograms. Additional effects. Retractable, this knife's blade can be retracted. Durable, the platinum alloy in this knife makes it less susceptible to wear and tear. Note, this knife can even be used as a shield. The following day, Feng Jun came over to deliver the two Berserk Eagles. The Berserk Eagle had a slight longer barrel than the average handgun, and it was much more destructive at close range. Upon testing, they proved capable of blowing a chunk out of a test dummy's head. The recoil was also extremely powerful, but Han Xiao possessed enough strength to tame the beasts. They would serve as his protection against assassinations alongside the platinum retractable knife. Han Xiao also altered his clothes to conceal several magazines, 2 magazines of incendiary ammo and 4 regular ones. For regular ammo, Han Xiao chose to use steel core bullets as their penetrative power suited the Berserk Eagle well. Han Xiao brought up the information tab to check his remaining experience points. He currently had close to 200,000. In version 1.0 Galaxy, it was thought for a while that investing experience points into skills instead of leveling was optimal. The reasoning for this was that, since the death cost was low around LV 20 to 30, it was an optimal level range to grind PvP. Unfortunately, it had all been someone's ploy. When the system congratulatory message popped up to celebrate the first LV60 player in version 1.0, the entire server was first stunned, then outraged. It was none other than the same guy who had advocated the theory of self-capping one's level. Han Xiao decided to spend 180,000 experience points to level up 3 times. Novice Technician has leveled up. Plus 30 energy, plus 1 dex, plus 1 endurance, plus 1 intel, plus 3 unassigned stat points, plus 1 talent point. Novice Technician has leveled up. Plus 30 energy, plus 1 dex, plus 1 endurance, plus 1 intel, plus 3 unassigned stat points, plus 1 talent point. Novice Technician has leveled up. Plus 30 energy, plus 1 dex, plus 1 endurance, plus 1 intel, plus 3 unassigned stat points, plus 1 talent point. Besides these newly acquired stats, Han Xiao had also gained 30 energy from regular use of the energy training technique over the past few days, so his energy was now LV4 at a total of 280. LV4 energy, 200. Plus 3 STR, plus 4 dex, plus 5 endurance, plus 4 intel, plus 150 max stamina, plus 4% crafting speed, plus 4% machinery power. In total, Han Xiao gained plus 10 strength, plus 10 dex, plus 14 endurance, plus 8 intel, plus 320 max stamina, plus 10% crafting speed, and plus 10% machinery power from energy bonuses, which made up nearly a third of his total stats. Initially, Han Xiao had invested quite a number of points into strength and endurance in order to ensure his survival during his escape from the Germinal laboratory, but now, as he could focus solely on intel, which was all that a technician needed, he immediately spent all 9 unassigned stat points on intel, reaching a total of 58 points. Now LV24, and also LV4 Novice Technician, Han Xiao's combat power was at 160 ONA. At this rate I should be able to remain much stronger than the first batch of players for a while. Suddenly, a notification sound played. When Han Xiao opened up the notification, he received a huge shock. Beta testing has been scheduled. Retrieving information. Retrieval complete. Beta test period, 12 days. Beta testing. I completely forgot about that. Han Xiao vaguely remembered that the beta test had been a 2-day event. As time was accelerated by 6 times in Galaxy, that translated to exactly 12 days. The beta test period was extremely short, and only had 30,000 slots. Most of them were taken up by big corporations and gaming organizations, leaving only a fraction to be distributed through a lottery system. Han Xiao was not lucky enough to win a slot. From his memory, the beta test was held only a week before official launch, translating to about over a month inside the game. Yet, on the system information interface the countdown still displayed 130 days. Could it be that the in-game clock runs differently when service is down? That must be it. Each version update takes 2 or 3 days to go live, but between updates years could have passed by in-game. It makes sense. Han Xiao rubbed his chin with his fingers and realized that a beard was growing. He had been in Galaxy for over half a year. He suddenly remembered a controversial version update from his past life, the Chosen Ones. This version update was unlike any other. Other updates typically came with world-changing events and incidents, but this one had completely lacked a theme. No one could make sense of the version's title, nor its contents. Suddenly, the interface lit up, giving Han Xiao a start. NPC functions unlocked. Discussion board unlocked. NPC functions. What's this? As it did not come with any further information, it seemed that Han Xiao would have to figure it out on his own. In any case, it was likely to do with the ways that NPCs interacted with players, such as handing out quests, buying and selling goods, and imparting skills. In the beta test, the 30,000 players were distributed across over a dozen planets. Han Xiao was not too concerned over this, as 1 or 2,000 players per planet would not really have much of an impact. Official release would be when all hell broke loose. Nonetheless, interacting with some of them would be a good opportunity to learn more about his NPC functions. The discussion board, on the other hand, was something that Han Xiao was already familiar with. It was an internal forum that players frequented a lot, especially while waiting to revive. To think that we would meet again. It's probably only unlocked now due to the time being synced up. The button for the discussion board was located on a corner of the interface. Upon opening it up, Han Xiao was greeted by an empty forum. The account name on the top right of the window indicated guest, and the registration button was grayed out. Han Xiao clicked it out of curiosity. Attempting to connect to the dive capsule. No player detected. Registration failed. It took a few moments for Han Xiao to understand why. Accounts for the discussion board could only be created with the unique ID of the user's dive capsule. This rule was implemented as a measure against trolls. Well, I can't create a forum account, but at least I can access the forum for reading. There were a million questions on Han Xiao's mind regarding the state of his existence. Perhaps, this forum would be able to give him the answers if he watched out for his own username. Interacting with the beta testers will be a good start. Character name, Frenzied Sword. Regular settings selected. Character creation complete. Race, human, yellow. Based on your preferences, you have been matched to planet Aquamarine. Starting zone, Bighorn Village, 24.152, 182.644. Spawning. Please wait. Chapter 55, Our First Day Together. Translator, MJ_editor, Milman97. Bighorn Village was one of several starting zones on planet Aquamarine. As Frenzied Sword's consciousness slowly adjusted, he found himself standing atop a loess field. The warmth of the sun felt just like it was real, and so too did the earthly smell of the soil. When he looked down to see his 2 arms, he was shocked by how realistic they looked and felt. It was a small field, and Frenzied Sword noticed that there were hundreds of other players around him. They, too, were curiously examining their bodies. Each player's name was displayed on the top of his head. Following the mini-guide shown during character creation, Frenzied Sword opened up the character information window. It displayed that he was LV1 and also showed the default starting equipment that he was equipped with: a shirt, a pair of pants, and a pair of shoes. They did not come with any stat bonuses. Damn it, I can't strip. A fellow player nearby was causing a commotion. He appeared to be trying to remove his pants unsuccessfully. What the hell are you even trying to do that for? The alarmed Frenzied Sword decided that moving away would be a good idea. Frenzied Sword was a professional gamer, albeit not so well known. Aspiring professional gamer would be more accurate. He had only recently joined the scene, so he was, by all counts, a newcomer. He had been keeping a close eye on Galaxy ever since learning of its promising esports prospects, so when the beta test was announced, he immediately asked his association for a slot. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. Frenzied Sword was determined to succeed in this new game. Conversation broke out amongst the crowd. This is so realistic. What should we do now? Any hints? Suddenly, a white-bearded, fearsome-looking white elderly man appeared before the crowd and bellowed, "All of you outsiders. If you want to eat, then find yourself a job. Loafers are not welcome in our village. The crops in our farms need picking, and the shops to the south need workers. As long as you work hard, you will have food to eat. Beside the player's health bars were 2 other bars for hunger and thirst. Upon reaching 0, the player would gain a hungry or thirsty debuff that would cause their health to drop. Frenzied Sword examined the old man. Based on your level, you acquired the following information. Xander, Bighorn Mountain Village Chief. Level. Stats. I am your village chief now. Danger level, middle. Players had an examine function that allowed them to learn an NPC's name and information. However, the amount of information obtained differed based on their level difference. The weapons store sells guns, bullets, and other weapons, the marketplace is where people sell food and water, and the amphitheater is where you will find mounts to rent. If you wish to leave, there is a train station several kilometers north of here. If you wish to learn a craft, the blacksmiths or the tailors are good choices. Xander's explanation filled in the new players on their situation. There were only a few subclasses and one combat class, Novice Hunter, available in this village, and they cost money to learn. Frenzied Sword opened up the map to find it mostly shrouded in fog. Before he explored the planet, he would have to first earn money. Is it possible to take on hunting quests straight away? Frenzied Sword recognized the man, Slice You Up, as the guild leader of the guild Kill All. His IGN was telling of his personality. Upon hearing his question, Xander burst out into laughter. You weaklings think that you stand a chance against wild beasts? See those mountains over there? If you are not afraid to die, then by all means try, but it looks to me like none of you are even strong enough to even take on a silver hyena. The players looked towards where the old man pointed to see a range of forested mountains in the distance. Some of the mountains stood so tall that the clouds seemed to encircle them like huge, coiling pythons, creating an extremely scenic view that stole the breaths of the players. The graphics were incredibly lifelike. Galaxy was clearly ahead of the competition. Refusing to believe the old man, Slice You Up took his party to purchase some basic equipment with the starting money of $100 and headed for the mountains. It did not take long for them to return. Slice You Up, in particular, was shaken up quite badly. The first beast that he had encountered was a gorilla larger than an adult man. As soon as he raised his dagger, the gorilla threw its excrement at him, the force of which blew up his head. And it only got better. He respawned in the middle of a stampede. Why the hell would that freaking monkey know how to throw its excrement? Must everything be so realistic? For some reason, the foul smell still lingered around even after respawning. The developers were definitely trolling when they decided to add in the smell. WTF, aren't those monsters too strong? They didn't even stand a chance. He only managed to do 1 damage. Damn it, I dropped the knife I just bought. The amount of experience lost upon death depended on the character level. The respawn time also increased with each death. For the first death, respawning only took 10 seconds, but it would take a minute for the second, 5 for the third, and half an hour for the fourth, increasing up to a whopping 6 days. Death was very costly in the galaxy. Each character could also only die up to 10 times every day, 6 days in-game. Reaching this limit would result in a character lock until the next day. It was an anti-addiction system that proved to be more effective than the exhaustion system of certain mobile games. The kill-all party's sad state immediately deterred the other players from thinking of hunting monsters. They quickly dispersed to find work to do. As Xander watched over the buzz, he stroked his beard with a smile. The reward is so low. I only got 50. Leveling is so slow. It took me half an hour of quests just to earn enough experience to level up. Everything feels so real. I hit myself to test, and blood actually came out. Amazing. Something is wrong with you, dude. The start was not as easy as the players had expected, everyone was at least put on a level playing field. Furthermore, there was an extremely high degree of freedom for them to choose what they wanted to do. As the players went about their quests, many started to find themselves enjoying the game. Quests were tiring yet felt so fulfilling. Today is a blessed day. Are you a pro gamer, too? Frenzied Sword recognized the trio walking towards him. They were also famous pros, Twinkle Fried Rice, a genius lauded for his mechanical skills, Sleepy Winter, a super veteran of esports, and Rainy Kim, a female idol gamer with tens of millions of fans. In the face of these big gods of the gaming world, Frenzied Sword felt as though he had shrunk a few feet. Is something the matter? Sleepy Winter laughed, replying, I was wondering, did you notice that the map sold in this town costs $3,000? Chapter 56, Encounter. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman97. There were 3 groups of beta testers. The first group were casual gamers who won their spots from the lottery system, while the second group were professional gamers or prolific personalities for whom a certain number of spots were reserved for. As for the third group of beta testers, they bought their accounts from resellers. The casual gamer would only be interested in checking out the game, but the latter two shared the same reason for playing the beta, to get a head start. This beta test will only last for 12 days in terms of game time. It's quite obvious that doing the beginner quests here is a waste of time, but you should have noticed that we are not forced to do them at all. What we should do is to take advantage of our head start and start exploring this world. We can be the first to discover all of this planet's secrets and treasures. Frenzied Sword nodded slowly. As time was indeed limited, to dawdle around in a beginner zone did seem like a waste of precious time. Questing here would certainly give them a level advantage over the newer players, but that would be all. In contrast, exploring seemed like a more promising, and definitely more fun, option. But why would you tell me all this? He asked. Sleepy Winter laughed. Those big guilds will definitely realize this soon enough. The problem is that they have the advantage in numbers, so they will easily be able to buy the map. What do you say to joining our party? It will definitely make things easier. Frenzied Sword accepted the invitation without hesitation. How are we splitting the cost? Asked Twinkle Fried Rice. Since I suggested it, I'll contribute more, replied Sleepy Winter. I don't like to owe people, so I'll contribute 1,000, added Rainy Kim coldly. My part settled. She immediately turned around and left to earn money from quests. Sleepy Winter rubbed his nose bitterly. We've known each other for a few years already, why won't you give me a chance? With the money they earned from questing, the four of them were able to procure the map the following day. Obtaining it cleared some of the fog on their maps, and it also provided basic information on the planet's current situation. They learned of the Six Nations, the Germinal Organization, and the Revolutionary Army, amongst other factions. According to this, the two biggest powers are the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization. The Six Nations seem to have quite a number of training schools and academies. It'll probably be easier to learn a main class there. Let's see, seems like Stardragon isn't a bad choice. Bighorn Mountain was situated in Stardragon, and the public train station was not too far away. Sleepy Winter nodded. We don't have much time. It'll take about 3 days for us to reach the capital. Frenzied Sword groaned inwardly. He was starting to regret having joined the party. However, he knew that it was too late for him to chicken out. The journey could not be skipped, so the party had to sit through the entire 3 days. There were some quests available on the train, but overall, it was not a pleasant trip at all. They did, however, have the forums to stifle their boredom. On the forums, players were posting about their experiences on the different starting zones. It provided them with much amusement, except for Frenzied Sword, who could not stop worrying about the passing time. After 3 days, the train arrived at the western capital. Upon arriving at the great metal fences, each of them received a system message, alerting them of a new explored location. So, discovering places gives experience too, huh? This is amazing, gasped Twinkle Fried Rice as he looked around. Everything was extremely realistic, down to the way that people were casting him strange looks. The group proceeded to the security checkpoint where they were scanned for weapons. After passing the check, the guard gave them each a temporary ID card, and they received a system message notifying them that they had unlocked reputation with Stardragon. Stardragon. Reputation, 0. Current relationship, neutral, temporary citizen. Shall we continue as a group or go our own ways? Asked Sleepy Winter. I'll follow you, replied Twinkle Fried Rice immediately with a grin. The two of them were from the same gaming club. Rainy Kim also decided to join them as some company was better than none. No bullying me, she said flatly. Sleepy Winter laughed. Unintentional or not, this girl said the cutest things. They exchanged a few more lines before Sleepy Winter finally turned to Frenzied Sword and asked, what about you? Frenzied Sword was furious at being so blatantly overlooked, but he understood that there was no point in forcing himself to tag along. No need. He waved his hand and stammered, I prefer playing alone. All right then, good luck. As Frenzied Sword watched the trio of gods depart, he mumbled to himself, sooner or later, I'll become popular too. The western capital was obviously a first-class city. Here, there would definitely be plenty of opportunities for him to surpass them and become number one. Renewed with ambition, Frenzied Sword began to head off in another direction. Suddenly, he noticed a masked man watching him. Something about the way the man was looking at him seemed odd. As Frenzied Sword felt a chill run down his spine, he instinctively used the examine function. Name, Han Xiao. Level. Stats. Danger level, fatal. Chapter 57, Quest Reward Settings. Fatal danger. Frenzied Sword gulped. Even the armored security guard just now only had a high danger level. This was his most dangerous encounter yet. Who exactly was this guy whose information was full of question marks? Shouldn't it be safe in the city? Will today be the first time that I die? Suddenly, the man spoke. Examining someone you just met? That's not very polite. Frenzied Sword gave a start. According to the official information, an NPC would know if it had been examined if it was over 30 levels higher than the player using the function. Han Xiao chuckled to himself. He had simply predicted Frenzied Sword's course of action. After learning of the beta test, Han Xiao had taken note of all the nearby starting zones on his map. The closest one was none other than Bighorn Mountain Village. It was only 3 days away, but Han Xiao did not want to leave the western capital as Germinal was actively looking for him. While keeping track of the influx of posts on the forums, Han Xiao came across a thread created by a player called Sleepy Winter. It was a post about the benefits of exploration. Han Xiao knew who Sleepy Winter was, a legendary pro gamer who was quite active in public forums. He liked to discuss strategies and create guides. He was a good man, handsome, beside the point, and naturally had a huge fan base. In the Chinese server, he had ranked consistently amongst the top 30. Han Xiao himself had only ever peaked at 47th, and during a period of time, he even fell out of the top 100. That lesson that he had learned then was to stay away from girls, if you want to succeed. Once, he had shared his thoughts regarding this with the 28-year-old owner of the convenience store below his apartment building who he was on friendly terms with. The bachelor had laughed him off. Cool story bro, he said, but I'd rather have a girl. To which Han Xiao had replied, but which girl would have you? That was the day that Han Xiao lost his special discount at that store. The rankings were not based purely on combat. In Galaxy, there were all kinds of competitions apart from fighting, from treasure hunts to monster killing, and even races. As Han Xiao had taken on a number of revenge assignments from other players, his combat ability was quite polished. Unfortunately, he had lacked in other areas, such as trash talking. He never forgot to practice it though. After reading the thread, Han Xiao had guessed that there would probably be a few players who would make it to the western capital. As such, over the past few days, he had spent some time keeping an eye out for any at the city entrance. He was able to spot the party of 4 easily as their names were, to Han Xiao's surprise, clearly displayed over their heads. Furthermore, 3 of their names were those of famous people. Han Xiao was not sure if the reason he could see their names was that he, too, had an interface. Nevertheless, it was a good thing. Just like how players could see the names of NPCs, Han Xiao could recognize them on sight. The reason that he had decided to make direct contact with a player was to test out his NPC functions. Brave adventurer, do you have time to help me? A standard line for a quest giver. Frenzied Sword's eyes widened. To think that I'd get the chance to interact with a high-level NPC this soon. This place is the best. He replied, as calmly as he could, I am willing to help. I need a loaf of bread. Can you find one? A confirmation window popped up as soon as Han Xiao asked the question. Do you wish to issue a quest to Frenzied Sword? Y/N. It really works. Hold on, why are there automated prompts for an NPC function? Maybe I can automate my own actions too. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now was not the time to worry about those questions. Yes. A window appeared, along with some messages. Please set the requirements and rewards for the mission. The amount of experience that you can hand out is limited based on your level, rank, influence, and myth. Note, you can choose to give objects that you possess ownership of as rewards, money, items, experience, skills, etc. The window was split into 2 sections. On the left side was a drop-down menu that allowed Han Xiao to select the quest type. There were a ton of quest types to choose from. On the right side was for inputting the rewards. There were 2 lines, maximum reward, and daily reward limit. The maximum reward was currently set to 11,600 experience points. It also seemed to be provided by the system, meaning that Han Xiao would not have need to fork any out of his own pocket. Daily reward limit referred to the amount of experience reward that Han Xiao could issue out in a day. Currently, it was fixed at 5 times the maximum reward, 5x 11,600 equals 58,000. Maximum reward, 11,600 EXP. Level, 24, 7,200 EXP. Rank, E, 300 EXP. Faction, S. Germinal, hated, 1000 EXP. Division 13, neutral, 400 EXP. Myth level, 0. As Han Xiao tested the settings out, he discovered a limitation. If the current maximum reward did not meet the minimum amount required for a quest, he would not be able to issue it. A rank A quest such as destroying the Germinal organization would require a rank A reward. Han Xiao's maximum reward of 11,600 meant that he could only issue E rank quests. D rank quests required a reward of at least 30,000 EXP. The reward criteria also seemed to differ among the different quest types. No further messages popped up to explain this, so it seemed like Han Xiao would have to figure it out on his own through trial and error. Han Xiao tried to issue himself a quest, but it failed. If only I could have some of that sweet experience. Although he now had the ability to hand out experience like water, he himself was only earning about 20,000 to 30,000 EXP a day. Of course, there was no way that he would help someone else. Seems like I could use this to my advantage though. Han Xiao's eyes began to twinkle. It was possible to use this function to manipulate players into doing his bidding. After all, players would do any quest if the reward was high enough. Han Xiao suddenly had an epiphany. I have to increase my maximum reward. In most games, it was the key, high-level NPCs who gave the hardest missions and the highest rewards. The quest function system made perfect sense. Han Xiao issued a regular mission to Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword stared at the mission window with his mouth agape. What kind of high-level NPC would ask for a loaf of bread and reward only $1? Hold on, he could just be testing me. Frenzied Sword recalled that in some of the games he had played before, there were indeed quests like this. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed to him, so Frenzied Sword whipped out all 7 of the bread loaves he had in his possession and put them into Han Xiao's hands. This is all the bread I have, he added sincerely. Han Xiao was stunned. What's going on? Are gamers these days so excessive with doing quests? Nonetheless, a completion dialogue popped up when Han Xiao received the bread. There were too many quest types to test out, so Han Xiao decided to try out the other NPC functions. There was an icon in the shape of a person beside Frenzied Sword's name above his head. When Han Xiao focused on it, an RPG-style meter bar popped out. The bar was half red, half green, and with a needle at the center. Do you want to adjust favorability with Frenzied Sword? I can even do this. Han Xiao was a bit scared to try. What if changing this also adjusted his thoughts? If I set favorability to maximum, will I turn gay on the spot? No, I can't risk that. Han Xiao decided to test it by moving the needle slightly left to reduce favorability by 5. He heaved a sigh of relief when nothing else seemed to change. This function isn't very useful. Your favorability with Han Xiao has dropped by 5. Current status, stranger. What the dash? Why would my favorability go down after quest completion? What the hell? Chapter 58, Greatest Scam Ever. As Han Xiao was wondering if he could perform transactions with players, he began to laugh shadily. Hey kid, not bad. I only sell my goods to people I like, and I like you. Frenzied Sword's jaw dropped. My favorability dropped, but he still says that he likes me. Do you want to open up a shop to Frenzied Sword? Y/N. Confirm. A shop window immediately popped up. The window was divided into 2 sections. The left section was titled Item Shop, and there was a system hint saying that it was possible for Han Xiao to put up items on display even if they were not currently on his person. The right section was titled Skill Shop, where Han Xiao could put his own skills up for sale. Han Xiao fiddled around with the settings. Please set a price. You may select money, experience, or items. You may also set buying requirements such as favorability, level, skills, class, etc. So far, Han Xiao had been dealing in Aquamarine's international currency, the Aquamarine dollar. The inner was the standard universal currency. Han Xiao discovered to his surprise that the shop function allowed him to set the item price in any currency that he had ever come into contact with. An idea suddenly came to Han Xiao. I can set favorability requirements to attract players to keep coming back for quests. Han Xiao was reminded of how he had spent long hours grinding out high difficulty quests just to achieve exalted status with the Alliance of Light, all for the sake of a battleship. Now, however, the tables had turned. This interface is the best. A shop interface popped up in front of Frenzied Sword. As he scanned through the items, his eyes began to widen in disbelief. Godly equips, he blurted. Retractable knife, incendiary bullets, 73 wasp, Jackson assault rifle, bayonet rifle. Frenzied Sword was shaking uncontrollably. To him, all of these were godly equips that would allow him to surpass any other player. However, his expression changed when he looked at their price tags. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. Even the cheapest of them, the incendiary bullets, cost $100 each, while the lightweight mecha arm required 10 favorability. This is daylight robbery. And how am I supposed to gain favorability with this NPC when completing his quests reduces it instead? No wonder this NPC's danger level is so high. It's definitely still too early to interact with him. But Frenzied Sword only knew true pain when he took a look at the skill shop. Basic combat, basic shooting, submission, the sight of these skills caused Frenzied Sword to start drooling, until he saw their prices. There was also a mechanic class change tome, and an array of mechanic skills, but none of them were as eye-catching as the energy training technique. Godly skill. Han Xiao shook his head upon seeing Frenzied Sword's reaction. You aren't a technician, so you are unable to learn it. By now, Han Xiao had already been solidified as a secret NPC in Frenzied Sword's mind. If I can make him my teacher, I will definitely become rank 1 in no time. But I really wanted to be a pugilist. That much was obvious from his in-game name. Damn it. This had better be worth it. Are you sure you want to become a mechanic? Y/N. Yes. Basic weaponry learned. You have gained 500 EXP, $100. Buying a skill was like paying for lessons, and Han Xiao's skill level would remain unchanged. Of course, the skills that Han Xiao had chosen to put on display were the more common and easily obtainable ones, not that any player would know at this point. Frenzied Sword's reaction to energy training technique confirmed this. He obviously did not know that the skill was automatically given to all characters after the first advancement at LV20. It wasn't that Han Xiao was trying to scam him, though. On the contrary, he had purposely set its cost at a whopping 10,000 EXP and $3,000 just to make the shop look nicer. He had also placed a requirement of 10 favorability on it. Oh right. Han Xiao quickly reverted Frenzied Sword's favorability back to 0, which caused him to immediately have the wrong idea. I must buy more things from him in order to increase favorability. Suddenly, the NPC began to walk away. Where can I find you? Yelled a flustered Frenzied Sword after him. Han Xiao thought for a moment before handing him a piece of paper with the workshop's address on it. As Frenzied Sword watched him leave, he began to grow excited. This is my chance. With those skills and equips, I will definitely be able to climb to the top. Suddenly, his expression froze. I cannot let anyone find the secret NPC. To a city as big as the Western capital, a few beta testers were truly insignificant. For now, Han Xiao did not have any interest in them. The only reason he had come into contact with one was to test the NPC functions, and they certainly did not disappoint. Han Xiao was already thinking up ways to use them for scamming players. Frenzied Sword. As Han Xiao thought back to the player from before, scenes from another lifetime began to play out in his mind. In his previous life, Frenzied Sword had been part of the first batch of professional Galaxy players. As a pugilist, he had taken the first competitive season by storm and won one of 24 spots to represent China internationally. This honor alone had cemented his status as a legend. Unfortunately, this future pugilist legend was now a mechanic. Han Xiao did not know exactly how Frenzied Sword's fortunes would play out in this timeline, but he did know one thing for sure: there would be no Frenzied Sword representing China in the near future. The only reason Han Xiao dared to choose the mechanic class was that he knew it would eventually become the strongest class. However, this was something that no other player could know. In fact, the class seemed so bad from the start that in Han Xiao's past life, numerous gamers, including pros, who chose the mechanic class would give up their characters and restart in another class. I feel like I scammed him big time or something. Han Xiao shook his head. Scam? Nah. He made the decision himself. On the contrary, if he can endure a few patches, then he'll have me to thank. Yeah. Chapter 59, B-Class Mission Triggered. From enlisting in the Star Dragon Army to joining underworld societies, there was no lack of work opportunities for players in the Western capital. Even just by walking on the streets and interacting with NPCs, there were plenty of quests waiting to be triggered. From the money that they earned from these common quests such as find a missing purse, rescue the cat stuck on the tree, and other collection missions, it became clear to Sleepy Winter that exploring had been the right thing to do. Of course, as the Western capital was a high-level zone, there were many places that the trio found inaccessible at their current level. Rainy Kim had been rejected at the gates of the Western Capital Academy, while Twinkle Fried Rice had been held at gunpoint when he'd tried to enter District 1, almost giving away his first death. The day after, the trio enlisted in the Star Dragon Army, thereby gaining their first combat class, Recruit. After a couple of training quests, their faction changed from Star Dragon to Star Dragon Army, and they earned the rank of Private. Out of goodwill, Sleepy Winter messaged Frenzied Sword to let him know about being able to join the army, but Frenzied Sword only replied briefly in acknowledgement. For some reason, he seemed uninterested. What Sleepy Winter did not know was that Frenzied Sword was preoccupied with trying to win Han Xiao's favor. In order to test out the limitations of the quest function, Han Xiao entertained Frenzied Sword and issued him with all sorts of strange quests, such as kick 10 people in the ass, strip a patrolling officer of his shorts, remain in a ballerina pose for 5 minutes, and many more. From these tests, Han Xiao learned that as long as the maximum reward was able to match the quest's difficulty, he would be able to choose any type of quest scenario that he wanted. Meanwhile, things were a bit different on the receiving end. Frenzied Sword, who found himself only being assigned crude and twisted quests, gradually began to develop a sense of fear toward Han Xiao. Nonetheless, He religiously completed all of the quests, as the experience that Han Xiao rewarded him with was several times more than the standard reward. That alone was enough for him to ignore his own morals. The quests allowed him to level up rapidly, and he used the earnings themselves to learn more basic skills from Han Xiao. The beta test might have been unexpected for Han Xiao, but overall, it did not do much to disrupt his plans. The beta players were simply too scattered and few in number to have much influence on their respective starting planets. 12 days was not enough time for them to level up significantly. It would take longer for a breeze to develop into a storm. In the long haul, however, the influx of players would be like a gold mine to Han Xiao. Helping to strengthen Frenzied Sword was only the first step. Soon, his progress would definitely catch the attention of the other players and his own association. His association would certainly capitalize on it and release information on this secret NPC in order to gain popularity. That was when the money and experience would start pouring in for Han Xiao. Frenzied Sword might have thought he was hogging Han Xiao to himself, but he was actually dancing in the palm of his hand. Official launch countdown, 126 days 11 hours 32 minutes. Aside from crafting incendiary bullets, Han Xiao spent most of his free time browsing the forums. Although it was usually buzzing with discussion and players would frequent it while their characters were dead or had set up shop, there were only beta players posting now. The women on Aquamarine are so beautiful. Urgently looking for party members to fight the sand bandits. Location, Fallen Dragon Valley, Planet Longtune. Coordinates are. A shot of Planet Brighton's magical floating city. I somehow transformed myself into some tentacled monster. How do I change back? Damn it, teach me how. Most of the threads were posted to request help or share information. Some parties also used the forums as a means to record and share their progress. There were over a dozen beginner planets of various civilizations available in the beta: magical civilizations, scientific civilizations, and religious civilizations, to name a few. The societal structure of each planet also varied. The most popular planet seemed to be planet Winterfrost, which was ruled by the Void Demon race. The planet also served as an outpost for the Destruction Army, whose aim was to destroy all civilizations. In Han Xiao's past life, they were an enemy who had given him quite a headache. As Han Xiao refreshed the forum page, a new thread caught his attention. First B-class quest. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He recalled that the first B-class mission had only appeared after the official launch. How could someone have unlocked such a high-class mission during the beta test? Curious, he entered the thread to see that it was already erupting with discussion. Who are you trying to fool? I haven't even seen a D-class quest yet. Are you dumb? He posted pictures as proof. They must be fake. Why is there only a quest name but no quest information? Nice try, clown. Who would want to share their quest information with you? It must be super hard. I'm still at the beginner zone. Does anyone know how to get out? The poster is the official account of the Throne of Gods Guild. They're legit. It should be true. Does anyone know which planet this is? All of you are noobs. Sorry, my dog ran over my keyboard. Han Xiao chuckled. In his nostalgia, he continued reading through all the banter before finally checking out the contents of the original post. There was only a cropped screenshot of a quest name. B-class quest, Investigate 0. Han Xiao scrolled up to check the poster's name. Throne of Gods. The Throne of Gods was a prestigious guild that boasted a lineup of renowned gamers. They were so big that they even had their own line of goods. In his previous life, Han Xiao had once taken up an assignment to strip their leader and take pictures of him in various embarrassing poses. He had then posted them on the forums with the title, "Shocking. Why would the leader of the Throne of Gods," and charged a fee for viewing. While Han Xiao had earned his money, he had also ended up being chased around by the entire guild for an entire month. Ah, I miss player killing, Han Xiao sighed as he turned around to look at Frenzied Sword, causing him to freeze up. Han Xiao shook his head. If things went as they had previously, the Throne of Gods would join the Germinal faction to become the biggest player guild on their side. It was already looking likely. Germinal must be hell-bent on getting him this time, for even beta players to be able to acquire the mission to look for him. For the average player, it would be impossible to evade the notice of Division 13 while trying to locate Han Xiao by themselves. Normally, it would take a large amount of people to even have a chance of succeeding. However, the Throne of Gods did not seem to lack manpower. As he considered the situation, Han Xiao finally decided on which Germinal base to act upon next. The Throne of Gods Guild had 15 players in the beta test. It was a team of core members led by both the leader and the vice leader. Before the beta test started, they had already decided to list science as a preference. Their reasoning was simple: since the world of Galaxy had a galactic setting, science would definitely be a core driving force of the game. As such, they were all able to start together on Aquamarine and had also quickly purchased a map to begin exploring. The leader, Jupiter, was the one who decided to join the Germinal organization. Their starting zone had also been close to a Germinal base. Jupiter thought that the Germinal organization was probably the strongest faction on the planet, as they able to stand strong against all of the nations on their own. Choosing them had nothing to do with favoring their ideology or anything like that. After all, their only priority was to get stronger. And reality did not betray their expectations. After joining Germinal, they were brought to the Dark Crow Valley base, where they underwent tough training to become low-level grunts. The biggest gain that they received there, however, was none other than the B-class quest, Investigate Zero. The only information provided by the quest was that the target, Zero, was currently residing within Star Dragon. At present, the 15 members were having a top-secret meeting to discuss how they would complete the quest. "This is our first B-class quest," said Jupiter in a low voice. "As there doesn't seem to be fighting involved, with our level, we have a good chance of succeeding. The rewards are extremely good. With them, we will definitely be able to become the #1 guild. All we know is that Zero is in the country, but Star Dragon is just too big," added Poseidon, a core member of the guild. "The beta test period is too short, so I think that we should only aim to complete the quest after official launch. Now, we should just do some preliminary investigation." Everyone nodded in agreement. The quest information only tells us that Zero is an enemy of the Germinal organization. If we manage to kill him, will there be a bonus reward? Nice thinking, as expected of our leader. But that would most likely be A-class difficulty, pointed out Poseidon. There's no impossible quest in a game. We just have to find the way, answered Jupiter matter-of-factly. The official launch is 1 week after the end of this beta test. During this period of time, we will also have to discuss the matter with the rest of the guild. In any case, added Shiva, the vice leader, with the backing of our gaming organization, we are the ones with the highest chance of completing this quest. That is true, agreed Jupiter. It would be faster if we made use of the other players, suggested Poseidon. Jupiter's eyes lit up. Good idea. Let's release Zero's face and put up a reward for any valuable leads. Rich guilds had their way of doing things. Chapter 60, Sudden Assassination. The throne of gods sure has deep pockets. If only I could find Zero. The reward on Zero's wanted poster was extremely alluring, but Frenzied Sword knew that as he was operating alone, it would be like trying to search for a needle in a haystack. While it might have been a pity, it did not bother him too much. Frenzied Sword's eyes filled up with fire as he took another look at Han Xiao. As long as I latch onto this guy, I will level up faster than anyone. Initially, performing all the strange quests that Han Xiao gave him did give him a sense of aversion. However, he gradually discovered that they not were that bad after all. At the very least, they were interesting to do. Compared to hunting monsters, running around to carry out these errands was much simpler. Of course, this came at the expense of his morality. One day, he realized that his mind was becoming more open, and he had an epiphany: shame is but an obstacle to human evolution. Me, a pervert? No no no, I have simply transcended. I have found a way. Does that guy like you or something? Asked a bemused Lu Jian as she pointed at Frenzied Sword. He was staring at Han Xiao dreamily from the entrance of the workshop. He seems pretty sincere. Why don't you give him a chance? She teased, giggling. It was the first time that she had spoken normally to Han Xiao since the misunderstanding. Han Xiao rolled his eyes and reached out to tickle her, causing her to yell out and dodge, startled. Hugging her sides with crossed arms, Lu Jian watched Han Xiao closely with puppy eyes in anticipation of his next attack. Her grandfather's attempts at playing matchmaker had initially caused her much headache. However, she soon discovered that there was no cause for concern, as Han Xiao was not particularly interested in her. To be more specific, he did not even seem to be interested in women at all. Although this eased her worries, it also raised other concerns. A woman's heart is unfathomable. Pay her attention and she might become wary of you, but neglecting her won't do either. Unfortunately, one's looks also play an important factor. If you are good-looking enough, you won't have to worry about it. Lu Jian's casual attire was revealing a tantalizing view of her front, but it did nothing to stir Han Xiao's heart. Having been working for up to 15 hours almost every day recently, crafting had become the only thing that he could think about. Sometimes, he even found himself designing guns and weapons in his dreams. And the scary part was that once, when he woke up, he realized that the designs were all practical. This served as a wake-up call to Han Xiao, and he would think back to fond times with Mei Mei, and a dozen or so more ex-girlfriends to regain his senses. These names all sound the same, but they are different characters in Chinese. A man may die, but he must go down with his bird. Han Xiao ignored Frenzied Sword. By his calculations, the beta test would end in a day. The only reason Han Xiao had chosen to make contact with the player was to test the NPC functions. Suddenly, the interface lit up. You have triggered the sudden quest, assassination. Quest hint, the assassin is closing in. Completion requirement, survive the encounter. Quest reward, unknown. Han Xiao's face stiffened. The attack could happen at any moment. Damn it. Old Lu is not home now. For the quest to have triggered despite Feng Jun and his men keeping watch in the neighborhood meant that the enemy definitely had some kind of special ability to invade without getting detected. There was a high chance that it was a superhuman. Han Xiao immediately dashed into his room to retrieve his equipment. It was vital to avoid dragging Old Lu and Lu Jian into the mix as it could jeopardize his plans to unlock the hidden scenario that he had come here for all along. Facing his attacker head-on was also more of his style. Frenzied sword chased after Han Xiao. As they ran, Han Xiao began to feel like someone was watching him. The temperature of the air suddenly began to drop, causing Frenzied Sword to rub his arms in fear. Even he could feel the murderous intent in the air. As they walked down an alley, Han Xiao's sense of danger began to escalate from a tingle into an alarm. Darkness was already creeping upon the unknowing pair. Before they realized it, they were transported into a world devoid of sight and sound. Strangely, however, this pitch-black darkness made Han Xiao feel extremely safe and comfortable, as though he were back in his mother's womb. All that remained was an overwhelming allure to fall into eternal slumber. An illusion. Han Xiao forced his eyes open. You are under the attack of an illusion. As your intel is higher than 50, you are able to resist its effects. The darkness around Han Xiao began to shatter as the effects of the illusion faded. As Han Xiao regained his senses, he discovered that there was a man standing 5 meters away with a gun pointed directly at him. The assassin was wearing a victorious smirk. Click. He pulled the trigger. Han Xiao's eyes widened. How am I supposed to dodge a shot at point-blank range? People often say that time slows down in the face of danger. What happened next was on a whole new level. In the face of imminent death, the world around Han Xiao suddenly began to slow down. The expression of panic on Han Xiao's face was replaced by a look of absolute coolness as his mind cast aside all unnecessary thoughts and emotions in order to process the situation. It's not over yet. The flow of time resumed. In the very instant that the bullet left the barrel, Han Xiao activated Strafe, causing his entire body to seemingly fade and reappear. Strafe's effect allowed the user to move anywhere within a 3-meter radius, but it was not exactly instant. While any movement using Strafe would seem extremely fast, moving a shorter distance would be even faster. Han Xiao was able to dodge the fatal shot by moving just 2 inches. The bullet grazed past the side of his face, all it caused was a searing sensation. The assassin's expression changed. How could he have dodged my sure kill shot? With his illusory powers, Norsa had successfully carried out over 100 assassinations for the Germinal organization. So far, it had not mattered whether his targets also had superpowers. However, according to the intel given to him, Zero should at most be at the level of an elite agent. How could someone who relied on machinery to fight be able to break free of his illusion? The intel was completely off the mark. As Han Xiao dodged, he whipped out both Berserk Eagles from his waist and activated Overload as he fired a volley of deafening shots. The recoil from the shots was so powerful that it caused his hands to shake. Bang. 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 All of the shots found their mark on Norsa's chest. A perfect counterattack. Han Xiao's skillful usage of the strafe might not have seemed difficult, but it would not have been possible to pull off without the wealth of combat experience that he possessed. Norsa began to stagger backwards. He had used energy to protect his body, otherwise he would have been shredded to bits. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he immediately summoned whatever energy he had left to back up and flee. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and gave pursuit as he loaded a gun up with incendiary ammo to fire a shot in the direction of Norsa's escape. The ensuing sea of fire forced Norsa to stop in his tracks. Gritting his teeth, he turned around to face Han Xiao. Norsa's eyes began to glow with a mysterious 7-colored aura. You are under the attack of an illusion. As your int is higher than 50, you are able to resist its effects. Bang. Han Xiao unhesitatingly fired a single, precise shot that drilled a hole through the assassin's throat. Norsa clutched his neck in horror. My illusory powers have never failed me. Why is he unaffected? Han Xiao strode forward to smack Norsa onto the ground with both guns. He then pressed them against his chest, pinning him to the ground. Bang. The sound of the shot was dull. As the incendiary bullet penetrated Norsa's body, his internal organs were immediately set ablaze. He began to flail his limbs wildly, but only for a moment. You have killed the Germinal Organization Executor, Norsa, LV-25 Superhuman, earning 7,500 EXP. You have completed the sudden quest, Assassination. You have been rewarded with a character summoning card. Han Xiao steadied his breath. Blood had stained his mask and was dripping down his face onto the floor. It was silent, apart from the crackle of the flames. Norsa's death freed Frenzied Sword from the illusion. His jaw dropped upon noticing the aftermath of the battle. What the hell just happened here? Chapter 61, Thanks for the Gift. Feng Jun arrived late to the party with his team of fully equipped field agents. When he saw the blood on Han Xiao's mask, his first reaction was to feel Han Xiao's chin for any wounds. Are you hurt? Are you blind? Snapped Han Xiao, pointing to the graze on his cheek. That's good, Feng Jun heaved a sigh of relief before looking at Han Xiao apologetically. They had failed in their duty to keep him safe. It's not your fault, consoled Han Xiao. This man is the Germinal organization's executor, he explained, pointing toward Norse's corpse. He's an assassin who has never failed. Norse Connor. Norse was widely feared even among the Six Nations. Once, he had gunned down a high-ranking Star Dragon official in broad daylight despite tight security. Upon confirming the identity of the corpse, Feng Jun's shock turned into amazement. Hold on, he came to assassinate you, but you killed him instead. Are you really that strong? You only realized that now. Han Xiao glared at him as he checked the interface for the quest reward. Character summoning card, you are able to use this character's ability once. Character, Norse Connor. Ability, Illusory Power, E, only targets with more than 50 int can resist this ability. Usage count, 0/1. Character summoning cards were quite uncommon in Galaxy. They only dropped from special quests, and their function was to allow the player to use the ability of the NPC character stated on the card. In Galaxy, people farmed and sold these for money, but it was only the rich players, who could afford to indiscriminately use them, who bought them. Although not Han Xiao's style, it was always better to have more tools at one's disposal. Fortunately, Han Xiao had assigned all his stat points to Intel beforehand, otherwise things would have played out very differently. Germinal organization, thanks for the gift. Do you wish to accept your reward now? Y/N. Yes. It was a use item that could be stored within the interface, allowing Han Xiao to pull it out whenever he needed it. Meanwhile, Frenzied Sword was still trying to comprehend the situation. When he used the examine function to learn that these mysterious men in black were aligned with the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Initiative, he couldn't help but look toward Han Xiao in wonderment. You know this guy? Feng Jun asked Han Xiao curiously as he pointed at Frenzied Sword. Just ignore him. As Han Xiao wiped the blood of his face with a handkerchief that Feng Jun passed to him, he frowned. If Norsa has found me, then it means the Germinal organization must know exactly where I am. Not necessarily, replied Feng Jun. The intelligence department has the network locked down. Any mention of you is blocked from being transmitted out. Han Xiao's spirits immediately lifted. Are you sure? Feng Jun nodded. But Norsa definitely wasn't operating alone. He must have passed the intel on to Germinal spies hiding within the capital. It'll probably be a matter of time before they relay the information. Han Xiao abruptly started to run out of the alley. Hey, where are you going? Called out Feng Jun hastily. I still have to take you back to HQ for debriefing. No time to explain. Quickly request for permission to seal all of the city's exits. It was possible that Norsa had learned of his whereabouts from the spies in the city, and that he had come straight for him right after. In that case, it was not too late to take action. Han Xiao knew exactly who the head honcho of the spy network was. The reason he had not taken action against him so far was that the Germinal would simply send a replacement to take over. On the contrary, leaving him alive had its advantages. Norse's death would confirm Han Xiao's presence in the western capital, but if he could stop the intel from getting out, the Germinal would not be able to pinpoint his location. Of course, all of this was simply guesswork. It was possible that a spy had already left the city to deliver the intel. Nevertheless, it was worth a shot. Li Yalin, tell the others to meet up with me at District 8. These are the coordinates. Remember to drive a car. Of all places, the slums. I was expecting at least a fancy restaurant. There's no time, just do as I asked. After hanging up, Han Xiao smashed the window of the nearest car by the roadside and jumped in. The owner was making a phone call right beside his car when the sudden sound of shattering glass gave him a fright. He immediately ran over to the driver's side and grabbed Han Xiao by the collar. You! Get out now! The next second, he found himself yanked halfway into the car with his head pinned against the steering wheel, causing the car horn to bellow noisily. Nice timing. Han Xiao immediately began to search the poor car owner's body for the car keys. Upon finding them, he ungraciously shoved him out of the window and sped off into the distance. As the car owner sat dazed on the floor with a big bruise on his face, he wondered aloud, damn, since when were car thieves this brazen? As Han Xiao weaved through traffic at high speed, he soon noticed the wail of a police siren. The car in front, stop right now, yelled the traffic police officer on his motorbike. Han Xiao tossed the car owner's driving license out of the window and yelled back, deduct as many points as you like. The officer ended up tailing Han Xiao all the way to District 8, where Han Xiao quickly got off and began to stride off in big steps. The persistent police officer ran up to him to block his path. "You! Stop right now!" Han Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. With a quick chop that the police officer could never have seen coming, he knocked him out cold. Through a series of twisting alleys in the process, disposing of 3 muggers, Han Xiao soon arrived at a small, dilapidated church building. It was now used as a means of shelter by some homeless people. In the warring period of the old era, religion had served as a means of mental support for many. At one point, this church in particular had managed to amass millions of believers. However, the savior that they believed in never appeared, so eventually, people stopped believing. There were a number of vagrants in the building, but when Han Xiao could not see the one that he was looking for, he abruptly grabbed the nearest one up and questioned, "Have you seen a tall, bearded man with the tattoo of a red wolf on the back of his hand?" The vagrant shivered at the sight of the blood covering Han Xiao. "You mean Lu Gaoen," he answered meekly. "We call him tongueless because he never seems to speak. I think he went somewhere in the afternoon." Afternoon. Even regular citizens needed to go through lengthy checks at one of the 3 guard posts in order to leave the western capital. As it was currently only 2 p.m., there was still a chance for Han Xiao to stop him. He could not count on Division 13 to pass a restriction order. Even if they were willing to, it would take some time for them to come to the decision. By then, Lu Gaoen would most likely have left the capital. Han Xiao furrowed his brows. Which of the 3 exits was Lu Gaoen at? Time was ticking. Chapter 62, Interception. Lu Gaoen left less than 2 hours ago, meaning that he must have received Norse's intel just then. Since Norse had come directly to assassinate him, he must have tasked Lu Gaoen with reporting the information back to their organization. Lu Gaoen would definitely not have expected Han Xiao to know of him, so he would not see a need to deliver the intel with haste. Under such circumstances, the city pass that he would use would most likely be the one nearest to him, the Northwest Pass. However, it was still possible that he would choose to use either of the further passes. There was no way to tell. Han Xiao, we're here. What did you call us here for?" Li Yalin, Zhang Wei, and Lambert arrived. They had managed to come on time thanks to Li Yalin's ride, a yellow convertible sports car. An emergency mission. One of Germinal's spies here acquired some important information. There's a chance that he hasn't left the city yet, but he could be at any of the 3 passes. Li Yalin wiped the playful smile off her face upon hearing the severity of the situation. "Do you have a picture of him?" she asked. Han Xiao picked up some scraps of newspaper around him and began to draw out a rough image of Lu Gaoen from his faded memory. He then yanked the homeless guy from earlier on up and barked, "Look at this, does it look like Lu Gaoen? The eyes should be lower, his nose is a little crooked, hair is shorter." With the man's help, Han Xiao was able to produce sketches of Lu Gaoen with a 70 or 80% resemblance. He then passed them to the trio and instructed, "Let's split up and get the security officers to keep an eye out for this person. Li Yalin and I will take her car to the furthest city entrance, while each of you will go to the other 2. Zhang Wei's face twitched as Han Xiao gave them the orders. Am I still the leader of this team? Nonetheless, he let it slide as it was an emergency. As they set off, Han Xiao immediately hopped into the driver's seat of Li Yalin's car. "Hey, it's my car," grumbled Li Yalin immediately. "I'll drive." "You drive too slow. You don't trust the driving skills of a top agent." Li Yalin was so outraged that her eyebrows were almost contorted upside down. Unfortunately, she knew that there was no time to argue, so she grudgingly got into the passenger's seat. "Tighten your seat belt," reminded Han Xiao. Li Yalin rolled her eyes at him, replying, "You must be joking. I'm a pugilist, I'll be fine no matter how fast you go." "Suit yourself," replied Han Xiao with a plain nod as he stamped on the accelerator. Half an hour later, a yellow sports car appeared at the south entrance. Spinning almost full circle, the car left 4 sizzling, black tire marks on the road as it came to an abrupt stop. Blearg. Hey, I thought you were a pugilist. You, don't talk to me and Arg. Li Yalin puked nonstop as she leaned on the car door. Half an hour, and 27 car accidents, or was it 28? My head's spinning so much that I can't even count. Who taught you to drive? Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. Does driving have to be taught? Doesn't he it? The first driver didn't have anyone to teach him, did he? Li Yalin gaped in the face of Han Xiao's perfect logic. She was about to shoot back at him when, suddenly, the urge to vomit kicked in again, causing her to throw her head back to the side. Really? I only drove a little fast, that's all. A little fast? I doubt the word break even exists in your vocabulary. Fine, let's stop wasting time. As Li Yalin tried to get back on her feet, she lost balance and almost into her own pile of vomit. Fortunately, Han Xiao was able to provide support in time. Shaking his head, he began to drag her along with him toward the sentry post. As they neared the post, the station troop yelled out, "Stop! Show your ID." As Han Xiao reached into his pockets to take out his ID card, his expression froze as he realized that he had forgotten to bring them along. Without asking, he directly reached into Li Yalin's pockets to find hers. Top pockets, none. Bottom pockets, none. "Where's your pass?" he asked. As Li Yalin still seemed too dizzy to think straight, Han Xiao continued feeling around that dynamite body of hers for it. I'm being taken advantage of." "Ah! I found it," rejoiced Han Xiao. He then held the pass up toward the guard, who had been gulping at the show. "Oh, you guys are agents. Come on in." As Han Xiao took a few steps forward, he discovered that Li Yalin was still rooted to the spot, giving him a deathly stare. "What's wrong? Hurry up." Li Yalin took a deep breath to compose herself. "Give me my ID back," she said stiffly. "Why so fussy?" replied Han Xiao impatiently. He then casually walked back toward her and slotted the pass back into her rear pocket. Li Yalin's eyes widened. I'm being taken advantage of again." Han Xiao then strode toward the sentry post to give the military officer in charge of security the sketch of Lu Gaoen. "Please wait a moment as the system performs a footage scan." Li Yalin entered the sentry post still biting her lips. The way that Han Xiao had felt her up did not seem to contain any ill intentions at all. As such, she was having a hard time even getting angry at him. She was just very unhappy, for some reason, and she continued glaring at him. Lu Gaoen worked for an intelligence organization known as Storm Eye, one of the many subgroups that were secretly under the wing of the Germinal organization. In most cities, Storm Eye had one head contact in charge of relaying information back to the Germinal organization, as well as a few covert agents who gathered intel and only reported back to the head contact. One of Lu Gaoen's agents had reported seeing someone matching Zero's description in District 7. While at first unclear of Han Xiao's location, Lu Gaoen had discovered, after repeated investigations, that there was an area in District 7 that seemed to be cordoned off and watched closely by Division 13. It was most likely where Zero was hiding. Upon finding out that transmissions leaving the city were being blocked, he realized that Division 13 must have gotten wind of him somehow. Hence, he decided to go offline and take his computer apart in order to prevent being traced before heading toward the city entrance to leave. At present, Lu Gaoen was blended in with a crowd of people approaching one of the city's entrances. Norsa must have completed the assassination by now. Suddenly, the great metal fenced gate before him closed up. "What happened? Why are we being stopped?" "We have orders to temporarily seal the exits," announced a soldier, starting a commotion among the crowd. "Why would they close the gates?" Lu Gaoen was shocked. Did Norsa fail? Still, as he had been extremely careful for the past 2 to 3 years, he was not worried of being discovered. "He's the one." The sudden shout from behind caused Lu Gaoen to turn around. There was a bunch of troops walking menacingly in his direction. They were obviously after him. Impossible. Lu Gaoen immediately looked around him to find an escape path, but it was too late. Not only was he surrounded by the crowd, there were simply way too many troops in the vicinity. As despair filled him, he allowed a soldier to pin him onto the ground without resistance. As Han Xiao appeared at the scene, he sighed a breath of relief. "We made it in time." "You really did?" Li Yalin was amazed. "How did you guys know it was me?" asked Lu Gaoen as he raised his head to look up at Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked back at him plainly. In Galaxy, Lu Gaoen was the primary contact for all Germinal allied players in the western capital. As Lu Gaoen resigned to his fate, he decided to activate the poison sac stored in his tooth. He would rather die than divulge any information regarding the organization that he had dedicated his whole life to. Suddenly, Han Xiao pulled out his handgun to fire a shot at Lu Gaoen's head, sending a trail of blood and brain matter spurting out. "You have killed Lu Gaoen, LV.12, gaining 3,500 experience." Han Xiao raised his gun up to blow off the smoke from its barrel. "If you want to die, at least give me the experience." "Why did you kill him?" Li Yalin was stunned by Han Xiao's sudden action. Division 13 could obviously have extracted a lot of vital information from him. There's poison stored in his teeth, his nails, and he even has some needles concealed in his clothes. We wouldn't have been able to stop him from killing himself. Han Xiao shook his head. In any case, Lu Gaoen's death was truly insignificant to him. He already possessed all the information that he needed. Nonetheless, things were getting a bit dicey. "Looks like I'd better speed things up," he thought. Chapter 63, End of the Beta Test. In Black Raven Valley Base, the Throne of Gods Guild had gathered together for a meeting in-game. Things had not gone according to plan. As the other beta testers were all preoccupied with leveling up, their call for information had gone unanswered. Just as Jupiter was fuming over what to do, someone shouted, "Leader." The quest hint changed. Jupiter gave a start. Upon checking the quest tab, he discovered that the quest location had actually been updated. It now stated that Zero was inside the western capital. The mission was updated. Jupiter scratched his head. However, while he was confused, he was not upset. It was the 12th and last day of the beta test, and they had barely made any progress thus far. We'll send members to search the western capital after the official launch. Once the game launched, the guild would be able to make full use of its advantage in numbers. With so many members, there was no way that they would not be able to find him. Jupiter clenched his fists. This B-class quest is ours for the taking. This was their chance to take a step ahead of their rivals. In Germinal's headquarters, a report was being read out to the boss. Commander Rosa was last heard from in the western capital. Another man also disappeared along with him, Lu Gaoen, our head contact in Stormeye. Li Ruo has said that he will find a replacement for him immediately. It's Zero, said the boss abruptly. He silenced Rosa and Lu Gaoen in order to keep his exact location a secret. Humph, so you are in the western capital. Star Dragon's Division 13 must be keeping him under their protection. Rosa was the ace assassin of the Germinal organization, while even Lu Gaoen had given the boss a favorable impression. It was a huge loss. That blasted Zero. The boss was furious. Zero, did you think that you would be safe as long as you found protection? While he had at first belittled Han Xiao, over time, he had come to recognize the threat that he posed. According to the analysis of the security footage from the Valkyrie laboratory, Zero had never displayed any unusual behavior. Where he had gotten hold on their intel from remained a complete mystery. Order Stormeye to pinpoint Zero's location. I don't care if he's hiding within Division 13's HQ, find him no matter what it takes. The boss voice was filled with murderous intent. As there was no way to know exactly what other vital information Zero possessed, getting rid of him before he caused further damage was the only option. Get 5 commanders and 200 night owls ready to take action as soon as he is found. I will permit the use of guided missiles. Zero, you're dead meat. The beta test is ending. 00:00:00:30. Frenzied Sword sighed as he watched the countdown timer. If only he could have just a bit more time to train. Of course, he was overall still quite happy with the progress that he had made. Han Xiao's quests might have been very unseemly, but they sure did give a ton of experience. Furthermore, all the equipment that he had purchased from him helped to boost his combat power significantly. Although the skill set of the mechanic class revolved largely around crafting, which he disliked, seeing Han Xiao's strength had given Frenzied Sword all the affirmation that he needed. I, too, will gradually become that strong. There will be a spot among the pros for me. Beta test concluded. Countdown to game's launch, 122 days, 1 hour, 23 minutes. Han Xiao shook his head upon discovering that the discussion board button had been grayed out. Looks like I was right, the amount of time between version changes in the real world is not synced with my current time. Why are you shaking your head? Asked Gu Hui suddenly. I wonder what other information you possess. Han Xiao was currently inside a conference room back at Division 13's headquarters. There were 3 big shots seated in front of him, Gu Hui, the division director, as well as the 2 heads of the intelligence department and the secret ops department. Division 13 had known all along that Han Xiao must possess some degree of combat ability, but he had completely exceeded their wildest imaginations. Yet, what was more perplexing was the degree of ease at which he had been able to single out Lu Gaoen. Lu Gaoen had been operating from within the city for over 2 years without ever leaving a trace. Division 13 had attempted to look for him many times, but they had all ended up in failure. The fact that Han Xiao could so easily locate him served as solid proof that he knew way more than even they themselves. And so, this meeting had begun. Simply put, Gu Hui wanted to learn more of Han Xiao's intel. Breaking out of his daze, Han Xiao stroked his chin as he evaded the question. My location is now exposed. Germinal might not know exactly where I live, but they will definitely send even more killers into the city. Gu Hui furrowed his brows. Although unsatisfied with Han Xiao's reply, he followed Han Xiao's lead. Then what do you intend to do? There's no more need for hide and seek. I want to participate in the next operation. It's too dangerous, protested a livid Gu Hui. If you show yourself, that will only give them the chance to take action. Han Xiao faked a cough. Can we talk alone? The 2 department heads exchanged exasperated glances. Do we seem that untrustworthy? Han Xiao glanced at his surroundings before whispering, I can change my appearance. Gu Hui was visibly shocked. You have superpowers. Han Xiao shook his head. I can create a gadget that allows me to alter my looks, so there's no way that they will be able to find me. A skin mask? Not a bad idea, thought Gu Hui. However, Han Xiao sounded as though he meant something more advanced than a simple skin mask that Division 13 already employed. Even if you use a mask, it's still too risky. You will have to take it off eventually. The corner of Han Xiao's lips curled up. My mask is more convenient than that. Alright, then show it to me before I approve. There were two reasons behind why Han Xiao wanted in on the action. The first was, of course, for the experience. The second was that he did not want to remain cooped up inside the Western capital. This was the only way that he would be able to participate in more incidents. Ever since the assassination attempt, Han Xiao had been spending a lot of time thinking about his next move. The Black Raven Valley base was situated near the border of Hesla, one of the 6 nations. It was a major base on a completely different scale from the 3 sites that Division 13 had taken action on previously. Not only were the security and defenses extremely tight, the commander of the base was a superhuman. He was known as the Sword Phantom, Pan Kuang, a pugilist close to reaching D level. Near Black Raven Valley was a gathering spot for many wanderers known as Black Raven Village Town. It was a beginner's starting zone. Han Xiao planned to destroy Black Raven Valley base as it would prevent a substantial number of new players from joining the Germinal organization simply because of the base's proximity. This idea had occurred to him upon discovering the Throne of God's Post, after which he had given it some proper thought and became fond of it. It was not only an act of revenge toward the Germinal boss, but it was also a preemptive strike that would have unseen but deadly impacts. Han Xiao grinned with glee at the prospect. Chapter 64, Accelerated Learning. Near Hesla's border. Gu Hui slammed the desk. We will need to get in touch with them before making a decision. I await your decision, declared Han Xiao as he took his leave. Feng Jun was waiting for him outside with a gloomy face. Why didn't you tell me about the assassin immediately? Because of that, I had to endure a yelling from my superior. Why would I inform you? It's not like you could have helped, teased Han Xiao, causing Feng Jun to become enraged. We might be buddies, but I'll still get angry if you insult me. Han Xiao smirked. Perhaps I should have a talk with the director over how my location got exposed. Oh you ha 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 you little devil. I was just kidding. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Under Feng Jun's subservient escort, Han Xiao left the headquarters to return to the workshop. Altering his appearance was an idea that he had thought up a long time ago. He had known all along that the Germinal would resort to drastic measures against him once his location was discovered. As it was more likely than not that the operation would be passed, Han Xiao also needed to prepare new equipment. The mecha arm and the retractable knife would not allow him to keep up with the level of the opponents they were about to face. It would also be nice if his current team was able to participate in the operation. Thinking about his team reminded Han Xiao of the need to upgrade Zhang Wei's power suit. The cost of the upgrade would not come cheap. As Han Xiao stroked his eyebrows, he searched through his memories for blueprints suitable for this mission. Looks like it's time to learn a bunch more stuff. Suddenly, someone knocked at the door. It was old Lu, with a chicken leg in one hand and beer in the other. Little brat, what are you doing here? I want to borrow a few mechanic knowledge books, replied Han Xiao as he turned his attention back to the bookshelf, expecting old Lu to chase him out. To his surprise, he instead said, the key is in the drawer. Just remember to return it when you're done. Han Xiao's jaw almost dropped. You actually agree? Since when had they been on such good terms? Old man Lu put down the chicken leg in his mouth and snorted. Treat it as a show of thanks. Thanks. Han Xiao frowned. Are you still trying to promote your granddaughter to me? Old Lu's face immediately stiffened. What's so bad about my granddaughter that's stopping you from falling for her? But that wasn't why he wanted to thank Han Xiao. Instead, it was because the tall old man had told him that back then, Han Xiao had lured the assassin away from the workshop in order to prevent Lu Jian from getting involved. This alone had changed old Lu's impression of Han Xiao considerably. Not bad, kid, praised old Lu with a satisfied smile. He gave Han Xiao a pat on the shoulder before leaving him to his own devices. As he left, Han Xiao noticed an oily handprint on his shoulder. That old imp. He proceeded to unlock the cabinet with the key in the drawer, picked out 7 books, and headed back to his room. Back in his room, Han Xiao took a deep breath as he prepared to learn all of them at once. Do you wish to spend 1 talent point to learn the energy talent, basic energy theory? Energy talent, basic biochemistry. Energy talent, basic optics? Yes. Large streams of information began to fill up Han Xiao's mind, causing him to feel like his head was about to explode. After a short period of recovery, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and continued with the other books. Manipulation talent, basic electromagnetism. Manipulation talent, basic mechanics. Manipulation talent, basic quantum electronics. Manipulation talent, basic spatial sense. 7 sets of basic knowledge. However, the process did not stop there. Han Xiao decided to level up these new talents. Basic energy theory has been raised to LV3. Basic electromagnetism has been raised to LV2. Basic digital electronics has been raised to LV2. Basic mechanics has been raised to LV2. As well as some previously learned talents. Basic weaponry has been raised to LV3. Basic material composition has been raised to LV3. Basic assembly has been raised to LV2. Advanced material synthesis has been raised to LV2. Just like that, Han Xiao spent 20 of his 21 talent points. You have learned a new technique, novice programming. You have learned a new technique, energy, magnetism strengthening. Novice programming was unlocked from learning basic digital electronics. Like basic assembly or basic enhancement, it was an integral technique for a technician, necessary for the making of both chipsets and system interfaces. Energy, magnetism strengthening, on the other hand, was a passive ability that unlocked upon learning an energy manipulation talent. It did have a prerequisite, which was, of course, for the player to possess affinity with magnetism. On top of strengthening the user's control of magnetism, it also gave a boost to machinery crafting speeds and machinery damage output, 3% per level. Han Xiao was currently sitting on 38,000 experience, accumulated from mass-producing incendiary bullets. His daily experience gain was about 2 to 3,000. As for money, that was the least of Han Xiao's concerns. He had earned a whopping $3,600,000 thus far. It's time to try and get the disguise blueprint. Before he started, Han Xiao invested a few thousand experience to raise basic programming to level 3. Proceed with fusing of LV1 basic biochemistry, LV1 optics, LV3 material composition, and LV2 digital electronics. 20,000 experience will be consumed. Talent combination, also known as talent fusing, was not only limited to the fusing of 2 talents. However, the cost for adding additional talents was extremely high. Adding a third would only cost 5,000 experience, but the cost of subsequent ones increased exponentially. A fourth one would cost 40,000 experience. Generally, lower-leveled mechanics would perform talent fusion with only 2 talents because fusing more was not guaranteed to give better results. However, some blueprints, like the one that Han Xiao was aiming for now, could be crafted easily with the correct talents. Fusion successful. Congratulations on inventing Smart Optical Mask. The Smart Optical Mask made its first appearance in version 3.0, when players had just stumbled upon multiple talent fusing. Not only did it require the leveling of 4 talents across all 3 talent trees, it also required intermediate machinery affinity, 55 int, LV3 basic programming, and last but not least, for the player to be a technician. Nevertheless, the Smart Optical Mask's usefulness befitted the effort needed to obtain it. Chapter 65, Smart Meta Optical Mask. Translator, MJ_editor, Milman 97. Han Xiao passed a list of items to Feng Jun. Oh my god. Bakri Combiner, Ferrier 4 Solvent, and 12 microchips. Do you know how expensive these things are? I'm paying, replied Han Xiao plainly, instantly reminding Feng Jun that they were not on the same pay scale. 1 hour later, he arrived at Han Xiao's workshop with 3 briefcases in hand. The first briefcase contained 3 10-centimeter long transparent tubes that were filled with an opaque white, sticky fluid. This was the Bakri Combiner. The second briefcase contained a small vial of pale blue solution. This was the Ferrier 4 solvent. These 2 materials could only be made within an equipped laboratory and were extremely valuable. These 2 tiny vials had cost Han Xiao $120,000. The third briefcase contained the 12 microchips. Each one was only about the size of a fingernail, and they were extremely thin. Upon closer observation, one would find that they were jam-packed with circuit lines. They were commonly used for small and complex gadgets, and the set of 12 cost $60,000. Han Xiao immediately began working on the mask. He started by opening holes on the thin plastic mask for his eyes, nose, and mouth. Then, he carved out 12 small holes on various locations of the mask for embedding the microchips in. Before putting the microchips in, Han Xiao uploaded the data from a scan of his own face to his computer. Using a library of over thousands of faces, he then spent 2 to 3 hours linking them up to a simple facial recognition and projection program on his computer. When he was done, Han Xiao retrieved some laboratory apparatus and began to work at mixing the Bakri Combiner and the Ferrier 4 solvent together. After some time, he managed to produce a composite material that was neither white nor blue like its constituents, but instead, the color of flesh. This was the key material for making the Smart Meta Optical Mask. Not only did it possess some of the useful properties of the Bakri Combiner and the Ferrier 4 solvent, it had, most importantly, good conductivity. Han Xiao proceeded to embed the microchips beneath the mask before pouring the flesh-colored mixture over it. After a few more finishing touches, he left it to set within a special freezer. A short while later, Han Xiao opened the freezer and reached in to retrieve the mask. Apart from where the microchips were located, the mask was extremely smooth. On its thin surface, Han Xiao had installed an advanced crystal display that, upon being pressed, caused a spectrum of colors to appear on the spot. You have crafted Smart Meta Optical Mask, gaining 5000 EXP. Smart Meta Optical Mask, Face Equipment. Allows the user to change the appearance of his face when worn, concealing his identity. Charge 5 minutes for 10 hours of usage. This mask had cost a whopping close to $200,000 to make. Han Xiao picked up the mask and walked over to the mirror to test it out. A cool sensation enveloped his face when he put it on, and he pressed gently onto the microchip on the cheek area to activate it. The appearance of his face immediately transformed, and it continued to change into a different face with each press. This was by no means an ordinary mask of disguise. It was a godly piece of equipment that allowed the user to change his appearance at will. The Smart Meta Optical Mask would only transform into the faces of humans, as Han Xiao had only fed the program data of human faces. Apart from randomly changing, it was also able to store up to 3 different faces for the user to access and could revert back to the last 3 faces used. It also had an additional function that allowed it to scan a target's face and transform to it with a 70 to 80% accuracy. After playing with the mask a bit more, Han Xiao removed it and headed back to headquarters to look for Gu Hui. "You've created your mask?" asked Gu Hui. Han Xiao smiled and put the mask on. As Han Xiao did not intend to reveal the mask's transformation capabilities just yet, he had prepared it to display the face of an ordinary-looking young man beforehand. To Gu Hui, it simply looked like an extremely realistic mask. However, while Division 13 could already make such masks, none of them were as realistic as Han Xiao's. Furthermore, not only did it seem to be extremely portable, it was clearly very easy to wear. "Interested in selling the blueprints to us?" Han Xiao faked a burst of laughter. "It's just a simple mask, why would I need a blueprint to make it? You guys can make them too, right?" "That's true," thought Gu Hui to himself. Inwardly, Han Xiao let out a breath of relief upon seeing Gu Hui give up the idea. "I managed to fool him. Then," continued Han Xiao, "can I join the operation?" Gu Hui thought for a moment before nodding. "The Hesla Intelligence Service has decided to join us for this operation. You will come along with your team." Han Xiao had known that Hesla would agree to taking action. It was the germinal organization, after all. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Han Xiao asked, "When do we depart?" "There's no rush. It will take some time to arrange our forces, plus, we will both have to work on a proper strategy first. It'll most likely be half a month before deployment." "Half a month," thought Han Xiao. "That will be enough time for me to finish up my equipment." Back in his workshop, Han Xiao wrote his goals down on paper. 1. To obtain even more rare blueprints. 2. To purchase a vehicle for his team. As a logistics personnel, a vehicle equipped with all the maintenance and crafting tools he needed would be invaluable. 3. To upgrade the fighter suit. So much to do. One at a time, I guess. Han Xiao shook his head. The most important thing was still to raise his own combat ability. There were a few ways to do this. The first and most important way, in Han Xiao's opinion, would be to improve his defensive capabilities. After all, survival was key. The second was to enhance his long-range defensive capabilities. For this, Han Xiao planned to enhance his Berserk Eagles. While Han Xiao did prefer fighting from a distance, close combat ability was still important on the battlefield, so he also planned to upgrade the Mecha Arm. As for mobility, the Swallow gliders that had been collecting dust in his inventory were finally going to see use. As the terrain around the Black Raven Valley base was extremely rough, they might end up proving invaluable to have. Han Xiao also decided to prepare a little something in the event that the battle did not go their way, a little something explosive. After giving it quick thought, Han Xiao scribbled down another list of materials for Feng Jun to help him procure. The total cost of the items on the list cost around another $300,000. Feng Jun found himself growing more and more exasperated at Han Xiao, but fortunately for him, the higher UPS had known before that Han Xiao would be a pain to deal with, so they had given him a raise. For the sake of his $25,000 monthly wage, plus insurance, he relented to act as Han Xiao's errand boy. Feng Jun sighed as he looked up to the sky dramatically. With great power comes great responsibility, I guess. Chapter 66, Upgrades, Part 1. Feng Jun immediately got the items delivered to Han Xiao, prompting Han Xiao to sarcastically praise him for being an exemplary worker. He joked that he would shower him with a pennant, among other rewards, causing Feng Jun to roll his eyes. After teasing him, Han Xiao returned to his workroom to begin work on his equipment. Having leveled up both basic weaponry and basic mechanical engineering, the effectiveness of Han Xiao's enhancement was now much higher than before. He took out the 2 Berserk Eagles and began to perform modifications on them, upgrading them with better materials and spare parts. My days of poverty are long gone, I'm a rich man now. With Han Xiao's proficiency in modifications, the process was completed in no time. Berserk Eagle, Enhanced. Grade, Uncommon. Base stats. Damage, 74 to 87. Fire rate, 1.5/s. Magazine capacity, 8. Range, 50 m. Power output, 45. Prerequisite, SLV3 Precise Shot. Stat bonus, +2 Dexterity. Length, 0.21 m. Weight, 1.9 kilograms. Additional effect, Backfire. The recoil of this gun is extremely powerful, requiring 30 STR to overcome. Additional effect, High Impact. When attacking, 10% chance to deal bonus 15 damage if the target is within effective range. Additional effect, Dual Shot. This gun has been modified with the capability to fire up to 2 bullets per shot, 20% damage penalty. Tooltip, come on, we all know what gun this is based on. Desert Cough. With Han Xiao's current skill levels, there was a 30 to 40% chance of upgrading a common equipment to uncommon when performing enhancement. Although Han Xiao was now the proud owner of 2 uncommon guns, they came with the prerequisite of LV3 Precise Shot. Even though this prerequisite did not prevent Han Xiao from wielding them, it would cause their effectiveness to be greatly diminished. Shaking his head in exasperation, Han Xiao inputted some experience to raise Precise Shot to LV3, which gave him an additional 3% accuracy and 4% critical chance. As you have achieved LV8 in basic shooting and LV3 in Precise Shot, you may learn one of the following 3 advanced skills. Sniping. Gunfighting. Suppression. For the first time, Han Xiao found himself in a dilemma over which skill to pick. Although shooting skills were essential to cannon masters, they were also important for technicians. The 3 abilities displayed before Han Xiao clearly represented different styles of combat. As the Berserk Eagle was made for close combat, gunfighting would make for a logical choice. However, Han Xiao also needed to think further ahead. At endgame, technicians were strongest at long-ranged combat, so they rarely had use for risky, close combat skills. Suppression would aid in sieging or holding forts, but it would only be effective with a partner to provide tactical support. In contrast to these 2 skills, sniping was far better suited for solo action. Han Xiao scratched his head as he thought about it. I'll have to work alone sooner or later anyway, plus it's better for me to keep myself far from danger, unlike a player who doesn't have to worry about his life. For me, sniping is the best option. In Han Xiao's previous life, the dazzling and breathtaking style of gunfighting was a popular choice among players, and even professional cannon masters would learn it just for the cool factor. However, as a pragmatist, Han Xiao could hardly give 2 hoots. Who cares about looking good during combat? It's not like I'm doing this to see the stream chat praise me. At this thought, the great technician Han finally made his decision. You have learned an advanced skill. Sniping, LV1. Plus 4% fatal shot. Plus 5% shooting range. Han Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Done. Next, Han Xiao crafted the Swallow Gliders, earning 1,500 experience in the process. He also modified them to give them the retractability of the retractable knife. Indeed, the good thing about being able to actually learn knowledge in this life was that Han Xiao could implement concepts and technology from his blueprints into other inventions. With the added retractability, they could now be worn on the back like a parachute before deployment. Once activated, the 2 1.2 m long wings would extend out to allow the user to freely glide in the air. After the gliders, Han Xiao proceeded to work on his close combat gear. The mecha arm actually formed a set with the mecha leg, and their blueprints were obtainable through the same combination of talents. They were also necessary parts for creating an exo frame. However, that would require advanced knowledge, and Han Xiao did not even have the necessary skills to craft a proper mecha leg yet. At best, he would be able to craft one that could travel long distances, but it would lack the mechanisms that allowed for nimble movements. Han Xiao planned to upgrade the mecha arm by making it lighter and smaller. While making it smaller would cause it to lose some power, Han Xiao had something in mind to compensate for it. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV3 basic weaponry plus LV2 basic assembly plus LV2 basic mechanics. This fusion will cost you 15,000 experience. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered air motor. Wow, first try. Han Xiao rejoiced. This particular combination of talent could yield quite a number of different blueprints, and he had not expected to obtain it using so little experience. The air motor converted compressed air into vibrational kinetic energy that, when harnessed as a weapon, could essentially bypass the armor of normal armor to cause direct damage. Han Xiao spent a good half a day working on the mecha arm. He refitted it to slim it down but also lengthened it to cover the entire arm. He also reinforced its casing with platinum to cover up its internal mechanics, giving it a huge durability boost. When he was done, the mecha arm looked vastly different from its crude form from before. It was now a shiny, silver metallic arm. Lightweight mecha arm, left, motor enhanced. Grade, average, white. Base stats. Damage, 30 to 48. Defense, 10 to 13. Power level, 33. Durability, 470/470. Prerequisite, S24 strength. Bonus stats, -2 attack speed. Length, 0.87 m. Weight, 5.2 kilograms. Additional bonus, +7 STR. Additional effect, vibration, every 15 seconds, your attacks inflict an additional 23 to 45 direct damage onto the target. Ignores defense. Additional effect, increased durability. Tooltip, realistic looking. Although it was only an average rank piece of equipment, Han Xiao's modifications had given it 3 useful additional effects. So far, all the upgrades that Han Xiao had given his gear were nothing too fancy, but now, he was about to craft something special, something specialized for a technician. Han Xiao took a deep breath. But God, please let me get that blueprint in one try. This fusion is just too expensive. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV2 Advanced Material Composition plus LV2 Basic Magnetism plus LV2 Basic Assembly. This fusion will cost you 70,000 experience. Chapter 67, Upgrades, Part 2. The amount of experience required for fusing higher level talents did not simply increase linearly. An advanced talent or knowledge cost 50,000 more experience to fuse than a basic one. Moreover, fusing a basic talent with an advanced talent also caused the base cost of the basic talent itself to increase, rising from 5,000 to 10,000. If even higher level talents were to be used, the fusion costs would skyrocket further. Confirm. Han Xiao stared at the fusion window with bated breath. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered magnetism armor. Han Xiao jumped up with joy. This was the blueprint that he had been aiming to get, and it was actually something that a player at Han Xiao's current level should not be able to possess. Indeed, it was a high-level piece of armor. This would help to guarantee his safety. Of the $300,000 that Han Xiao had spent on upgrade materials, $250,000 alone went into the making this armor. As it was an advanced blueprint, it was much more complex to craft than a basic one, so even Han Xiao, who possessed the required knowledge to craft it, needed to spend an entire hour just to fully understand the blueprint's contents. After learning it, Han Xiao lifted his head to reveal a bitter smile. By his estimations, it would take at least 3 days of non-stop work to craft it. He quickly got started. 3 days later, the doors to Han Xiao's workroom opened. Out came a tired Han Xiao with listless eyes and dark bags under his eyes. He looked as though he were in a daze, as if he didn't even know who, or even where, he was. In fact, looking at him, one might wonder if he had just woken up from a beating. Han Xiao received a call as soon as he turned on his phone. It was Li Yalin, and she did not sound pleased at all. Han Xiao, why were you unreachable for the past few days? You have dozens of overdue orders. You'd better not take the cash and run away when I'm putting my own reputation on the line for your business. Also, don't forget that you promised to make a set of specially tailored equipment. Oh, right, we've been given a mission. We have to leave for Hesla in 10 days. Leader is furious that you didn't show up for the meeting yesterday, so you'd better keep that in mind. Han Xiao could barely open his eyes. Ignoring her as she rambled on, he climbed into his bed and curled up under his blanket to fall asleep instantly. Hey, why are you not saying anything? Ugh, don't think I've forgotten how you took advantage of me the other day. What's the first thing you do when you get out of bed? Open your eyes. When Han Xiao finally woke up, the first thing he did was to make his way to the toilet in his dreamlike stupor. After washing his hands, he stretched, yawned, and proceeded to brush his teeth. Afterwards, with eyes still half closed, Han Xiao went over to the kitchen in the main workshop where he pushed Lu Jian off her seat at the dining table with his butt and helped himself to the remainder of her breakfast, all the while ignoring her feeble protests. When he was done, he simply cast her an unapologetic glance before strolling out as though nothing had happened. Ah, such carefreeness reminds me of when I was young, reminisced old Lu aloud as he stroked his head. Ah. I want to change the keys. Perhaps this is love, remarked old Lu with a profound look on his face. It is not. Lu Jian yelled out in exasperation. Back in his workroom, Han Xiao opened up a small box. Inside were the fruits of his labor, what appeared to be numerous thin scales of metal. They looked black, but on closer observation, they were actually an extremely deep shade of blue. Although they resembled nothing like armor, these tiny pieces of metal were, without a doubt, the magnetic armor, well, unassembled, and still quite incomplete, to be exact. Han Xiao took a deep breath before placing his hand an inch above the case. He then began to summon the energy of magnetism within his body toward his arm. What happened next was quite a sight to behold. The metal scales began vibrating in response to Han Xiao's magnetism, and in the next second, they actually started flying toward his palm as though they were being sucked in. Upon coming into contact with Han Xiao's skin, they seemed to come alive and began dancing up and around his arm energetically, as though they were live fish. "Form," commanded Han Xiao, and the metallic scales instantly spread along his arm to form a thin, scale-patterned sleeve of armor. It was perfectly smooth and uniform. The armor appeared to be skin-tight, but as it was controlled by magnetism, there was actually a gap of a few millimeters, allowing its user complete freedom of movement. Han Xiao drew his platinum retractable knife out and viciously slashed upon the sleeve. It produced a crisp ring, but there were no sparks, and the armor was completely undamaged. "Good defense," exclaimed a jubilant Han Xiao. Magnetism armor, incomplete. Type, armor, bulletproof. Grade, uncommon, green. Base stats. Defense, 75. Durability, 1600/1600. Requirement, S magnetism affinity energy, intermediate machinery affinity. Ability, can be controlled by magnetism to move across the user's body and transform into armor. Costs 10 energy/min to maintain shape. Additional effect, high resistance, this armor is capable of withstanding high temperatures and is not easily penetrated or damaged. Additional effect, magnetic repulsion, damage inflicted on the user is partially negated, reduces damage by 20 to 30 points. Additional effect, unique magnetic field, when worn, envelops the user in a magnetic field that attracts electricity. Tooltip, a friendly reminder, don't use this on a rainy day. In Galaxy, equipment that required energy to use was known as superhuman equipment. The material used to make the metallic scales of the magnetism armor was an exceedingly rare, naturally occurring metal. Not even Division 13 possessed much of it in their inventory, and $250,000 was only enough for Han Xiao to make a partial version that could at best cover his entire back. Nevertheless, although the theory behind the magnetic armor was simple, crafting it was an entirely different matter. Even if Han Xiao did possess enough resources, he would still not be able to craft the complete version, not with his current level of expertise in both knowledge and skill. In spite of that, crafting the incomplete version earned Han Xiao 40,000 experience, even more than when he had crafted Rover 1. Han Xiao proceeded to test his control over the armor. While such high-level superhuman equipment would usually take a low-level player quite some time to get used to, Han Xiao, with his years of experience, was able to quickly get the hang of it. With this armor, Han Xiao now felt much safer than before. It was both inconspicuous and highly portable, and Han Xiao thought of it as a trump card. He planned to keep the armor a secret from everyone, including his allies. After all, who could say for sure that today's friend wouldn't become tomorrow's enemy? Now that he had addressed the issues of mobility, defense, as well as both melee and ranged combat, all that was left for Han Xiao to do was to prepare some art. As Han Xiao was already quite satisfied with the bombs provided by Division 13, he only planned to make some simple modifications, nothing too fancy. Chapter 68, Upgrades, Part 3. Translator, MJ_, Choco Lion Editor, Millman 97. Posters Notes. It would seem that this chapter is where a different translator steps in, so names of items will change a bit, but you'll catch on quick, no worries. 60 black, glossy, round-shaped objects lay neatly within the two cases before Han Xiao. These were the highly explosive delay-action shrapnel bombs, known as time bombs for short, that he had purchased from Division 13, and their unnecessarily long name, if anything, was telling of their destructive capabilities. Each bomb costs $800, so 60 of them amount to $48,000. Yep, this calculation should be right. Although the bombs were ready to use, Han Xiao decided to perform some modifications on them. With basic mechanical engineering, he made them flight-capable by installing mini propellers on them, along with power supplies. This greatly improved their range of attack. The only downside to this modification was that it made them look rather comical. They now almost seemed like the kind of gadget that a certain likable, blue, robotic cat, a Doraemon reference, would pull out from his pouch. With the additions of the enhanced facial simulator, Desert Eagle, lightweight mechanical arm, foldable machete, sky swallow gliders, magnetically controlled armor, and last but not least, these flight-capable bombs to his arsenal, Han Xiao had finally finished with all his upgrades. Although Division 13 would definitely still provide them with more equipment, at Han Xiao's current level, his gear could be said to be semi-godly already. He was currently without a doubt the strongest person in his level range. This equipment will suffice. Han Xiao crossed out personal upgrades on his to-do list. The next line read transport vehicles. Creating an entire vehicle from scratch would take too much time, so it was better for Han Xiao to directly purchase one from Division 13 and then perform modifications on it. Quality-wise, Division 13 would definitely not disappoint. After spending some time looking at the available options, Han Xiao decided that a detachable cargo truck would best suit their needs. It would act as a mobile warehouse and a workshop, a logistics vehicle for the team. Han Xiao could buy the truck with either money or exchange reputation points for it, which was essentially requesting that Division 13 give him the truck. Currently, he had a whopping $2.8 million to spare. Already, the money-spending ability of the mechanic class was starting to shine through. Of course, none of this would have been possible without Han Xiao's prior experience that helped him in accumulating money. Without happily spending all their money and getting used to living paycheck to paycheck, one could never become an excellent mechanic. Nonetheless, he decided to pay with reputation points. That's what they were meant for, after all. In comparison, paying with money would set him back an unnecessary $800,000. Han Xiao rang Feng Jun up. Give me the vehicle. How long will it take for you to deliver it to my place? I will need to pick it up from the military factory. About 2 hours. Feng Jun's punctuality was proven time and again. Exactly 2 hours later, Feng Jun arrived at Han Xiao's doorstep in the very truck. A problem immediately presented itself. The truck was too big to enter the garage. Han Xiao and Feng Jun stared at each other, dumbfounded. They had carefully accounted for every single detail except for this issue. What now? How about you guys expand the garage for me? Come on, do you think that engineering department staff have that much free time to spare? As Han Xiao rubbed his chin, his eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't you bring in an undercover squad to watch over this district? Where are they now? Be more rational, jackass. Don't you think we are grabbing too much attention? Han Xiao looked away from Feng Jun and began to size up the military truck. It was 4 meters tall, 3.5 meters wide, and attached with an 11 meters long container that extended beyond the width of the front of the truck itself. What attention grabbing? I don't think so. Han Xiao was not at all flustered when bullshitting. Only the blind would not see such a huge truck. Feng Jun basically spouted saliva all over Han Xiao's face. What is with the saliva spitting when you speak? Han Xiao grabbed Feng Jun's sleeve, wiped his face, and said with a look of disdain, not that I am criticizing you, but the volume of saliva that came out of your mouth is huge. Old Man Lu walked out at this moment and exclaimed, what a huge truck. Why don't we just demolish the whole garage? Han Xiao's eyes glittered. Get lost, Old Man Lu scolded sulkily. He then rubbed the bald area on his head and pondered for a moment before he dug out a key from his pocket and threw it to Han Xiao. I have a garage a few blocks away. I will lend it to you. Han Xiao was utterly shocked. So generous. Old Man Lu, are you on the wrong medicine today? I said get lost. Old Man Lu was swearing again. He then pushed them away as they were blocking his way, and he walked out for a leisurely stroll. Han Xiao drove the truck and arrived at the garage 10 minutes later. Blurg. Hello. Do you really have to do that? Feng Jun's face was as pale as a sheet as he leaned out the car window. He waved his hands hysterically while he continued vomiting. Han Xiao could not understand what Feng Jun was trying to convey. Does he mean that he will not sit in my car ever again, or is he saying that I don't have to care how he feels? Han Xiao shook his head and threw the unimportant question to the back of his head. After he sent the nauseated Feng Jun away, he began modifying the heavy military truck. He checked every inch of the truck and found no hidden cameras or bugs. Products made by the military factory were of excellent quality. The truck was equipped with numerous parts, including 10 cylinders and turbochargers, which enhanced its horsepower. It could move at a top speed of 135 km/h. The truck had 5 heavy-duty, slip-free tires on each side. The cargo compartment was large, and it could contain quite a few pieces of equipment. Han Xiao wanted to modify it into a small workshop, so he needed to move the workshop equipment up. The base plate of the truck was modified for multi-terrain use, with parts like spring suspension and air damping suspension, which allowed the truck to move smoothly on bad terrain. The truck was also equipped with an anti-sliding gadget, which would prevent small vehicles from sliding under the truck. The movie scenes of protagonists driving sports car under the villain's car to fight would never happen with this truck. Hold on, why am I naturally picturing myself as the villain? The driving cabin was not at all small, it could easily fit 6 people. It was equipped with a 10-gear gear shift, so there was a suitable gear for any type of movement. Han Xiao checked the airbags. There were 8 of them. As long as the passenger did not fly out of the vehicle upon collision, they would definitely not be injured. Plus, this passenger could enjoy the pleasure of being squashed in between a big chest. Speaking of car collisions, the front of the truck was not strengthened with a front bumper. Han Xiao needed to add it himself. He then looked at the truck windows, they were bulletproof. Division 13 did not cut corners. Overall, the truck was up to standard, It did not need any major modification. Han Xiao decided to add a few nitro boost cylinders to the truck for additional thrust. The thought of having a nitro boost for the truck already excited Han Xiao greatly. His truck could be the ultimate king of the road. Han Xiao started modifying the truck. The inside of the cargo compartment was made into a small-scale workshop. Han Xiao also strengthened the base plate and the front bumper. The thick and heavy armor looked rather sturdy. 4 nitro boost cylinders were installed in the truck for additional thrust during crucial moments. Furthermore, Han Xiao bought spare tires, and he installed a radar with an antenna for receiving radio signals and sending Wi-Fi signals. With these numerous upgrades, Han Xiao spent more than $10,000. He could not help but shake his head. Upgrades sure were costly. Gazing upon the black truck before him, he rubbed his chin as the idea of giving it a name suddenly occurred to him. Han Xiao decided to go with the simplest and most obvious one. Big Black. Not a bad name at all. Chapter 69, Before Move Out. Translator, Chicken Paw Editor, Milman 97. Oh my god, Xiao Han, you bought a heavy truck. The 4 teammates were invited to the garage, and Li Yalin and Lin Ya's faces were soon filled with surprise and excitement. They climbed all over the heavy truck. As Lambert was particularly interested in the engine, he opened the car hood to admire it. Thank you, said Zhang Wei solemnly to Xiao Han. A logistical vehicle was a very luxurious item for a team like them. Zhang Wei felt embarrassed that Xiao Han had bought it with his own money. Xiao Han laughed it off. Hee. Just treat it as my way of helping impoverished teammates. Zhang Wei's mouth started twitching as he was lost for words. Although Xiao Han was saying the truth, it was still agitating for Zhang Wei. I racked my brain to come up with a name for this truck. Zhang Wei listened expectantly. Xiao Han cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, Big Black. Zhang Wei's body jerked upon hearing the ridiculous name. He gave an unwilling half-smile. Nice, what a nice name. Oh. You think so too? This name is very catchy and concise. I am quite proud of myself for coming up with this name, Xiao Han said in a satisfied tone. I'm glad you are happy with the name. Wow. The driving space is huge. Li Yalin was having a lot of fun when she suddenly thought of something. Who is going to drive the car? This is my truck. Obviously, I will be driving it, Xiao Han said. Immediately, Li Yalin's face paled, and her body started trembling. Can I not travel in the car? Zhang Wei frowned and reprimanded her. Xiao Han spent so much money to let us enjoy some comfort and convenience. How can you reject this? Li Yalin's face was now as pale as a sheet. She felt that nothing was more horrifying than this. You guys will regret this, she mumbled. Regret? Zhang Wei was puzzled. Is Xiao Han a terrible driver? Then it's nothing serious. How bad can his driving be? Everyone here is a well-trained agent in excellent physical condition. Nobody gets dizzy on roller coasters. There's nothing to fear about this, Zhang Wei thought to himself. Oh yeah. Our boss told us that we will be moving out in 4 days, Lin Yao said suddenly. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. He had spent about 10 days giving the truck an overhaul. He still wanted to install heavy firepower on truck. He had already mastered the knowledge required, but there was simply not enough time. He thought for a while and said to Zhang Wei, bring the combatant armored suit to me. I will help you improve it. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. He had confidence in Xiao Han's mechanic skills. Li Yalin overheard their conversation. She jumped at Xiao Han and nudged his shoulder. What about me? What about me? You promised to customize some equipment for me. You have to wait till I have some inspiration. As a pugilist, you should focus on using your fists to punch people. Why are you always eyeing my mechanic equipment? Xiao Han pushed the noisy Lin Yalin aside. The original combatant armored suit was brought out right away by a staff member from the logistics department. Just like the armor exhibited in museums, it was propped up with a plastic skeleton and stored in a human-height metal box. Since time is running out, I will have to focus on the most essential modification. Firstly, I will increase the energy capacity. Then, work on the structure will begin to reduce the weight and upgrade the skeleton of the mechanical parts. This will help to improve your overall movement. That will be great. Zhang Wei's face brightened with happiness. The suit was extremely heavy for him. After every use, his whole body would ache badly, worse than after running 10 kilometers. Next, I will modify the sensing system. I will fit a simple chip onto the suit to survey the situation outside, and I will personally donate a firepower control system, which will give your long-range weapons an auto-aiming ability. Lastly, if time permits, I will also add a simple close combat weapon. Sounds great. Zhang Wei was exhilarated. But suddenly, Xiao Han changed his tone. And, of course, all of these things are chargeable. The total cost will be $360,000. How much? Jiang Wei stared him, his mouth agape in disbelief. His total saving had not even reached $1 million. Do you think this is too pricey? Xiao Han narrowed his eyes at Jiang Wei. Are your parents still alive? Why are you asking about them? They have already passed on. Jiang Wei was startled by the strange question. Do you have any siblings? No. I'm their only child. Do you have a wife or a girlfriend? No. I'm all alone. Xiao Han shook his head with a perplexed expression. Then what's the point in saving so much money? The comment shot right to his heart. Fine. Fine. Stop talking. I will pay. Jiang Wei gripped his chest in pain. He felt like his heart was being stomped on by 1,000 rhinos. Like an unscrupulous businessman, Xiao Han received the payment from Jiang Wei's trembling hand before he commenced the modification of the suit. Basic energy theory LV3 had given Xiao Han the ability to strengthen energy mechanics. However, he didn't want to give Jiang Wei's suit a mighty modification, so there was no need for a new energy blueprint. Good stuff had to be kept for personal use. To build in a weight-bearing mechanical skeleton and a sensing chip, one could actually use blueprints. These two were rather common. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV1 Basic Spatial Sensing plus LV1 Basic Virtual Electrical Engineering. This fusion will cost you 10,000 EXP. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV2 Basic Dynamics Principle plus LV4 Basic Mechanical Engineering. This fusion will cost you 10,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered low-level smart chip. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered K600 type mechanical skeletal system. These two were common mechanical blueprints, so most mechanics would have them. Xiao Han achieved fusion success on his first try without any hiccups. Low-level smart chip was also sold on the market. However, by unlocking the blueprint, Xiao Han could tweak it by writing his own code. The words low-level indicated that there would be more advanced versions of it, such as highly intelligent AL for large robots or even intelligent system control for huge space vehicles and war machines. On the other hand, K600 type mechanical skeletal system was one of the basic models of inner mechanical skeletal systems. The outer mechanical skeletal systems were worn directly on the body, while the inner type fitted the whole body seamlessly, hidden inside of the external armor. It retained the same functions as the external skeletal system but provided extra mechanical power. The inner skeletal system was a must for making a mechanical armored suit. Needless to say, the more advanced versions were applied to small, medium, large, and extremely large armored suits. Xiao Han removed the exterior of the combat suit, exposing the intricate parts in the interior. Xiao Han observed for a moment before he began his work. First, he increased the energy capacity, then he added in the skeletal system and the smart chip, and lastly, he purchased some imaging devices, cameras, and infrared sensor for the sensing equipment. On dawn of the fourth day, he finally finished upgrading the combatant armored suit. Despite the same old, black, and heavy primitive suit exterior, the inside of the suit had been changed tremendously. It finally resembled a powerful and advanced mechanical armored suit. But time constraints did not allow Xiao Han to add a close combat weapon. Xiao Han was not bothered by it. Not delivering the promised product after payment was not new to him, he had already delayed the delivery of a high-explosive gunpowder for more than half a month. Xiao Han yawned and looked at his interface. Combatant armored suit, deriving progress 2%. Retro-derivation of equipment was one of the methods for mechanics to obtain blueprints. The requirements were very stringent because the progress would usually halt when they could not fulfill the preset conditions. Sometimes, just as the progress reached 30%, it would sometimes ask for Intel to reach XX before it could continue the derivation. Furthermore, even when the progress reached 100%, a huge amount of EXP would have to be consumed in order to officially master the blueprint. The core of the combatant armored suit was part of the advanced mechanic knowledge heavy machine modification. When the progress bar reached 50%, it looked like this knowledge would be required. Since the blueprint for the suit was not essential for Xiao Han, he was not bothered with that. It was move-out day. The team of 4 gathered in the garage. Lin Yao looked at the computer screen and said suddenly, "The department has gathered. The gathering point is the East Sentry Post." "Okay. Let's board the truck," Jiang Wei said solemnly. As soon as he gave the instruction, Li Yalin moved rapidly onto the driver's seat and stared at Xiao Han anxiously. Can I drive the truck?" Xiao Han rubbed his eyes. He had been burning the midnight oil for the past few days, so he was sleepy beyond measure. Thus, he did not insist on driving. He told her to drive steadily before moving to the back of the truck. He used a few backpacks as blanket and lay on the floor to sleep. Li Yalin sighed in relief at once. She felt as if she had just escaped death narrowly. She didn't even have the energy to point out the irony in Xiao Han's words drive steadily. Upon seeing that Xiao Han wanted a good sleep, the rest all sat in the driving space to avoid disturbing him. West Capital, East Sentry Post, Military Train Station. The superiors highly valued this attack on the base at Dark Crow Valley. Division 13 sent 3 covert ops teams to take part in this large-scale mission. The first was Jiang Wei's team, and the other was Ma Qingyang's team, the one that saved Jiang Wei's team. The last team was covert ops Ace team, led by the team leader, Disusu. The 2 ops teams were waiting at the train station, accompanied by an officer from the staff department. His role was to give advice and supervise the operations in order to keep the agents in check. There were instances in the past where every team had a strong opinionated elite agent, resulting in many differing opinions that led to poor teamwork and caused many hiccups to their missions. To counter this problem, Division 13 had modified their mission procedure. When there were multiple teams working together, a staff officer would be the overall brain of the mission. Officers from the staff department learned how to command on various battle situations all year round. Before the mission, they would study each and every agent from the respective teams to better evaluate mission plans. Although the agents all believed that the staff officers only knew how to write mission report and take responsibility, they had to obey orders from the superior. As long as the staff officer didn't control them too much, everyone would be at peace with him. Why is Jiang Wei still not here? He's very late. Ma Qingyang looked at the sun and took a puff on his cigarette. He was quite good friends with Jiang Wei, and their teammates had friendly relationships, too. Disusu and her team waited on the other side. She was playing with a coin in her hand. The coin, reflecting beams of sunlight, was turning and moving rapidly under her agile hand. She was eager and excited to meet Li Yalin because it meant that she would get to bully and tease her again. Plus, she was quite intrigued by her new teammate, Xiao Han. The leading staff officer, Qi Peijia, rubbed his good-looking brows. His eyes were irritated by the flickering reflections of sunlight from the coin. He had no choice but to turn his face toward the other side. A loud engine sound traveled from afar. Everyone could hear the huge horsepower of the incoming vehicle. They felt the floor shaking as the vehicle got closer. Qi Peijia looked up at the source of the sound and saw a gigantic and ferocious military truck approaching. Ma Qingyang flicked his cigarette butt off and crushed it with his heel. Disusu clenched her fingers tight, gripping the coin in her palm. Qi Peijia adjusted his collar. They are here. Chapter 70, On the Train. Translator, Chicken Paw Editor, Millman 97. Big Black slowly came to halt. Jiang Wei and his team alighted from the front of the vehicle. Qi Peijia saluted and introduced himself. I am Qi Peijia, the staff officer who will be leading this mission. Greetings. Happy to be working with you. Jiang Wei nodded. Then he turned his head and smiled at Ma Qingyang heartily while giving Ma Qingyang a big hug. On the other side, Lin Yao's eyes glittered upon seeing Disusu, his gaze tightly locked onto her. He waved his arm shyly. Hello, Susuji. Little Lin Linear. Disusu just ignored Lin Yao and walked past him toward Li Yalin while he was still mesmerized by her. She pinched Li Yalin's cheeks. Tisk tisk. You have grown prettier since the last time I saw you. Screw off. We are not that close. Li Yalin frowned and shoved Disusu's annoying hand away. Disusu was not bothered by it. She scanned around and asked curiously, where is your mechanic? Where is he hiding? Li Yalin crossed her arms in front of her chest. She gave a cold look and refused to answer. Jiang Wei answered, he's a little tired, so he is still sleeping on the truck. This truck is. Jiang Wei stood upright and said with a face full of pride, our logistical support vehicle. Jealousy filled Ma Qingyang and Disusu's teams. They gave their team leaders a bitter look. We want our own logistical support vehicle, too. Qi Peijia clapped his hand. Okay. Time is running out. Let's move out. A military-used train was parked at the station. Instead of transporting the items using airplanes or regular cars, 40 well-trained field personnel are loading boxes of firearms and ammunition onto the train. Since the major expressways were destroyed, the 6 nations had focused on the development of railway to connect various destinations. Military-used trains ran designated military railways, which made them faster than civilian trains. 3 days was all that was required for the train to reach its destination. The first 5 carriages comprised of the driving cabin, 2 bedrooms, the restaurant, and firearm storage respectively. The last few carriages were open air, specially made for carrying other vehicles. Li Yalin drove Big Black up onto the carriage. The field personnel locked it in place tightly and covered the truck with a dust sheet. Once everyone had boarded the train, it moved off. The train radiated under the fierce sunlight and drove into the dangerous and treacherous forested fields. Han Xiao woke up soon after he felt the vibration of the train. The ceiling of the carriage was installed with lamps that illuminated the room under a soft white light. The carriage was filled with lifeless, ice-cold machines and mechanical weapons, but they actually gave him a sense of security. Han Xiao rubbed his eyes forcefully before he got his full concentration back. He opened a carriage door only to realize that he was on a high-speed train that was already on the move. The wild wind gushed toward his face, blowing his messy hair all around. The floor was vibrating non-stop and the riotous sound of the train movement rushed into his ears. The train moved smoothly along the rail toward their destination. A galaxy of stars illuminated the dark sky. Mountains could be seen on the distant horizon. Have I slept for the entire day? For a while, Han Xiao was slightly startled. He then put on his facial simulator and adjusted his face to that of a regular man from his memory. After which, he placed a mask over the facial simulator. He had always been this careful. Afterwards, he followed the trail of light and entered the carriage from the front. The sound from the wind disappeared the moment he entered the carriage, noisy chatter filled his ears instead. He felt as if he had just transmigrated from the Stone Age to a modern civilization. As soon as Han Xiao walked in, everyone stopped talking. Every pair of eyes was fixated on Han Xiao. They scanned him with curiosity. Disusu was the first person to stand up. She moved her beautiful waist and moved seductively toward Han Xiao. So, you are Han Xiao, she asked curiously. I think you've got the wrong person, Han Xiao replied nonchalantly. Han Xiao knew that he would lose a lot of face if he answered all the questions directed at him truthfully. Everyone's face stiffened. What a blatant lie. Everyone was here in the cabin. Who else could he be? Li Yalin was instantly delighted as she saw the scheming Disusu getting rejected. She waved at Han Xiao. Xiao Ji, come here and sit. Han Xiao nodded and moved beside Zhang Wei and the others. Li Yalin whispered to Han Xiao, great job. You just embarrassed that scheming Disusu. Scheming. Han Xiao was surprised by her description. That's right. Disusu is a scheming, cunning, and sly snake. Li Yalin said with a mouthful of detest. Han Xiao squinted. Are you describing yourself? Lin Yao could not agree more. However, he dared not add anything for fear being beaten up by Li Yalin. He secretly looked at Han Xiao with respect. That's my Xiao Ji, full of balls, a courageous man who never filters his words. When Disusu saw Li Yalin and Han Xiao's intimate gestures, her face turned black. Traces of anger flashed in her eyes. On the other side, Ma Qingyang extended his hand and smiled. Hey, brother. Nice to meet you. I'm Ma Qingyang. Han Xiao shook his hand as he held back the enraged Lin Yalin, unflustered. Technically, we never met. Ma Qingyang was dumbfounded. He surveyed around Han Xiao's mask, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Oh. You are right. Qi Peijia clapped his hand. Since everyone is here, I will now explain the details of this mission. Field personnel, please take your leave. Field personnel knew that this was the rule, so they left this carriage without hesitation. The place immediately quieted, as only the 3 covert ops teams and Qi Peijia were left inside. This is a joint mission between Hesla's intelligence department and us. Hesla's troops are stationed at the border, and they could move out at any moment. Our job here is to infiltrate the enemy base to gather information about their defenses so that we can provide the troops with intelligence support. Hesla has sent us a map of the Dark Crow Valley. This place is easy to hold but hard to attack, and with deep forests, we will not be able to locate the coordinates of the base with our satellites. We have zero information about their troop number and location. We can only attack from land. Everyone was very serious when it came to their mission. Disusu scratched her forehead and frowned. This sounds like a heavily guarded best. Is it possible for Hesla's troops to storm the base on the ground? They refused. Qi Peijia shook his head. Everyone understood the reason. As long as Hesla could take down the enemy with 2/3 of their effort, they would never deploy their full strength. Furthermore, when there was too little information about enemy's power and location, Hesla would not allow its troops to go in prematurely for fear of suffering too many casualties. The covert ops department would be brought in to do the dirty work like such an infiltration. Li Yalin grumbled, then where is the infiltrating point? Qi Peijia pointed at a spot on the map. On the west side of the valley, there is a large town called Crow's Forest. The fact that they have the courage to build a town near a base of the germinal organization suggests that the two parties are colluding. Therefore, there must be a few scouts from the valley base stationed in the town. This is our opportunity to obtain crucial intelligence. And according to intelligence from the higher-ups, there are 3 noteworthy enemies from the Dark Crow Valley base. Qi Peijia gave out a folder of information sheets to everyone. As everyone was reading through the sheets, he summarized the gist of the information. Pan Kuang, head of the base, 35 years old, Asian, E+ pugilist, is one of the germinal organization's executive officers. His weapon is a blade, nicknamed Blade Soul. His last recorded feat was 3 years ago, when he defeated 12 Theseus agents at the border alone. 4 of them were superhumans. The page showed an emotionless man. He looked like any ordinary man but gave off an extremely fierce vibe. Gigi, deputy head, male, 29 years old, mixed Asian and Caucasian, limited information. We only know that he seems to be a relative of the leader of the Wind Eye organization, Jinyo. Dormant, captain of the security force, 43, from Raylan. He specializes in different firearms, and he is an extremely elite special agent. He used to lead a whole night owl squad. Doubt filled Ma Qingyang's face. I thought we did not have much information regarding the internal situation of the base. Where did all this detailed information come from? Everyone was wondering the same thing. Qi Peijia shook his head. Not sure. The higher UPS said it was classified. Everybody stopped their questioning. Han Xiao pricked up his ears slightly. The source of this intel is sitting right beside you guys. Qi Peijia added more pointers for everyone to take note. Suddenly, his tone changed. For this combined exercise, Hesla will be sending teams of agents from the intelligence department. They will move with us when we meet at the rendezvous point. Zhang Wei's expression became unnatural, and he questioned, agents from two countries working on this mission together. Qi Peijia was feeling embarrassed and coughed. Yes. That was just courting trouble. Hesla was unsatisfied with the intel from Star Dragon. Also, they didn't want to expend much of their own force, so they requested that Division 13 deploy manpower for this mission. The agents looked at one another with unease. The relationship between the two countries were rather stale. The agents even seemed hostile toward one another. It seemed like the mission would turn out to be a flop. None of this intel was useful for Han Xiao. He yawned and looked out of the window. He squinted after he caught sight of something. He immediately interrupted the discussion and shouted, "We are under attack by beasts." Everyone was stunned and could not react. The train vibrated violently, causing the agent to almost fall. At the same time, there was a loud and horrible cry from the field personnel in the back carriage. Chapter 71, Burn the Damn Creature. Translator, Choco Lion Editor, Milman 97. The train rocked violently. The shaking came from the last carriage of the train. The covert ops agents, who were trying hard to maintain their footings, peeked out of the windows, and the sight in front of them was shocking. Under the cover of darkness, a gargantuan black worm was coiled up around the last carriage. The worm's body spanned over tens of meters, and it had a glossy, black exoskeleton that was composed of chitin, reflecting the moonlight. The creature looked hideous. The head of the worm housed its gigantic mouth, with sharp teeth that continued way down into its throat. The worm was chewing on the metallic exterior of the train carriage, perforating the carriage's exterior. An unfortunate agent ended up in the worm's mouth, and in a brief moment, the screaming ended as the victim turned into minced meat. Xiao Han felt a cold shiver. The bold ideas he previously had vanished instantly. It is the dark earthly worm. One could see the fear on Qi Peijia's face. Xiao Han drew his berserk eagle out from the holster and fired a shot at the worm. He tensed up the moment the stats of the worm flashed on the screen before his eyes. The dark earthly worm. Level, 48. Infant stage, LV10, adolescent stage, LV10, adult stage, LV10, mating stage, LV10. LV8. Age, 71 years old. Stats, STR80, Dex, and, Int, Mystery 1, Luck 2. Energy, 0. Energy rank. HP. Abilities. Thick chitin exoskeleton, Def plus 20. Dark, plus 15% darkness attributes. Large body, HP plus 1000, reduction of shock by 20%. Metal chewing, additional 25% damage to metallic elements. Rare blood of the earthly dragon, HP plus 2000, plus 10% defense against supernatural elements. Skills. Kill by strangling LV7. Slither LV10. Rotating incisors LV6. Acid spit LV5. Xiao Han felt it was really unfair that even the monster had more luck than him. Fire. The agents fired their pistols. The gunshots were deafening. However, the bullets merely grazed the thick exoskeleton of the worm, causing almost no harm to it. The wilderness of Aquamarine was especially dangerous. All sorts of ghastly creatures roamed in it. There were many cases from the past where these creatures brutally slaughtered towns and cities. Humans had to rely on their collective intelligence and wisdom to counter these creatures in order to stay at the top of the food chain. The dark earthly worm had a long lifespan. Its length increased proportionately with its age. Under normal circumstances, it peacefully resided in darkness with little activity. However, it would be awakened by violent vibrations in the ground. It became clear to the folks that the worm had been woken up by the noise of the passing train. To prevent encounters with wild creatures, every rail line had maintenance personnel who would inspect the infrastructure and survey the traffic, which also included surveying the underground for signs of life. If the worm had come before the last survey, it meant that the personnel in charge had slacked and failed to inspect the ground thoroughly. The agents, who were considered prey by the worm, reacted to the situation with shock by firing their pistols. However, the smaller bullets from the pistol dealt almost zero damage to the worm, whose defense points were way above 100. All the explosives and Gatling guns were in the store carriage. However, the agents were unable to obtain these weapons. Their access to the store carriage was blocked by the worm. The situation was not optimistic for the agents. Amidst the chaos, a strong gust of wind buffeted the carriage. Random items fell out and started drifting in the wind. The train tilted at an angle of 15 degrees as sparks flew out from the base of the train screeching against the track. The carriage looked as if it would be flipped by the massive body of the worm at any moment. "Move aside!" Li Yalin shouted as she leapt forward with the foldable machete in her hand. She channeled the flames of yellow energy and hacked hard into the worm's exoskeleton. A crack was heard, and a distinct cut appeared on the worm's body. It was useful. Pugilists could channel their internal energy to deal astonishing damage. In this case, the punches and kicks had immense power and worked effectively. After a quick glance, Disusu also went forward. With the foldable machete in her hand, channeling the flames of green energy, she hacked hard and fast, like streaks of lightning. A small piece of exoskeleton fell off the worm, and a faint glow of green could be seen. The worm showed no signs of apprehension. It had its thick flesh and armor for protection and was, therefore, especially calm. It subsequently shrank its body to give the carriage a harder squeeze. The monsters on Aquamarine were ferocious, and many had stacked abilities that made them especially hardy. The worm was evidently a wild boss-level creature, and without the firepower of the modern military, it would be difficult to slaughter the monster. The worm was a creature that required at least 50 players of the same level to defeat. However, there were some instances where the monster was defeated by solo players. In 2 gulps, another 2 agents were swallowed by the worm. The flesh of humans tasted much better than that of the sandworms underground. The dark earthly worm ground its teeth as if it had enjoyed the meal. The agents were shivering, and the brutality of the predator caused many to almost collapse to the ground. At that instant, it seemed like humans had lost their intelligence and had been reduced to prey waiting for their fateful moments to arrive. "Use fire, the worm is afraid of fire," Disusu yelled. The worm had poor eyesight and was especially sensitive to heat and sparkles of ember, which had a similar effect on the worm to flashbangs on humans. The agents realized that if the situation remained stagnant for much longer, the train would be destroyed. The only solution was to use flames to push the worm back. Zhang Wei immediately took out the magazine housing the high explosive ammunition. Bang! Instantly, the impregnable exoskeleton of the worm started burning. The worm lost its composure and started wriggling violently. The flames and the temperature made it especially uncomfortable. It became as agitated as a restless baboon. Xiao Han stood there steadily like a nail in a plank. The increasing magnitude of the jolts made him worry about the carriage flipping. Almost all of Division 13's agents had purchased the high explosive rounds, so he was confident that they could handle the situation effectively without him getting involved. The fire started growing on the worm, and in less than a moment's time, the worm could no longer withstand the glaring ember. It gave a shriek and loosened its grip on the carriage. Following that, it tunneled into the ground. In a matter of seconds, it was deep in the ground, leaving only piles of dirt. The agents that managed to escape the wrath of the monster were still feeling shocked and fearful. They collapsed onto the ground. "We are saved. We are not dead yet, not dead yet. Mama, I miss you." Although the worm only appeared for a few minutes, the damage it had caused was immense. There were holes everywhere on the carriage. It was in a shambles. If the worm had not been chased away, the train along with its passengers would have, well, maybe not all of the passengers would have perished, but the train was definitely going to have been delayed. Luckily, there was the high explosive ammunition. The folk all looked towards Xiao Han. One could sense the appreciation in their eyes. Zhang Wei patted on Xiao Han's shoulder. No words could describe his gratitude. "If you want to thank me, just say it. I can't really read minds." Everyone was speechless. Xiao Han's words completely destroyed the atmosphere. The agents rested for a moment and started clearing up the mess. The attack by the dark earthly worm was ultimately a one-time incident, and the fact that only one of such accidents had occurred proved that the military rail line was safest. The scenery outside the train's windows was mainly mountains, dense forests, and loess plains, which gradually became boring. Along the way, Xiao Han stationed himself in the large black carriage, practicing his energy training technique and machine manufacturing skill. 3 days later, the train arrived at the Hesla border station. Chapter 72, The Camp Destroyer Mission. Hesla and Star Dragon belonged to the same continent. The more liberal culture on Hesla was perhaps due to the hot and humid climate. Even outside of the beaches, bikini girls and topless guys could be seen walking on the streets. The train pulled into the military train station. Looking through the window, a man in shades wearing a loose-fitting flowery shirt could be seen standing on the platform. He was probably the next point of contact. Han Xiao alighted from the train together with the rest as Qi Peijia led the way. Qi Peijia walked up to the man and introduced himself. I am Qi Peijia from the Star Dragon's Division 13. The man laughed and removed his shades. He had unshaven stubble and looked unkempt, as if he was a fishmonger from the market. I am Yefan from the Hesla Intelligence Department. Han Xiao was in disbelief. Yefan? Which Yefan was he? What exactly happened? The man looked nothing like the dashing and cool Yefan that Han Xiao pictured in his mind. Yefan saw the whole studded train carriage and immediately asked, you guys encountered a monster. It was just a small worm, no real threat. Qi Peijia gave a dry cough. Despite of the danger caused by the worm, there was no way he would admit that the situation had been greatly perilous. He needed to maintain the reputation of the Star Dragon agents and wanted the folks on Hesla to believe that they were strong. It must have been really fortunate for you guys to arrive safely. Yefan laughed. He did not further probe into Qi Peijia's words. Yefan put his shades back on and said, let us quickly head to the command center and report in. Our administrative procedures here are less complicated than those in Maple, at least 90% less. Some agents chuckled to themselves. Maple was known for its inflexible system. Apparently when the Chinooks from Theseus and Maple collaborated to wipe out the vagrant warlords, the short-tempered Chinooks were so frustrated with the elaborate reporting procedures of Maple that they almost fought with the officials at the Maple Intelligence Unit's Karoma headquarters. The administrative prerequisite for this joint operation required the commanders to submit their operation plans before the actual execution of the mission. For this operation, the Hesla military was delegated to be the offensive force. The agents were in charge of reconnaissance missions to uncover the enemy's defense blueprints at the Dark Crow Valley base. Along the way, one could see the brand new bulletproof jeeps and small tanks parked in garages. There were also honeycomb missile launchers and groups of soldiers transporting ammunition. Jiang Wei, Disusu, and Ma Qingyang became really quiet, a stark contrast from their usual chatty behavior. It was their nationalistic sentiments affecting them. Han Xiao realized that he should not do anything overboard at that point in time. The commanding officer was a muscular Caucasian man by the name of Colonel Carl. Colonel Carl was studying the operation plan hanging on the wall. Upon hearing the door creak, Colonel Carl, who thought that it was his assistant officer entering the room, blurted out, do not disturb me when I am thinking. Yefan coughed and said, Colonel, the agents from Star Dragon are here to submit their report. Colonel Carl turned his head to face Yefan. The tension on his face relieved immediately. He squinted his eyes and stared coldly at the Star Dragon agents with distrust. He took out a document from his drawer. Take them down to rest, we will set off together in an hour, he ordered. Carl seemed unfriendly to the agents of Division 13. Yefan took the agents to a room and asked them to stay put at the location since they would be moving out shortly. After Yefan left, the agents were left alone. Lin Yao finally dared to speak and ask softly, why do I get the feeling that the Hesla soldiers, especially the commanding officer, seem to not like us? Ma Qingyang gave a sarcastic grin and said, in the past, there were wars between Star Dragon and Hesla. Therefore, the people of Hesla are unfriendly toward us. It is really frustrating that we have to face such situations even when we are on a collaborative mission with them. Colonel Carl definitely doesn't look like an easy figure to appease. The different cliques within Division 13 was not unique to Star Dragon. In fact, many countries faced such situations. Maple and Ordina were more conservative. Raylan and Theseus were more assertive. Star Dragon and Hesla were more neutral. Lin Yao remarked in disbelief, why did the department send us to Hesla then? What if they make us the sacrificial objects for the mission? Nobody knows what the higher UPS have in mind. I guess we have to count on ourselves to stay safe. Ma Qingyang, being a seasoned member of the department, was no longer surprised or shocked by such arrangements. Qi Peijia explained, don't worry, every command given to you guys has to gain my approval. The agents fell silent after a series of discussions to get into the mode for the mission. I am going out to take a puff. Han Xiao stood up and walked out of the room. He lighted his cigarette and took a deep puff, which went all the way down to his lungs, then out of his nostrils in 2 trails of smoke. He felt a sense of relief. He ignored the unfriendly stares from the Hesla soldiers and diverted his attention to the mission plan on the screen of the tablet. You have activated Operation Dark Crow Valley Base. Mission brief, this is a small-scale military operation. As a member of Division 13 and participant of the operation, look out for what you can do. Hint, the mission is a part of the Camp Destroyer series and you can claim these rewards upon completion of the mission. Reconnaissance 1, Team Mission. Monitor the situation in Crow's Forest Town. 3000 EXP rewarded. Reconnaissance 2, Team mission. Monitor the situation in Dark Crow Valley Camp. 8,000 EXP rewarded. Logistics member, solo mission. Complete 20 tool repairs for your teammates. 8,000 EXP rewarded. Assassin, solo mission. Kill 8 sentries. 18,000 EXP rewarded. Direct conflict, solo mission. Kill 50 Germinal Organization soldiers. 35,000 EXP rewarded. Assassination 1, kill Dormant. Rewards based on contribution. Assassination 2, kill GG. Reward based on contribution. Assassination 3, kill Pan Kuang. Rewards based on contribution. Destroy the Dark Crow Valley Camp, rewards based on the level of completion of mission and individual contribution. At the end of the mission, rewards will be issued based on individual stats and performance. Initially, Han Xiao thought that it was going to be a normal mission, but instead, the operation was part of the Camp Destroyer series, which allowed for a varied and outstanding performance. There were many types of missions, and for those belonging to the Camp Destroyer series, as long as one completed most of the objectives, the rewards would be generous. There were also additional rewards based on one's individual performance. As Han Xiao was smoking, a lady with short red hair approached him and asked, "Are you from Star Dragon?" Staring at her in the eye, Han Xiao nodded. "I suppose so." Immediately, the lady drew a knife from her waist and stabbed toward the neck of Han Xiao. Chapter 73, Acing the Test. Han Xiao stared at the red-haired woman without flinching. The knife was only 3 centimeters from his main artery when it stopped and turned away, displaying the woman's strong skill wielding her weapon. The woman gave a fierce look. "Why aren't you dodging?" "Why should I dodge?" "So, you think I do not dare stab you? You can try." Han Xiao's face did not change one bit. Somewhere beneath his clothes, the magnetic-controlled extendable suit had already inched near his collar. He could protect his neck at a moment's notice, and therefore, he was fearless. Furthermore, since she was able to move freely in the military campsite, she had to be a Hesla agent. She would not really harm him like this. This would most likely be a test of his ability or to instill fear in him. However, how dare they pick him as the target? Han Xiao was slightly irritated. His eyes turned ice cold. The red-haired woman suddenly felt a shiver down her back and did not realize where it came from. She collected her mind, and harumphed. Winna, agent from Hesla Intelligence Department. She had just finished talking when she felt something pushing onto her stomach. She looked down, a large caliber pistol was pointing right at her stomach. Only then did Han Xiao laugh and say, "Han Xiao. That was fast. I didn't even see how he drew his gun." Her pupil constricted. She put away her knife. Han Xiao withdrew his gun, too. "I will remember that." Winna turned around and left. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Hesla personnel sure are hostile toward us. They'd better not drag me down. After Winna walked some distance away, she gave a sigh of relief. She realized cold sweat was dripping down her hairline and became serious. That Star Dragon agent gave her an extremely dangerous vibe. Winna returned to the lounge to look for the rest of the Hesla agents. Yafan smiled and asked, "Discover anything?" Winna took a sip of water to soothe her parched throat and replied in a serious tone, that Han Xiao is likely very dangerous. Han Xiao. Yafan thought of something based on the physical description of him. That guy had been very low profile ever since they alighted the train. He only gave a weird look when someone called his name. A strange person, Yafan concluded. Han Xiao finished smoking and stepped on the cigarette butt. He walked back into the lounge. Qi Peijia looked over and asked abruptly, "Nothing happened, right?" "Something happened. I saw a female pig falling into a ditch." Qi Peijia felt slightly awkward. "Can you be more serious?" "In that case, there was nothing," replied Han Xiao nonchalantly. Since it was only a test meant to scare him, he did not want everyone to hear about it. Firstly, it was to protect the mission. And secondly, he didn't think he wanted to be strayed by emotions. In his mind, they were 3 types of enemies. The first type pissed him off or violated his interests. The second type wanted him dead or endangered his life. The last type was his nemesis. There was also the type that not only had mutual hatred but also conflicting interests. One example would be the Germinal Organization. This was the enemy that was top priority for Han Xiao. The first kind was too mild for him to care about. Qi Peijia gave Han Xiao a complicated look. He was sitting by the window and had seen the whole incident unfold. He had gone on a lot of field missions before, and he knew that the other country's agents would surely test their ability and show off their own prowess. This was a covered rule. All the agents were proud and arrogant. They would not get respect and power without showing off their ability. If anyone were to complain to their superior, they would actually be laughed at. Qi Peijia greatly approved of what Han Xiao had done. He did not let Star Dragon's reputation down, and he was glad that Han Xiao had kept his mouth shut. This guy's ability is good, and he understands the bigger picture. They didn't fight. Carl nodded his head in satisfaction after he heard his deputy's report. Good. Seems like those Star Dragon people know their place on our territory. Soon, it was time for them to depart. Everyone gathered at the border exit. Yefan, together with Winna, brought a dozen agents, armed and ready to go. The first stop of the mission was a position far away from the Crow Valley town. There was an abandoned secret hideout of Hesla's. They would be using it as their temporary base. Division 13 transported the Land Rovers using the train. They were just regular all-terrain cars. Only Han Xiao's Big Black was unique. He drove his team off amid loud revving of the engine. This time, he drove steadily and comfortably. Li Yalin was almost moved to tears. The other three teammates, cramped in the other seats, were puzzled. They didn't understand Li Yalin's big reaction to all this. It was half a day's ride. Hesla's motorcade was leading, and Division 13 followed. Suddenly, Hesla's motorcade sped up, gradually increasing the distance between the two parties. Disusu and Ma Qingyang accelerated when they realized it. Only Han Xiao, driving Big Black, followed slowly at the back. Xiao Ji, we need to catch up with them. Lin Yao said anxiously. Han Xiao's had one hand on the steering wheel while the other one was out of the window and enjoying the wind. Why do we need to catch up? No matter how fast they drive now, they will have to wait for us later. Well, you are right when you put it that way. Suddenly, Disusu's laughter came from the radio. Little Lin Lin, how come you guys are so slow? Hurry and catch up with us. Unless Han Xiao's skills are not up to par. I do not want to waste my petrol, Han Xiao replied briefly. Disusu was instantly stunned. This was the first time she heard such a unique excuse. Agents like us need to worry about paying for petrol? Ma Qingyang chimed in on the radio. Zhang Wei, this is Hesla's agents showing off. We must not lose to them. Zhang Wei pondered for a few seconds, and he patted on Han Xiao's shoulder. Let's catch up with them. Li Yalin's face immediately turned pale. She grabbed Zhang Wei's sleeve hurriedly and urged, please don't. This speed is great. What exactly do you fear? Zhang Wei was really puzzled. Captain, is it not good to be alive? Li Yalin said in a trembling and sobbing tone. Zhang Wei was extremely baffled. Han Xiao raised his eyebrow. You really want to pursue them? Yes. Zhang Wei nodded his head. Han Xiao sighed and changed the gear with ease. Okay then. You guys had better hold on tight. Li Yalin was deeply fearful. She held onto the car door as tightly as she could and clenched her jaw. You guys will definitely regret this. In the afternoon, everyone arrived at the destination. As soon as they alighted their vehicles, they all looked at the big black truck with shock, horror, and disbelief. Cold chills ran down their spine whenever they thought of the scene from before. Even though they were experienced agents who had seen many things, such as S and Z-shape movements, this was the first time they had seen an N-shape movement. And it was faster than anyone else. This could not even be counted as drifting, more like flying. The truck driver must have been heavily under the influence. Zhang Wei, Lin Yao, and Li Yalin fumbled out of the vehicle, held onto a tree at the side, and started vomiting everything they had inside them. At that moment, they felt like they'd be better off dead. Blarg. Oh my god. I feel like I'm dying. Blarg. Told you that you would regret this. Blarg. Han Xiao strolled down from the car and clamped a cigarette comfortably in his mouth. He smirked and said, well, you guys told me to chase. You. Do you specialize in driving bumper cars? Han Xiao curled his lips. Bumper cars? Don't look down on me. I used to drive mechas. Lambert got out of the car with sturdy steps, as if nothing had happened to him. Han Xiao's eyes gleamed. See? There is someone normal enough to enjoy my driving. Just as Lambert opened his mouth to speak, vomit came out like waterfall. Only after everything was vomited out did Lambert commented with a poker face, if you ever touch the steering wheel again, I will just jump out of the car. Chapter 74, Separate Operations. The cars were parked outside. After everyone moved their equipment into the secret base, they began their pre-mission briefing. We have two operations. Firstly, disguise as wanderers and blend into Dark Crow Forest town to gather intel. Secondly, search for sentry guards from the Germinal organization that are left alone and force information about their base out of them. We will handle the sentries, your people can go to the Dark Crow Forest town, Winna immediately stated. Disusu frowned. There would mostly likely be spies hidden in the town. If they attempted to blend in, they might be exposed and be put in dire danger. If so, they would not achieve anything. Searching for sentries would be much safer and easier to accomplish. Hesla just could not wait to throw all the dangerous and tough jobs to Division 13. This attitude annoyed them greatly, but someone had to do the missions after all. If it was not going to be Hesla, then it had to be Division 13. As such, no one voiced any objection. To infiltrate the town, we must first disguise ourselves as wanderers and then find an opportunity to gather intel covertly. We must not act rashly and alert the enemy, said Qi Peijia. After some discussion, it was decided that some people would stay at the base as backup. 4 people stayed behind: Lin Yao, Qi Peijia, Ma Qingyang, and Han Xiao. Hesla also left some personnel to guard the base. Han Xiao only knew Yefan from their group. It was only the afternoon. The Hesla agents decided to take a rest first. They would wait till dawn, when enemy's alertness would be at its lowest, to move off to find enemy sentry guards. They had brought infrared imaging devices, so the darkness actually provided them with an advantage. Also, they secretly wanted Division 13 to be the guinea pig to sweep away some danger first. Once the mission plan was finalized, those Division 13 agents who were going in mixed together to form a team with Disusu as the leader. They were disguised in wanderers' clothes and looked travel-worn and weary. They hunched their backs to look as if they were being weighed down by stress. They carried giant backpacks and looked exactly like those real wanderers. They then headed toward the Dark Crow Forest town on foot. The secret base was equipped with many computer screens that were connected to agents' camera and earphones. Han Xiao, Lin Yao, and Qi Peijia would rotate to monitor the situation. Disusu's team soon arrived at the crowded town, which was displayed on the screens. There were many different types of buildings, and despite the housing being simple and crude, there were many people there, making it look like a marketplace. Although the town was small in area, it had everything, even hotels for guests. Let's look for a place to stay first. Disusu and the gang were questioned by the locals, but she answered perfectly. They were just wanderers that were migrating and wanted to rest here for a while before moving off. Afterwards, they successfully checked in at one of the hotels in the town. As soon as they entered the room, they immediately swept for monitoring cameras and bugs professionally. They started discussing their next steps after they made sure the room was safe. How should we proceed now? Li Yalin curled her lips and gave Disusu a cold look. Disusu was not in the mood to banter with Li Yalin. Her brows knitted together as she said in a serious tone, "People in the town are still suspicious of our identity. I think we should stay put." Han Xiao suddenly chimed in through the earpieces. "You guys had better act today. Give me a good reason." Disusu was slightly provoked. "You guys are now foreign wanderers, so you should act your part. It is only normal to gather information about this place. It will actually look strange if you purposefully conceal yourselves, making others feel that you have an ulterior motive." Everyone looked at one another. That seems like a good point. Let's do what Han Xiao suggested. The town had many amenities, including entertainment facilities, casinos, a pharmacy, restaurants, and even places for one to release. As night fell, the team moved out in different groups and pretended to spend money, probe for intel, and gather information. However, they did not achieve any substantial success. The locals there were mostly ordinary wanderers, and they did not spot any people of interest. Our enemies must be hiding deeply. We probably won't get anything through this method. Qi Peijia's expression was grave. Actually, I know a way. Han Xiao smiled. He knew the specific spy that was stationed at this town. After real players earned enough reputation from missions, they could choose to join the germinal organization through this NPC. By catching this NPC, they could get quite a lot of intel. Han Xiao knew the exact coordinates of the Dark Crow Valley base, but he was unsure of the specific military strength and defenses of the base. After 10 long years, he only remembered a little information about the place. Furthermore, they were at the different point in time, so the changes would be different. It was essential for them to gather intel from the NPC. You guys should go to the southern part of town, where you will see a casino. There should be a bald-headed dude who knows the intel about the base. Han Xiao was describing the spy from the germinal organization stationed at the town. Those real players who were born at Dark Crow Forest Town could only join the germinal organization through this guy. Everyone was shocked. Disusu frowned. Where did you get this information from? I have my ways. What if the information is incorrect? Disusu was adamant. Listen to him. Qi Peijia spoke up for Han Xiao. Before the mission, higher UPS had told him to trust his intel. This showed that the higher-ups valued Han Xiao highly. Disusu had to repress her suspicion and follow to the order. She took some agents to the small casino and looked for the person quietly. Without fail, they found the bald-headed guy, who was the banker of the casino. What should we do now? If we act rashly, we could alarm our enemies. He might have companions from the organization around him, asked Disusu. Han Xiao was speechless. We've already found our target. Can't you just be professional and do what you usually do? Disusu felt her chest tighten, enraged by his comment. But at the same time, she realized that she had asked a dumb question. She gathered her teammates to secretly surround the guy. Han Xiao looked at the time. He got up and let Lin Yao take over his duty. He did not feel that he needed to supervise the actual execution. If they could not even catch the guy, those agents should just knock themselves out with a piece of tofu. At the same time, Winna and her team of Hesla agents left for their objective after she gave Han Xiao a fierce glare. Han Xiao did not plan to rest at the secret base. He went into the trunk of Big Black and started assessing the situation. Both operations are team-based. They will most likely complete them without any hiccups. I should be more concerned with my personal mission. I will need some handy tools in order to assassinate the sentry guards in the forest. Han Xiao took out some spare parts and began working on his interface. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? Basic spatial sensing plus basic bioengineering plus basic mechanical engineering. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have invented miniature biological sensor, Spider. Winna's team sneaked among the trees silently as if they were hunters searching for prey in the dark forest. They were wearing camouflage suits and night vision goggles. The sentry guards were stationed right outside the base. One of the team members was a master in investigating trails. He could deduce the number of people that had walked past a location a day before based on the minimal evidence left behind. He was called Magarnu, a tall Sharnak. He was built like a small mountain, which made it hard to believe that he was extremely meticulous. He rubbed the soil between his fingertips, smelled it, and pondered for a few moments. There was a man, weighing around 180 pounds, who walked past here in a northwestern direction 7 hours ago. Winna did not doubt Magarnu's deduction. She and her team walked carefully in that direction. Suddenly, they came to a halt. Night vision goggles showed a living entity on tree 300 meters out. Search the surroundings. Winna kept a cool head and did not act prematurely. She instructed her team to search for any other sentry guards or surveillance devices in the surroundings. After about 20 minutes, they confirmed that they were safe. Yafan gave the order through the radio. Take him down. Winna activated her power, and immediately, a maroon energy trail flashed under her feet. She moved swiftly and quietly within a 100-meter radius from the enemy. She always stayed in the blind spots of the enemy by using the trees to hide her body like a master-level assassin. She hopped onto a tree in a cat-like manner before summoning her maroon-colored energy. The energy allowed her to stick onto the tree branches, and she jumped constantly from tree to tree, quickly approaching the enemy. The Germinal sentry guard felt a sudden gust of wind over his head. He looked up and saw a dark shadow accelerating toward him. Chapter 75, Hacker. Translator, Choco Lion. 10 minutes later. Snap. Magarnu twisted the neck of the sentry guard. They had already secured the information they wanted. Winna's voice blared out from the communication device. From our preliminary reconnaissance activity, we discovered that the base has been divided into 6 high-alert regions. The level of defense gradually increases from the innermost to the outermost sectors. We are currently at the outermost region. Every high-alert region will have a sentry post manned by an officer and his troops. Based on our previous interrogation, officers have access to the intranet of the military base. Therefore, as long as we can arrive at the sentry post, we will be able to access the intranet and gather intelligence using the officer's computer. This sentry guard revealed the exact position of the post. Let's move out immediately. Yafan knew that even the slightest delay would change the outcome of the operation. There was a series of protocols to follow for the shift changing of the sentry guards in the next few hours. By then, other soldiers would discover the disappearance of the sentry guard who had been killed. However, their first priority was still to gather sufficient intelligence even if that risked revealing their positions, since ultimately, the enemy would realize the impending invasion by the Hesla military. They needed to find out the military strength and defenses at the Dark Crow Valley base. If Winna managed to succeed, the agents of Division 13 hiding in Dark Crow Forest Town would fall into the precarious situation of revealing their positions to the enemy. The agents might even be caught before they made their moves. Yafan analyzed the situation rationally and made the decision. Operation approved. Immediately head out to the enemy base. Winna nodded and disposed of the sentry guard's body. She then led her teammates into the enemy base. Yafan heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes moved away from the screen. He glanced at the operations office of Division 13 and shook his head slightly. He did not know what his decision would bring, but he wanted the best for the mission. He would inform the department afterwards. There were times when one had to take a leap of faith. Before twilight, Winna and her team found the sentry post. It was a shed camouflaged deep in the vegetation used by the hunters. Quietly, the team moved closer to their target. Magarnu grabbed the sound wave detector from his haversack and scanned the interior of the shed from outside. The results returned revealed 3 human targets, one lying on the sofa and two who seemed to be consuming their supper at the table. Winna raised her hand and started the count. 3, 2, 1. Winna leapt forward into the shed through the window. Her teammates followed behind. The three enemy soldiers were shocked by the unexpected attack, and before they could retaliate, they were shot with the tranquilizers by the Hesla agents and collapsed onto the ground. The Hesla agents then searched the shed and the clothing of the unconscious soldiers. They uncovered a hidden compartment behind the wall. The agents discovered that out of the three soldiers, one of them was an officer based on the identity card he carried. "This is our target." Winna grinned to herself. This officer by the name of Roman seemed to be the one in charge of the sentry post. The agents tied Roman up and gave him an injection to wake him up. Magarnu then slapped Roman repeatedly to speed up the process. "Tell us the password to the safe if you want to live." Roman was scared to death by the troop of heavily armed agents and immediately confessed the password without any sign of hesitance. After entering the password, the safe successfully opened, and a laptop could be seen. After turning on the laptop, a sign-in page appeared on the screen, and both the identity card and a verbal password were required to access the portal. Roman was very cooperative, and the agents managed to access the portal with his account. Following the jingle, the words "Dang dang dang, the terminal assistant is at your service" flashed on the screen. Startled, Yefan choked on his coffee. All the agents had confused looks on their faces. No one could have imagined that the portal's interface would look like that. Yefan didn't know what to say. What a cute portal. A couple of menus appeared on the server, and due to the low rank of Roman, he could only access a few of them. Winnie found a page that displayed the daily activity log for the military base, and the team became really excited. There must be important information hidden in the daily logs. "Let me do it." Yefan instructed Magarnu to plug the chip into the computer, which allowed Yefan's computer to also access the server. There was a look of seriousness on Yefan's face, and his fingers started to punch the keyboard and input the codes like a butterfly dancing in the air. Level 1 firewall, hacked. Level 2 firewall, hacked. Level 3 firewall, hacked. One-time password, hacked. Rights restrictions, hacked. Yefan gave a slight smile. He was a seasoned hacker in Hesla with hundreds of viruses and bugs in his arsenal. Except for certain servers on the dark web, there was practically no server that could escape his attacks. In less than 3 minutes, all the encrypted documents were decoded. At that point, the enemy technicians realized what was happening and started deleting the documents frantically while Yefan was copying the files. In a brief moment, all the documents were deleted. Yefan's computer was too slow and only managed to copy 28% of the documents. The more confidential documents were deleted first. However, the copied documents contained sufficient intelligence, including defense blueprints, internal structure information, and the military strength of the base. Yefan felt relieved. Good job and well done. Now it's time to return. The attempt to steal sensitive information about the Dark Crow Valley base would definitely heighten the security of the enemy. However, it was all worth it for the intelligence reports. But despite the success, there was still a sense of unease in Yefan. It seemed a little too easy. A member of staff from the central control room of the Dark Crow Valley base reported, "Sir, our external server was hacked." The assistant director of the military base was Gigi. He was a tall, lanky man with a sly appearance. He proceeded calmly to the screen and asked, "What data was stolen?" "The daily activity logs, internal structure of the military base, the coordinates of the base, the sentry logs for the base." Even though so much critical information had been stolen by the hackers, there was no sign of panic within the base. Were the hackers actually from Hesla? "The bait is set, now, we are just waiting for the fish." Gigi gave an eerie grin. He was like a hunter, excited to see the prey he had managed to trap. Gigi went into the director's office and reported the situation to Pan Kuang. "Our external deceptive server was hacked. I presume the hackers to be from Hesla, and they will probably launch a military invasion soon." Pan Kuang was polishing his dark, long machete with his handkerchief. The machete had an icy cold blade and a thick body with its handle wrapped with strips of cloth. There were clear spots of dried blood on the cloth. The machete had been used to slay many enemies throughout the years. Pan Kuang was fixated on polishing his blade. He then asked calmly, "What do you think we should do?" Gigi cleared his throat and said, "Although the information stolen by the enemy is false, we have unfortunately revealed the existence of the base. Therefore, I hope that the chief can evacuate the base and bring along all necessary equipment and information. In addition, I also recommend that we deal a hard and decisive blow to the existing enemy forces." "Okay, just tell me when you need me to fight," Pan Kuang replied. Chapter 76, Abnormalities and Assassinations. Reconnaissance 1 completed, you gain 3000 EXP. Han Xiao was woken up by the pop-up message on the screen. He looked out of the car's window to see it was twilight, and the sky was a grayish-blue hue and was gradually getting brighter. The previous night, Han Xiao had been busy creating new machines and only had 2 hours of sleep. He took out his water bottle and splashed the water onto his face. The cooling splashes refreshed his senses. Then, he went out of the storage and headed for the base. Lin Yao had worked throughout the night, and she was exhausted. Qi Peijia was next in line for the shift, and he woke up from his nap on the couch. "How was last night's operation?" Han Xiao asked. Lin Yao replied with fatigue, "The bald guy revealed the positions of his comrades to us in the forest, and we managed to apprehend them. Also, we discovered the exact location of the Dark Crow Valley base from the captive statements. However, our prisoners are low-ranking personnel, and therefore, they do not have the authority to access confidential files." Han Xiao nodded to himself. The outcome was what he expected. "Is the operation team still in action?" "Yes, the agents are all still hidden in the forest, waiting for new orders." "There is no point waiting in the forest. The agents should return," said Han Xiao. Qi Peijia, who was munching on his breakfast rations, blurted out, "Hey, I am supposed to be in charge here. Aren't you in that position precisely to take the blame for all of us if anything goes sideways?" Han Xiao questioned. Qi Peijia choked on his rations. He wanted to rebut Han Xiao but was interrupted by Ye Fan. "Fellow agents of Division 13, our guys have successfully obtained critical intelligence of the Dark Crow Valley base." Qi Peijia was puzzled. In less than a day, the Hesla agents had managed to complete the mission. Their efficiency seemed too impressive to be true. "You guys really secured information about the base?" Ye Fan nodded in affirmation. "Winna captured an enemy officer. Our operation is done, and we are getting our agents back. After which, we will compile the gathered intelligence and pass the critical information to the military." Although it was claimed that the mission was completed, Han Xiao's tablet indicated that reconnaissance 2 was not completed. He frowned and then questioned, "Can you ensure that the information we obtained is accurate and not fake? Also, can you explain the flow of events to us?" "Of course," Ye Fan and Winna briefly described the completed operation. "Don't you think the mission seemed to be too smooth sailing?" muttered Han Xiao. "The mission was indeed easy, but there is nothing especially suspicious. Perhaps, it was a result of the enemy letting their guard down. Also, our mission this time was supposed to be a covert assault. I have second thoughts to the reliability of the information obtained. In our line of work, we must not be too trusting, but you must also back your word with evidence." The frustrated Ye Fan frowned even harder and ordered, "In any case, we will move out at dawn tomorrow." Looking at the Ye Fan's back as he left, Han Xiao's face dimmed. He could confirm with 100% certainty that there was something wrong with the intelligence gathered by Ye Fan. Han Xiao started thinking about the events that Ye Fan had described. Although Winna and her fellow agents were a little too brash with their actions, they had not made any critical mistakes. Therefore, the only possibility was that Dark Crow Valley contained hidden traps that outsiders were unaware of. Han Xiao unfortunately had no evidence, and even if he voiced his opinions, nobody would believe him. A mere speculation was insufficient to convince anybody. "Looks like I have to go and take a look at it myself." In the morning, Disusu and Winna returned back to the base. Both brought with them their prisoners. Since Roman was an officer, his value exceeded that of all the prisoners brought in by Disusu. Winna beamed with pride like a victor. In her opinion, the operation was likened to a battle between the two countries of agents. It was exhilarating for her that the agents from Hesla had trumped the agents from Star Dragon. The agents from Division 13 were irritated by the arrogance of the agents from Hesla. Li Yalin remarked, "If we were the ones in charge of your mission, we would have been winners ourselves." Winna smirked. "Accept the sad truth that you guys lost." Han Xiao went forward and said, "The information you guys obtained might be fake." Even if the agents from Hesla did not believe him, Han Xiao still felt the obligation to voice that fact. Winna's face instantly slumped and questioned, "Any evidence?" "My intuition." Everyone was astonished by the answer. Winna laughed. "Then I guess you have to shut up." "Who do you think you are?" Han Xiao calmly replied, "Do you have any evidence then?" Winna patted on the shivering Roman and said, "He is my evidence." Han Xiao squatted down and gave Roman a thorough scan. It seemed like the Dark Crow Valley base had a master of deception. Roman did seem to be genuinely frightened, and this showed that he was not providing fake information to the agents on purpose. Therefore, the only reasonable deduction was that the higher UPS of the enemy base had never intended to reveal genuine military information to their lower-ranking officials. The sentry guards on the outer circumference of the base were merely posted as bait. The information obtained by Ye Fan was highly likely to be deceptive. To uncover the truth, Han Xiao needed to go deeper into the Dark Crow Valley base. A plan started formulating in Han Xiao's mind. However, he needed to wait till nightfall to execute the plan. All the other agents were busy interrogating the prisoners and consolidating the intelligence report. They would leave the next morning. Therefore, he could carry out his plan at night. Night arrived, and the bright moon masked the twinkle of the stars. Han Xiao told his fellow agents that he wanted to be in the truck. Nobody replied. The agents of Hesla could not be bothered with him, and the agents from Division 13 were too lazy to say no. Only Zhang Wei said, "Go if you really want to, nobody's stopping you." Han Xiao nodded. After which he proceeded out of the camp. He went into the container and equipped himself with Lambert's sniper rifle. He also took other necessary equipment. After a few quick glances, he realized no one was present around the camp. Han Xiao sneaked out into the woods. He did not plan to inform his teammates. Qi Peijia would surely not approve of his actions, and this would only create more trouble. After hours of trekking, he finally reached the stipulated location. Equipped with his thermo-tracking night vision goggles and camouflage suit, after confirming that there were no enemies around him, he started digging a trench deep enough to fit himself. After which, Han Xiao took out a small mechanical spider the size of his palm from his toolbox. He flicked the switch hidden on its underside, and the mechanical spider immediately stood up right before his eyes as if it had always been alert, and had only ever been awaiting orders from its master. Miniature biological sensor, spider miniature bug-like sensor. This was the latest creation by Han Xiao. It was a practical tool due to its size, ability to camouflage, and ability to be remotely controlled. It also had thermosensors that enabled it to avoid other animals. It was like a walking surveillance camera. Han Xiao was not required to move up close to the sentry, and therefore, he was also less likely to be caught. Han Xiao took out his tablet computer to remotely control the spiders. He was able to locate the positions of several sentries and most of them were hidden beside trees. Han Xiao pictured the location of the sentries in his mind so that he could come up with an optimal route for the assassination he was going to carry out. Han Xiao carried the heavy sniper rifle and trudged through the condensed vegetation. The target was now within the range of the rifle. Lambert's rifle had a silencer that allowed it to fire out a large beam of energy at a sound that was as light as a finger knocking on wood. In this dark and condensed vegetation, a seasoned agent would able to spot any slight movement within the range of 100 meters. However, Lambert's rifle could be operated from a distance of 800 meters. It was also the main reason that compelled Han Xiao to select this weapon for the mission, which offered greater safety and convenience. Han Xiao looked into the scope with great concentration and held his breath. The distance somehow did not matter, and Han Xiao could feel the adrenaline rushing through him. The target was the enemy's head. The wind was blowing in 8 o'clock direction. Wind speed at 1.3 m/s with a 43 mm inaccuracy. All the corrections and modifications were completed. Han Xiao pulled the trigger. His body absorbed all the recoil coming from the butt of the rifle, and his hands gripped the rifle to stabilize it. Through the thermosensing scope, Han Xiao could see that the bullet had managed to hit the target. The target had instantly lost his head. And blood was spurting out. Chapter 77, Forest Assassin. The bullet from the heavy sniper pierced through the target's head. Like a watermelon pounded by a hammer, the head disintegrated into bits and pieces. Through the video feed transmitted from the spider, Han Xiao adjusted his position and stabilized himself again, before firing a shot at another sentry guard. One shot after another, the sentry guards were eliminated. The interface flashed with each successful kill made by Han Xiao. The sudden blast is charged up to 200% and ready to be deployed. The enemy has been successfully eliminated by the fatal blast. You have dealt 190 points of damage to the enemy. You have successfully eliminated the sentry guard. 500 EXP gained from the attack. The sudden blast is charged up to 200% and ready to be deployed. The enemy has been successfully eliminated by the fatal blast. You have dealt 201 points of damage to the enemy. You have successfully eliminated the sentry guard. 500 EXP gained from the attack. These level 10 sentry guards were merely ordinary troops. Their fighting abilities were similar to those of the guards back at the lab where Han Xiao had once been held captive. Han Xiao had no issues wiping out the lab guards back then. Likewise, he had no problems now. One after another, the sentry guards were killed, and Han Xiao gained 18,000 EXP from the kills. Forest Assassin mission completed, you gained 18,000 EXP. The mission proceeded smoothly. After killing so many sentry guards, reinforcements were bound to arrive, and there they came. The spider detected 3 fully armed quick response teams approaching in their jeeps. After the jeeps pulled up, the team members hopped down and started conducting thorough searches. The sentry guards had their earpieces, which enabled them to connect main communications network. If a sentry guard was killed, their radio channel would fall silent. If a large number of channels operated by the sentry guards fell silent, it would raise suspicions at the Dark Crow Valley base, which would dispatch quick response teams to the field to investigate the situation in response. Han Xiao predicted that once the quick response teams discovered the murdered sentry guards, they would start searching intensely. Through the eyes of the spider, which he shifted up the tree, he could observe that the troopers were equipped with Jackson machine guns, high-explosive grenades, and RPG rocket launchers. Instantly, Han Xiao called off the plan of challenging these heavily armed troopers. It was the perfect time for Han Xiao to flee. Han Xiao disassembled the heavy sniper and lugged it onto his shoulders. Clad in his camouflage suit, he sneakily shuffled to the trench he had dug. He transferred all the unnecessary accessories into the toolbox and then dumped both his sniper rifle and toolbox into the trench. At that instant, the search teams discovered the headless sentry guards. The armed troopers immediately started searching warily, using the torchlights on their machine guns. The tree beside the trench was Han Xiao's hiding spot. The spot had been carefully selected by Han Xiao. It was at the edge of the high alert sector. The further away from the enemy base, the more dispersed the enemy troopers would be. It was likely that the troopers would search the area alone. The rays of a torchlight flashed beside the tree. Han Xiao gradually lowered his body and held the thin metal wires tightly. He concentrated all the energy in his legs and was preparing to launch himself forward like a mantis, or a phantom. The moment the trooper's foot crossed the tree's body, Han Xiao moved his body like a phantom mantis and instantly went behind the sentry guard. Although the enemy had already detected Han Xiao's movement and had intended to fire at him and call for help, Han Xiao reacted faster and managed to strangle the trooper by coiling the metal cables around the trooper's neck. Han Xiao then kicked the trooper's machine gun to one side. After which, he wrestled the trooper to the ground. The trooper's entire upper body was resting beneath his knees. The suffocation caused the trooper's face to turn purple. It was as if the blood was going to burst out from his straining vessels. At this point in time, the metal cables had already pierced into the flesh of the trooper. The trooper waved his hands hysterically, trying to grab Han Xiao by any means, but it was to no avail, and soon the man's eyes had rolled toward the back of his head. Han Xiao maintained the tension until the interface indicated that the trooper was dead. Throughout the entire process, he had managed to keep the struggling trooper silent. Han Xiao quickly changed into the trooper's uniform. The trooper was a Caucasian of similar height to himself. He quickly used his pocket knife to trim his hair. After which, he straightened his collar and pulled the sleeves tight to ensure none of his skin was showing, since he was of a different skin tone from the trooper. He then used his finger to tap his forehead to activate the face scanner. A light beam emerged from his forehead and scanned a dead trooper's face. Replicate the scan. Almost immediately, Han Xiao's face morphed into that of the trooper. That was the trump card to be used in his successful infiltration. He dumped the dead trooper's body and the unwanted accessories into a hole and buried the contents. He then marked out the area. Han Xiao, clad in a trooper's uniform, made his way forward blatantly. He could also clearly hear the conversations on the enemy's communication channel. This is H-103 reporting. Everything is fine in the northwest sector. This is H-141 reporting. Everything is fine in the southeast sector. The call sign of the trooper that Han Xiao had killed was H-223. Han Xiao made his report in a similar fashion using his suppressed voice. H-223, what happened to your voice? A man that seemed to be his captain spoke. I have a sore throat. After searching the area for a while, Han Xiao was recalled. More than 20 troopers gathered at the jeep, and Han Xiao had not yet raised any suspicions. The captain asked, none of you found anything? No sir, the troopers replied. The captain frowned and said, get in the car. Let's head back to base. Han Xiao squinted. He had managed to infiltrate the team, and it was all part of his plan to enter the Dark Crow Valley base. The car drove into a cave, and 3 minutes later, an unexpected sight appeared before Han Xiao's eyes. There was something special about the cave, it was actually a mini car park. The jeep pulled over, and the troopers alighted from it. Han Xiao tagged along with the team and came before a wall of rocks. The captain pulled out a rock that was actually a modified metal casing that contained a card scanner. The captain scanned his identity card, and following a boom, the rock wall split open. At this point, Han Xiao realized that the rock wall was a metal gate in disguise. The gate was sprayed with a grayish paint, and it looked very much like a rock. One would be unable to tell the difference if he or she did not examine the wall closely. How strange. This looks exactly like what the agents from Hesla reported. Han Xiao was confused. All of this had actually been detailed in Yefan's intelligence reports. It was all accurate information. However, why did the interface claim that Reconnaissance 2 was not yet completed? What was the problem exactly? Could it be something to do with the time? Perhaps the base appeared differently at different times of the day? Han Xiao proceeded together with the rest, and they came upon a gantry. After scanning his identity card, he was finally into the base. The base was hidden deep in the ground. It was supported by metallic structure, which added a cool grayish tone everywhere. There were winding corridors and many rooms. The troopers were busy transporting containers of items. Han Xiao lifted his head, and he could see a surveillance camera positioned at the corner of the ceiling. He retracted his neck instinctively. Going behind enemy lines alone was tough, and Han Xiao prayed for the success of his operation. So, now that I am in the base, what shall I do next? Hang around aimlessly or chat someone up? Better not. Chatting with someone will likely reveal my identity. What information am I hunting for exactly? Since for reconnaissance too, I am supposed to uncover critical intelligence with regards to the Dark Crow Valley base, there must be some loopholes here. Since the low-ranking officers serve merely as bait, most of the people are not likely to have access to important information. I need to find someone that looks and acts differently from the rest. Once this thought flashed in Han Xiao's mind, he started wandering about the base, carefully examining every inch. 13 sentry guards were killed. Qi frowned in disbelief. Based on his prediction, since the enemy agents had obtained the necessary intelligence, they would not kill any sentry guards. Unless, they were suspicious of the information they stole. It appeared that these invaders were indeed meticulous and careful with their actions. Qi shook his head and said proudly, but they are still greenhorns. The double server network was the best trap Qi had ever planted during his stint as the assistant officer in charge of the base. Its sole purpose was to prevent invaders from attacking, and now, the security network's effect was finally showing. If only false information was planted, it would only raise the suspicions of the invading agents. Therefore, to deceive his enemies, Qi was willing to risk his life and included some true information in the bait. The information included were the exact location of the base, the deployment of the sentry guards, and defense mechanisms in the 3rd and 6th high alert sectors. To successfully trick the enemies, a certain degree of true information needed to be weaved in with the false. The final 2 sectors had defense mechanisms with firepower that was more than 10 times stronger than the rest. There was also another trump card. The chief has approved the path of the retreat. Reinforcements will arrive in 5 days. That will also be the day for the retreat. For now, let's deliver a huge present to Hesla. The main forces of the Germinal organization were concentrated on the continent of Andria. The Germinal organization had also covertly extended its influence to the other continents through setting up secret facilities and bases. These bases remained hidden, and if they were discovered, the Germinal organization would order the retreat as it was impossible for a single facility to withstand the raids from the military forces of the 6 nations. Qi was highly confident of his trap. He was not afraid to expose real information and the location of the base. He had one trump card in his hand. All the other troopers, and even the base itself, could be sacrificed in order to deal a strategic and painful blow to Hesla. Chapter 78, Multiple Hideouts. The more nervous he was, the harder it would be for him to infiltrate without being exposed. Han Xiao had many experiences infiltrating enemy bases. Thus, he was very calm and walked as fast as blowing wind, without alarming anyone. He gradually understood more about the base after exploring it for a while. The base was hidden at the hillside, and it was about 5 to 6 times larger than the laboratory that he used to stay in. The base had 2 exits, one was the entrance that he took, the other was a side gate for the individual personnel to access the outside world conveniently. Not knowing why, Han Xiao felt that some places in the base were unusual. However, he could not pinpoint the exact reasons. Most of the personnel had a serious face, as if they were expecting an incoming storm. They were loading up important supplies hurriedly. Have you heard? The higher-ups want us to evacuate the base. It seems like Hesla's agents have found us. They mentioned that the spy stationed at Crow Forest Town lost contact. I think a battle is going to happen soon. Han Xiao heard some voices as he turned a corner. A few armed guards were gathered together and having a discussion. They looked worried. As they saw Han Xiao, one of the guards shouted, "Hey Mandela, did you guys find anything from the search inside?" Mandela was H223's real name. He was a Caucasian. Han Xiao covered his skins fully with his uniform so that the rest would not get suspicious. These few guards seemed to be acquainted with Mandela. The sentry guards outside were all shot in the head by a sniper. We still haven't uncovered the enemy. I bet it was done by the Hesla agents, lied Han Xiao while innocently blinking. The guards looked troubled. They were all armed personnel, so if the enemy were to strike, they had to be at the front line to defend the base. I am so jealous of the non-military personnel. They get to evacuate the base first. One of the guards was disgruntled with his circumstances. Light flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. Since they were up against an army from Hesla, it was predicted that the enemy was going to evacuate the base. Furthermore, this was only a supplemental base, not a main one. It was impossible for everyone to stay back and fight to their death. However, evacuation was not an easy feat. Too many people leaving at the same time risked leaving trails in the forest for the Hesla army to track. So, It was essential to leave some military personnel to stay behind and cover their tracks, while the officers and non-military personnel leave first with important supplies, which were more valuable than those armed guards. They would only get to leave after the more important personnel had evacuated safely. The final camp destroyer mission was to destroy the entire base, which included their personnel. If they only took hold of an empty base, the completion rating of the mission would be really low. A thought suddenly occurred in Han Xiao's mind. They already know Hesla is going to attack the base, they should have evacuated by now. Yafan's team infiltrated the base last night, which was 24 hours ago. They should have had enough time to leave. This is strange. A muscular-looking guy walked over and shouted, "What are you idling here for? Don't you have things to carry?" The guards apologized in great trepidation. It was the captain of the base's security team, Dormand, a buff Sharnak. A core member like him would definitely know the secrets about this base. Dormand left after some reprimanding, and Han Xiao followed from a distance behind. After turning a few corners, Han Xiao was dumbfounded. He barely looked away for 2 seconds, and Dormand was already missing from his sight. There was no one on the walkway, only a storage room. Han Xiao walked over to the room and turned the knob. It was not locked. He pushed the door open and walked inside. The room was about 100 square meters, and it was filled with miscellaneous items, with no one else inside. The lamp was not switched on, and the light from the walkway shined through the gap beneath the door. Han Xiao knitted his brows as he suddenly realized that something was off. The room was spotless, and the floor was completely clear of any footprints. Normally, very few individuals would go into the storage room. Even 5-star hotels would not send people to clean their storage unit like this, so it was impossible for the germinal organization to keep an ordinary storage room as immaculate as this. There must be a secret door somewhere here. Otherwise, Dormand would not have disappeared so quickly. But Han Xiao could not locate the door. What would be behind the secret door? All of a sudden, Han Xiao pretended to cough while bending his back. He took this chance to take out the spider from his pocket. He then threw it into the corner silently before leaving the room immediately. He took out his tablet in a spot that was hidden from the surveillance cameras, switched the spider on, and stared at the storage room. It took Han Xiao 2 hours of high-intensity monitoring, during which he started to become quite weary. Before that was some movement in the storage room. One of the walls creaked open, and a secret metal door was shown. 2 people, unarmed, walked out. They seemed to be technical staff. "There is my secret door." As the 2 personnel left the room hurriedly, Han Xiao followed behind quietly. He suddenly sped up to bump into the staff from behind. The 3 of them almost fell. Sorry. I am really sorry about this," Han Xiao apologized as he stabilized the 2 staff with his hands. They did not make a fuss over it and left. Han Xiao turned around to continue following them. However, this time round, he had gotten a white card. It was an access card from the pocket of one of the 2 staff. His stealing skill had come in really handy. This card had no noticeable difference from the ordinary identity card from the base. However, Han Xiao believed that the chip inside should be different, it should have access to the secret door. He followed the 2 staff for a while and arrived at the side gate of the base. The 2 greeted the door guard and left through the gate. All of a sudden, Han Xiao realized what was wrong with the base. The atmosphere. Although most people were worried sick over the incoming Hesla attack, a small group of personnel still held onto their posts without any anxiety. They seemed to have some backup plans and were as calm as the sea, greatly contrasting the first group of personnel. Han Xiao squinted and soon arrived at a reasonable deduction. However, he still needed some evidence to confirm his thought. He went forth toward the side gate before the door guard stopped him. "You are not allowed to enter or leave the base without a mission." Han Xiao took out the access card he had stolen and said, "I bumped into those 2 people just now, and they dropped this card. I want to return it to them before they walk away." The door guard nodded his head before allowing Han Xiao to go. Han Xiao walked out of the gate and saw a forested valley. It was already past midnight. The 2 staff were a few hundred meters away, so one could only see their tiny back view. He chased after them quickly. The staff turned around as they heard footsteps coming from behind and looked guarded. "You dropped your access card." As Han Xiao walked near, they realized that he was the colleague that they bumped into in the base beforehand. They let down their guard. One of the duo searched his pockets and exclaimed, "Where did I drop the card?" "Thank you very much." "You don't have to thank me. We are all comrades of the germinal organization, working hard to build a new tomorrow. This is just a part of my job." Han Xiao smiled as he walked closer to them. "You are quite an interesting guy." The person laughed while he moved his hand over to grab the card. Han Xiao's face instantly turned serious, and he launched his attack all of a sudden. His fist punched hard into the person's stomach, injuring the internal organs with its sheer force. The person stared with astonishment, as his vomited. The other person almost screamed before Han Xiao quickly grabbed his neck to choke him. He then slammed his head onto the floor and slapped them as hard as could, knocking them out. Han Xiao took off his belt to tie the two personnel. He dragged them behind him while taking a big detour to avoid all the sentry posts. As soon as he had moved far enough away from the base, he slapped the two awake. They woke up with faces full of horror. You are not from the base. Han Xiao took out his foldable machete and rubbed its blade. He was clearly threatening them. He said in an ice-cold voice, I know the two of you know something that the ordinary members are kept in the dark about. You'd better tell me honestly now. They gulped in fear and stuttered, we are just low-ranking members who do not know anything. Low-ranking. Han Xiao laughed before he moved his knife swiftly toward one man's crotch. Ah! The person screamed as if his soul was tearing apart, like a pig that was being butchered. But he suddenly realized he was not in pain. He looked down and saw the shiny blade had grazed past his inner thigh and cut into the soil beneath. It was only 3 centimeters from his genitalia. His crouch could feel the chill from the cold metal blade. I know that is a secret door in the storage room. Tell me everything you know, or I will make you the first eunuch in the Germinal organization, Han Xiao said in a murderous tone. Although they did not know what a eunuch was, Han Xiao's action was quite telling. They were badly shaken up immediately. How did you learn about the secret door? I am the one asking questions. Han Xiao lifted his machete to brush his genitalia gently, as if he would just lop it off at any moment. He was so frightened that he almost peed his pants and... He really peed his pants? Damn, my machete. The two staff looked crestfallen. Since the secret was out, there was no point in hiding. They spilled the intel as they trembled in fear. After 10 minutes. Han Xiao's brows were knitted tightly together. No wonder. Reconnaissance 2 completed. You gained 8,000 EXP. Chapter 79, Suspicion. Dawn, at the secret base. All the agents were busy packing their equipment as it was time for them to evacuate. Brother Xiao. Where are you? Lin Yao slapped on the door of the truck's container. He looked frustrated. He had been trying to find Han Xiao for the past 15 minutes, but his efforts had been futile. The rest of the agents from Division 13 were running out of patience. He is not in the truck. Where could he possibly have gone? Li Yalin was puzzled. Everyone looked around at one another and did not have a single clue. Last night, Han Xiao had mentioned that he wanted to stay on the truck, but now, he was not there. What exactly did he do last night? What is your team's plan? Qi Peijia said to Zhang Wei's team. We are going to stay back to wait for his return, Zhang Wei replied. Is there a need to do so? Disusu was rather surprised. Because the truck key is with him. Zhang Wei was gnashing his teeth in great anger, and the vein on his forehead was about to pop at any moment. Everyone was rendered speechless, not sure whether they were lucky or unlucky to have such a member on their team. Qi Peijia was very displeased as he hated any unexpected changes during a mission. Just when he thought Han Xiao had a clear understanding of the big picture, but then he went causing trouble like this. I must have been blind. Any team member who goes off acting on their own accord without following orders is a rascal. If something went haywire, Qi Peijia would have to assume the responsibility. Han Xiao was such a jackass. The Hesla agents stationed on the other side discovered Division 13's unusual behavior, and they started discussing it secretly. Some of the Division 13's agents are intending to stay behind. I thought we agreed to move together. Ye Fan frowned. He went to find Qi Peijia to get an answer on this. After which, he came back and explained the reason to the Hesla agents. Which agent is missing? It was the agent that was wearing the mask, his name is Han Xiao. It's him. Winna's face suddenly tensed up, and said, last night, when we received the intel, Han Xiao rejected it without any supporting evidence, and then he was gone for the whole night without leaving a message. This seems quite suspicious. Is it possible that he is a spy? All the Hesla agents startled. Be careful of your words. Ye Fan frowned. He did not buy that deduction, but Han Xiao's actions definitely aroused his suspicion. We will report all the facts to the commanding officer when we get back to the army camp. After all the other agents left, Zhang Wei and the other 3 teammates stayed back at the base. Lin Yao could not help asking, where did Han Xiao go and what is he going to do exactly? How would I know? He did not say anything to me last night. Li Yalin rolled her eyes. Zhang Wei shook his head as he felt irritated. That guy had zero respect for his team leader. The other agents arrived at the border several hours later. Winna and Ye Fan went to report to Colonel Carl immediately. A Division 13 agent was missing for the entire night. Colonel Carl walked back and forth, and his brows furrowed. Is this 100% true? He asked. Winna nodded. He left last night without telling anyone, and it was right after we uncovered the intel about the Dark Crow Valley base. Although it seems suspicious, this does not mean that he is a spy, Ye Fan added. Colonel Carl nodded slowly. I will go and clarify this with Star Dragon a while later. Now, tell me more about the intel. The captive that we brought in passed our lie detector test, which means that everything he said was true. Furthermore, Ye Fan personally hacked their network to gather all this intel. We can guarantee its authenticity, said Winna. Colonel Carl's eyes turned sharp as he said decisively, then let's attack immediately before anything changes. Ye Fan was hesitant. The Division 13 agents left at the secret base will be in danger if the army attacks now. To achieve our strategic objective, it is reasonable to sacrifice 1 or 2 people from Star Dragon. Since they are not from our country, we need not care so much. Colonel Carl did not give it a second thought. At the same time, after taking a long, indirect route, Han Xiao finally brought the 2 captives to where he had hidden his toolbox, bypassing all the detectors and sentry posts. The whole journey had been arduous and onerous. He was so tired by then that he almost wanted to puke blood. The captives were not wearing camouflage suits, so he'd had to spend hours to bypass the alert areas. Fortunately, they were the technical staff in charge of the testing detectors and landmines, so they provided much valuable information. Otherwise, he would not have left without alerting anyone. However, the captives had tried to lure him into a high alert area to expose him once, but he'd realized immediately. He had punished them harshly before they cooperated fully with him. The sun was shining brightly above the sky. Han Xiao calculated the time and sighed. Crap, I went beyond the stipulated time. I guess all the other agents have already left. He dug out his toolbox and took out his radio equipment to contact Zhang Wei. Hello. Hello. Yangtze River. Yangtze River. This is Yellow River. Please reply if you can hear me. Yellow your head. Zhang Wei's fury could be heard through the earpiece. Where exactly did you go? You were missing for the whole night, and all the other agents left. We could only stay at the base and wait for you. That's right. You'd better make up for this. I want new equipment. Li Yalin chimed in on the radio channel. One could hear the annoyance in her voice and imagine her pouting. It was actually a little cute. Han Xiao shook his head and started acting more seriously. I infiltrated the Dark Crow Valley base and discovered top classified intel. Let me get Officer Qi for you, Zhang Wei said with a look of solemnity. Qi Peijia received the radio message at the border army camp. Zhang Wei, what are you calling me for? Is Han Xiao back? He asked. He wants to speak with you. He'd better cook up a good explanation for his actions. Qi Peijia was clearly displeased. After Han Xiao was connected to the channel, he said, I just received the intel saying that the Dark Crow Valley base has 2 sectors, the outer sector and the inner sector. The outer sector is where all the low-ranking personnel work, while the inner sector is where the core members station themselves. The inner sector is hidden deeper in the mountainous valley, and the low-ranking personnel outside are not even aware of its existence. The information about the inner sector is classified for all the low-ranking personnel, and the path connecting the 2 sectors is always blocked. The 2 captives had told him that the base was divided into 2 sectors. The inner sector was hidden deeper in the mountains, where all the important supplies were stored. It was the real core of the base. The higher-ups in the base did not tell the periphery personnel anything about the inner base. So, it was a secret to many of the Germinal organization personnel. In their previous lives, the real players did not even know the existence of the inner base. The inner base had many evacuation routes. The core members could leave without leaving a trace. They were very cunning in the sense that each of these roads was classified. Nobody knew which path they would take before the actual evacuation was decided by the top leadership of the base. Qi Peijia understood the importance of this information immediately. If Hesla did not know about the existence of the inner sector of the base and the army went ahead to attack the outer base, they would simply retreat when they took down the outer base, declaring it a military success. In that case, the core force of the enemy would be entirely unharmed, and the inner base would remain safe. The enemy could move back secretly in the future, ensuring that hideout was secure from the enemies. Qi Peijia was dumbfounded. He could not believe that Han Xiao's solo act could bear such critical intel. Cough, cough. Even though it was a move well played, I still have to emphasize that it is unacceptable to act on your own without any orders. Hold on for a while. I will report this to the commanding officer immediately. Qi Peijia was stopped by the deputy officer when he requested to meet Colonel Carl. He waited anxiously for 5 minutes before was allowed to go into the office. He realized Ye Fan and Winna were there too. Colonel Carl looked at Qi Peijia and asked, What do you have for me? One of my team members just discovered some critical information that needs to be reported to you. Han Xiao. Yes. Qi Peijia nodded, but he did not realize that the other 3 started having a weird look. Colonel Carl's eyes flickered. Speak. Han Xiao repeated what he said before, and at the end, he added, If we attack brashly, We will only take down an empty shell. I hope we can pause the operation until our guys get hold of the enemy's evacuation time, evacuation route, and the detailed structure of the inner base. By doing so, we can directly kill their evacuating troops and prevent a direct attack against their fortification. This will greatly reduce our casualties. Colonel Carl was expressionless after he heard everything. Where did you get this intel from? He suddenly asked. I infiltrated the base by disguising my face, and I managed to capture 2 personnel from the inner base. All of a sudden, Colonel Carl yelled, "You are lying." To Colonel Carl, it was impossible for Han Xiao to infiltrate, even if he said he could disguise his face. It would take at least tens of minutes to make a legitimate face mask. During that time frame, Han Xiao would have faced all kinds of danger. At the same time, he could not predict which enemy he would encounter next, so it was impossible for him to make the face mask beforehand. So, it was an impossible situation that Han Xiao could never achieve. Han Xiao was startled. He realized that these people did not know the capability of his facial simulator. The function of the facial simulator was his trump card. He would not divulge such information. However, without exposing it, he could not explain the details of his infiltration. I have the capability to do so. Han Xiao had to give an ambiguous answer. Unless you can demonstrate, there is no way we can believe you. Colonel Carl was still expressionless, but he was more untrusting of Han Xiao's words. This person is really suspicious. Chapter 80, Bold Move. Translator, Chicken Paw Editor, Millman 97. Han Xiao's brows furrowed. Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Qi Peijia quickly provided a solution as he trusted Han Xiao. However, Hesla had a different position. Both parties were mutually untrusting toward each other. Han Xiao paused and said, I have 2 captives with me. You can test them with a lie detector to confirm that I am not lying. Colonel Carl squinted. Well then, you can bring them over. Qi Peijia heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was skeptical of how Han Xiao had managed to infiltrate the base, he chose to believe that Han Xiao had his own ways. Fortunately, he had captives to prove to them that what he said was true. However, after the radio connection was cut off, Colonel Carl told his deputy, order the troops to move out. Our target will be the Dark Crow Valley. Qi Peijia was stunned. It was the complete opposite of what was previously promised. Colonel Carl was reluctant to explain his rationale. It would take Han Xiao a few hours to bring the so-called captives in, and if Han Xiao was to play tricks and delay further, the enemies from the Dark Crow Valley base might seize the opportunity to evacuate completely before his troops could reach the target. As the commanding officer, he would not simply alter his decision based on certain unverified intel. He was more inclined to trust Ye Fan's intel. It had witnesses, evidence, and originated from reliable sources. Colonel Carl believed that he would not risk any damage for moving out earlier even if Han Xiao was right. Han Xiao could still bring the captives to him. The only difference was that the base would be on high alert earlier, and that would cause danger to Han Xiao's team. But, he didn't care about the lives of a bunch of Star Dragon agents. Even if they were killed, the Hesla top-level officers would not look into it. Someone from Hesla would naturally block the protests from Division 13. Furthermore, Han Xiao had already provided the information about the inner base. Colonel Carl did not give a hoot whether or not Han Xiao could prove his story. He could verify this information himself after he took down the base. My men are still stationed near the base. Your rash attack will put them in great danger. Qi Peijia was clearly enraged. Such a great opportunity may pass at any moment. We cannot risk a delay because of 1 or 2 agents. Since they are agents themselves, I am sure they can understand the bigger picture, Carl replied calmly. Objection. Qi Peijia's face was filled with anger. It's not your place to disagree. Carl pressed on an electric bell to summon a section of troopers. They pointed their rifles at Qi Peijia. Send our friends from Star Dragon to the vehicles. We will move out together later. I do not want them to communicate with anyone else as that may leak our plan, so remove all of their communication devices. Carl emphasized the word friends to stress his point. Qi Peijia was so furious that his body started shaking vigorously. Sigh. How did things come to this stage? Ye Fan was bereft of words. Han Xiao had suggested a conservative method, while Carl was more radical. Neither was wrong, but Carl was the commanding officer, and Han Xiao was only a subordinate. Furthermore, they were not from Hesla. Winna watched coldly from the side. After the connection was cut off, Han Xiao's face blackened. He had a hunch, Carl was a radical commanding officer, so he would most likely attack in advance. This guy is eager for a quick success. Han Xiao was clearly irked. It seemed like he had to complete the mission by himself since time was running out. However, he only knew about the existence of inner base but not the enemy's evacuation route and time. He needed to infiltrate again to gather more information. This time, Han Xiao did not plan to accomplish it himself. To achieve his plan, infiltrating alone was not the optimal option. The best option for a partner was actually Lin Yao, a hacker that could be planted inside the base. Like a computer virus, he could cut the enemy's communication network at the critical junctures, rendering them blind and deaf. Therefore, he had to make two facial masks based on the two captives. There were molds and makeup tools in the truck storage. Thus, he could craft the masks in an hour or so. Han Xiao forced his mind to focus and used his remaining energy to drag the two captives toward their secret base. He reached it in the afternoon, and his teammates came out to welcome him. "Are you all right?" Lin Yao quickly came forward to support the exhausted Han Xiao. Han Xiao shook his head and said, "There is not much time left. We need to make two facial masks based on the captives. Lin Yao and Lambert will use their identity cards to infiltrate the inner base. I will explain the details later. Brother Xiao, I have no experience in spying. Can you give the job to another person?" Lin Yao's face turned pale due to the overwhelming fear. "You are our only hacker, so it has got to be you." Lin Yao looked petrified. "I will take the other slot." Li Yalin volunteered herself. Han Xiao peeked at her and shook his head without any hesitation. "What are you trying to imply? Are you looking down on me?" Li Yalin was infuriated. "These things are too big, making them hard to conceal." Han Xiao pointed at her breasts. Li Yalin was speechless. Lin Yao anxiously grabbed onto Han Xiao's sleeve and said in a hopeful voice, "Brother Xiao, are you going in with me then?" "Nah. I won't. This mission is too simple for me. It is not challenging enough for me." "You definitely said something fishy there." Lin Yao and Li Yalin were screaming in their hearts. "I shall do it then," Zhang Wei said. Han Xiao shook his head again. "No, you can't. No one else can operate the armored suit. And, you are the team leader." "Oh, so you still know that I'm the team leader." Zhang Wei gave a bitter smile. Ever since the appearance of Han Xiao, he had become a mere figurehead. There was only one possible candidate left. "It has been decided that it will be you." Han Xiao pointed at Lambert. "Lambert? Oh my god. I am definitely going to die." Lin Yao was exasperated. Lambert slapped the back of Lin Yao's head with an expressionless look as he was unhappy with Lin Yao's attitude at the decision. He made it seem so much worse than choosing Han Xiao. One of the team members drove the truck closer toward Dark Crow Valley so that they didn't need to walk so far, while the rest were busy putting on makeup to disguise the two unlucky souls. They parked the truck right outside the alert zone. After more than an hour, Lambert and Lin Yao's disguises were completed. They looked exactly like the two captives. After putting on micro-earphones, they held the access cards and entered the Dark Crow Valley base from the side gate. "Brother Xiao, how concrete is this plan?" Lin Yao asked Han Xiao softly. "If you dream of its success with sincerity, you will make it?" Lin Yao felt a clot of blood stuck in his throat as he was made speechless by that answer. He turned to Lambert for more assurance. "Are you not afraid?" Lin Yao asked Lambert in a quiet voice. "To accomplish the mission, we must try even if there was only a slight possibility of success," Lambert said calmly. "Well said. You seem to be very dedicated to the mission." "Lambert." Soon, the two of them arrived at the gate. Lin Yao was so nervous that his jaw was trembling. "Will we get exposed?" "The more nervous you appear, the easier it will be for you to be exposed." Lambert patted Lin Yao's shoulder and reassured him. Lin Yao took out his access card after he had gathered his senses. The security guards checked the access cards, and shortly after, they opened a gate for them. They then walked to the storage room under Han Xiao's instruction. They found the access card reader and successfully opened the secret door using the two captives' access cards. A metal pathway appeared before them. The pathway was long, it took them 10 minutes to reach the inner base. The defenses were much tighter in the inner base, and many computer screens were seen hung on the walls. The enemy personnel were busy moving supplies and data. Lambert and Lin Yao looked each other in the eye. Now, they were really deep inside the enemy's base. All of a sudden, a screeching alarm was heard in the base, and the lights turned red. Lin Yao was scared to death as he thought that they had been discovered. Lambert frowned slightly and held onto Lin Yao. "Calm down. The alarm was not triggered by us," he said softly. The personnel in the base were whispering to one another. "What is happening? Is the enemy invading us?" Gigi walked out calmly and updated everyone, "Be quiet. Hesla's border troops are advancing toward the base. The military personnel in the outer base have already set up the necessary defenses. They will be able to hold our enemy back long enough for us to get ready to evacuate." Lin Yao's expression changed, and he whispered anxiously over the radio, "You guys must leave now." Chapter 81, A Bug Named Gigs. Translator, Choco Lion Editor, Millman 97. As expected, Carl did not choose to wait. Instead, he ordered the early deployment of his troops. Jiang Wei violently slammed the table and screamed, "Damn it! It took Han Xiao so much effort to obtain the critical intelligence, but now this lot are going to leave us in the lurch." Such a scenario had been predicted by Han Xiao, and therefore, he looked rather calm. The rest were puzzled when they saw Han Xiao being so composed. Through the communication set, he ordered Lin Yao and Lambert, "You guys remain under cover. Always keep your safety at the front of your mind. We are going to retreat soon." "Copy that." There was an air of uneasiness around Jiang Wei and Li Yat. The truck was parked not far away from the Dark Crow Valley base, and once the base entered the battle mode, more enemy troopers would be deployed. The tracks of the truck would definitely be discovered quickly. There was no time to waste. "Li Yalin, you are in charge of driving the truck." Li Yalin was a pugilist, and she would not be able to launch attacks while they were driving anyway. Therefore, she did not disagree with Han Xiao's decision. Han Xiao and Jiang Wei stayed in the container, where they were able to carry out their strikes at the enemy. Li Yalin stepped hard on the accelerator, making no effort to cover their tracks. The engine of the truck blared, and the tires started to spray the mud and soil from the ground. The truck moved forward loudly. In a while, the sounds of approaching vehicles could be heard. The retreating party could feel the heavy beating of their hearts. Through the window, Han Xiao could see a large group of armored jeeps chasing behind their truck. The headlights of these jeeps could be seen flashing around the truck. There were more than 10 jeeps around, and each had a heavy machine gun attached. "We have been discovered." Jiang Wei's heart sank. Han Xiao was not affected by the heavy rocking of the moving truck. He started preparing the weapons to be used for the impending battle. "Drive fast, Yalin!" Jiang Wei yelled. "I know." Li Yalin replied, biting her lips. She was trying to change gear to speed up even more. The full power of the truck's engine was unleashed, and it growled like an enraged beast. The anti-slip tires left deep marks in the moist ground. The uneven, hilly terrain and winding paths caused the truck's body to spring away from its tires as a result of the shock absorbance effect created by the vehicle's suspension. Even with the suspension working well, the truck rocked violently. Han Xiao peeked out of the window in the container and saw the enemy's jeeps closing in. "Can't you go faster?" Jiang Wei shouted. "This is a truck, not a sports car." Li Yalin was evidently irritated by Jiang Wei's comments. "The 4 buttons beside the gear lever can be used to activate the nitro boost," Han Xiao said. "You added nitro boost to the truck?" Li Yalin was shocked yet excited to try it out. "Do not activate the boost now. We are still traveling through dense vegetation, and you may destroy the truck with it. Use this to pick up more speed once we reach the plains." Da-da-da-da. The enemy troopers from the jeeps started firing their machine guns. Thick smoke emerged from the guns' barrels. Countless enemy bullets were sprayed at them. However, the shots fired from further away were largely inaccurate. The firing encompassed a huge radius, and trees along the way were getting destroyed. Some bullets also managed to scrape the surface of the container, and sparks were created from friction. Li Yalin glanced at the rear mirror, and the next moment, the rear mirror was destroyed by a bullet. She cursed in silence. The heavy truck was difficult to control, it rocked violently as she tried to evade the oncoming trees that were obstructing the path. She could feel the pain in her butt due to all the incessant vibrations of the vehicle. The contents of the truck were flying all around, and Han Xiao had to use locks to fasten the weapons and machinery in place. The 2 prisoners were sitting at the corner of the container, trembling profusely. The sun was setting, and it looked as if the skies had been stained red with blood. Dozens of armored jeeps were engaged in the intense pursuit of the fleeing truck. The enemy troopers were fast approaching, and bullets were fired everywhere. Gunshots could be heard all over the forest. The blares of the engine sounded like the roars of a wild dragon. The wanderers who were at Crow Forest Town could hear the sounds of battle and started to search for the source of the faint sounds. Closer and closer, closer and closer. Suddenly, a truck emerged from the forest and entered Crow Forest Town like an uncontrollable rhinoceros. It crashed into a building, which instantly crumbled under the huge impact. The shape of the crash barrier at the head of the truck became warped. The truck sped past the streets. The wanderers on the streets were shocked and quickly searched for shelters to hide. Only after confirming that the truck had driven past did they come out of hiding. Many of them were confused and astonished. Before they could even calm down, the armored jeeps entered the town, driving recklessly. Many buildings were destroyed, and it was a complete mess. It was raining bullets, and many wanderers were shot by stray bullets. Screams of pain could be heard all around, and the ground was drenched with blood. The final rays of light from the sun disappeared, and night fell. The truck was finally at the edge of the forest, and the obstacle-free plains appeared before it. The headlights from the armored jeeps illuminated the darkness like a light dragon. There was no obstacle blocking the way on the plains, so it was easier for the armored jeeps to close the gap. Nearer and near they came. 600, 500, 400 meters. Jiang Wei, change into your armor. Jiang Wei felt a surge of adrenaline. Even before the command, he had prepared for the moment of his suit up. Upon activating the armor, he noticed an immediate difference. The internal skeletal system provided power for all movements, and therefore, there was no need for his own strength to be used. His vision was also enhanced with the analysis interface. Chains of battle data flashed on the display. There was even an enhanced scope that offered greater shot accuracy. Jiang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. It is so powerful. Han Xiao loaded the high explosive rounds into his sniper rifle and replied confidently, this is only a simple modification. It was right to have spent the $36,000 on the suit. Ding ding dang dang. The clanging of the bullets that were crashing against armor became denser. Retaliate now. Han Xiao growled, and following that, Jiang Wei kicked open the door of the container. He had a clear vision of what was in front of him. The head armor covered the fury in his eyes. He lifted the triple-barrel machine gun and started firing. 2222. The high-frequency gunshots created thunderous blasts. Thick ember emerged from the wild firing formed around the gun's barrel. Shells were spat out of the gun and fell to the ground. The large, long bullets coupled with traces of ember were directed at the armored jeeps. Boom. The bulletproof windows of 2 jeeps were shattered, and the passengers of the jeep were crushed. Jiang Wei held 2 chains of bullets tightly. The chains extended all the way behind his back and led to a box. The box contained the ammunition that Han Xiao prepared. Jiang Wei had sufficient ammunition to spray to his heart's content. The dozens of armored jeeps dispersed from their formation to evade the shots from Jiang Xiao. The enemy troopers fired back using the machine guns mounted on the jeeps. Jiang Wei was standing right at the opening of the container wearing his armor. The exterior of the suit was made up of the platinum alloy. Jiang Wei mounted the hexagonal shield before his body to shield himself from the bullets. Most of the bullets were blocked by the thick armor. Han Xiao raised the sniper rifle and started firing the high explosive rounds. The rounds set the jeeps aflame. The enemy drivers started panicking, and once the flames reached the jeeps' engines, they were forced to stop. However, more jeeps were approaching, and bullet holes could be seen on the external armor of the truck. The distance was sufficient. Han Xiao put aside his sniper rifle and grabbed the mechanical dragonfly explosives from the box. He threw them forward as if they were free of charge. The mechanical dragonflies glided close to the ground, and they were detonated once they reached the jeeps. Boom. The armored jeeps were overturned by the explosions, and the momentum from the blast resulted in the jeeps tumbling in midair before landing. Once the flames reached the fuel tanks of the jeeps, it resulted in a second explosion that caused more deaths. The never-ending death toll started flashing on the tablet's interface. Every delayed explosion caused by the mechanical dragonfly could kill 4 to 8 enemy troopers in the jeep. In addition to the kills, EXP was also awarded for the destruction of the vehicle. Therefore, every jeep destroyed generated 5,000 to 7,000 EXP for Han Xiao. The rewards motivated Han Xiao greatly, and he strove to cause greater damage with the explosives. Direct conflict completed. You gained 35,000 EXP. Ah! Hysterical screams were heard. Han Xiao turned back his head only to realize that the 2 enemy troopers who were held captive had been killed by the flying bullets. Instantly, Han Xiao's heart sank. The prisoners are dead. The firepower coming from the jeep started to lessen. The enemy troopers were afraid of the attacking abilities of the truck. A single truck had managed to destroy 20 armored jeeps. It was definitely a scary fact for the enemies. I can see the military forces of Hesla. Li Yalin screamed in excitement. Han Xiao looked ahead and saw the army of vehicles operated by the Hesla military. Commander, there seem to be skirmishes ahead of us. Carl looked at the video feed on the operation vehicle and was thoroughly shocked. More than 20 armored jeeps were chasing after the bullet hole-riddled heavy-duty truck. He then saw the trail of overturned jeeps that had been set ablaze. Carl was suspicious of the situation. These agents from Division 13 really had a substantial and fierce firepower. There were not many operation teams that had such strong fighting abilities that could rival with those of modern militaries. A smaller team enabled greater flexibility in operations. Usually, such operation teams were considered the best of their kind. He suppressed his initial shock. Following that, he squinted and started looking back and forth. Winna and Yefan were also astonished by the sight before their eyes. A single truck had managed to survive the attack of an army of armored jeeps. Also, it had managed to wipe out half of the total enemy count. It's surprising that the truck can still move after withstanding 1,000 shots. Even though the truck was almost wrecked, it could still travel freely like a wild dog on steroids. The truck had undergone some sort of modification. A grenade exploded on the armor of the truck, yet the explosion only caused minor change, barely denting the armor. In the same situation, a normal vehicle would have been blasted into multiple pieces. What sort of metal was it made of? Too strong. Even the agents for Division 13 were confused. Since when did Jiang Wei's team possess such powerful fighting capabilities? Could a mechanic really elevate the firepower of a team so much? Chapter 82, The Unexpected Betrayal. Translator, Choco Lion Editor, Millman 97. The armored jeep started to flee from the scene by turning in the opposite direction. Carl's eyes lit up, and he ordered, "Provide fire support and blast everything in the vicinity." Carl's assistant understood the hidden agenda behind Carl's order. He was shocked but still carried out the order. The area of attack was locked in. The team of vehicles equipped with missile launchers moved forward, and in an instant, the rockets were launched. The truck fell inside the radius of the missile strike. The agents from Division 13 were sharp-eyed and figured out what Carl was trying to do. They were enraged and astonished. The assistant officer explained, "Damn it, we miscalculated the radius of the attack." Such words were only sufficient to fool little kids. The agents from Division 13 were not convinced, and the enraged Qi Peijia shouted, "Carl, what do you think you are doing?" Carl did not reply. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were cold as ice. "Too bad. You guys do not belong to Hesla." Li Yalin could clearly see the flaming exhaust of the rockets, which also signified the impending destruction their team was going to face. She screamed, "They want to send us up to heaven too." Hesla's commanders did it on purpose. Jiang Wei was furious. Even though tension was bound to occur during joint operations involving different countries, nobody expected the commanding officer from Hesla to make such a brutal move. Also, he could shirk off the responsibility by conveniently claiming that it was an accident. Only radicals would resort to such despicable measures, the killing of their allies and the neglecting of consequences. The Germinal organization was a common enemy of the Six Nations. All the parties agreed on counter-terrorism efforts. However, the different parties involved were not allies, and some even had conflicts with one another. The higher UPS of the nations were pretentious and hypocritical. They were also willing to sacrifice those beneath them to attain their goals. Han Xiao focused and shouted, "Nitro boost." Li Yalin immediately pressed the button. Blue flames emerged from the exhaust of the truck. The acceleration of the truck was exponentially increased, charging forward like a wild rhinoceros. Li Yalin was pressed hard onto her seat by the surging momentum. The rockets began to descend quickly. 300, 200, 100, 50 meters. Boom. Finally, the blast arrived and created a wave of heat that resulted in a mushroom cloud of dust. The flaming smoke rose on the plains. At that instant, everyone lost their senses. The sound of the blast exceeded the audible range of the human ear. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent. All that was left was a rising glow, which illuminated the night sky. Everything within the radius of the strike, regardless of vehicles or humans, had been demolished. After 3 seconds, an incessant ringing became audible. Rage and fury were written on the faces of the agents from Division 13. Grief could be observed from the killer eyes of Disusu. A green flame was burning silently in her heart. Whoosh! The wind started howling. The heavy-duty truck emerged out of the thick dark smoke. Only a small section of the container had been blown apart. Some of the machinery and accessories had been reduced to scrap metal. They are still alive. The agents from Division 13 were surprised. Li Yalin was not yet out of her state of shock. It had really just been a matter of a few meters. They were really lucky to have escaped the radius of that strike in time. If not for the nitro boost, all of them would have vanished into thin air. Han Xiao coughed out the blood from his throat. He'd suffered from injuries due to the shockwave of the blast. Almost 200 HP had been lost due to the blast. The second blast had sent him crashing into the hard wall of the container, costing him another 50 HP. Han Xiao was still feeling giddy from the aftershock of the blast. After the nitro boost, the engine was overheating, but it still managed to move forward till it reached the Hesla soldiers. After seeing countless bullet holes on the container, the soldiers of Hesla could feel the chills up their spines. What a tough battle they'd had. What a pity. They managed to survive. Carl frowned in disappointment. After Han Xiao alighted from the truck, the agents from Division 13 started to crowd before him. Qi Peijia, who broke out into cold sweat, heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Han Xiao was alive and well. Carl walked toward the agents. Instantly, the agents from Division 13 glowered furiously at him. Jiang Wei, clad in his armor, gritted his teeth and moved toward Carl. The soldiers at the side immediately raised their weapon and pointed at the agents. The assistant officer bellowed, "What do you want?" "Back off. I want an explanation." Jiang Wei yelled. "Explanation? How childish." Carl ignored Jiang Wei and glanced at Han Xiao. He asked flippantly, "Where are the captured enemies?" "Dead." Carl's order to strike ahead of the stipulated time had caused immense danger for them. The 2 captured enemies had also been killed. More importantly, Carl had tried to kill them. It was obvious that he had done these things on purpose. Han Xiao shut his eyes to conceal the ice-cold chill in them. No more evidence, I suppose. Carl frowned with a look of discontent. His poor attitude angered the agents from Division 13 even more. However, they were rational enough to keep their cool as they were, ultimately, in a foreign land surrounded by soldiers from Hesla. Qi Peijia could not contain his anger and lashed out, prepared to be questioned by Division 13. Carl couldn't care less. Division 13 had no jurisdiction over him. Moreover, what happened just now had been an accident, there was no evidence to justify that he had done it on purpose. At most, he would be reprimanded by the foreign diplomats. He would not have to face any real punishment. If he managed to destroy the Dark Crow Valley base, it would truly be a great achievement. With the help of his backers, he was highly likely to be promoted to the leading figure for the radicals in the government. No matter how Division 13 complained about him, the higher UPS in Hesla would be there to fend off these complaints. Carl thought to himself. After which he pointed at Han Xiao and said, "Take him to the medic. Let them check his injuries." Han Xiao had no expression on his face. He followed the medic to the logistics vehicle. All his injuries were due to the shock on his soft body. With his endurance, he would recover quickly with a sufficient amount of rest. Therefore, he dismissed the medic. The logistics vehicle started its engine. Hesla's troops continued their advance. Han Xiao shook his head, closed his eyes, and then proceeded to lie on his bed. He had not slept since yesterday. Now was the right time for him to catch up on his sleep. The sounds of gunshots could be heard. Han Xiao was a light sleeper, and he opened his eyes. He alighted from the vehicle and realized it was midnight, around 3 to 4 a.m. At this point in time, Hesla's troops had arrived at the border of the high alert sectors of the Dark Crow Valley base. The 6 high alert sectors comprised not only of sentry guards and patrolling troopers, there were also large defense mechanisms put in place like ramparts and guardhouses that were fortified with enemy troops. In the event of war, Hesla's army would have to go past the 6 high alert sectors before they closed in on the actual base itself. Han Xiao, who was now with the logistics division, was far from the battlefront. Han Xiao asked the 2 soldiers guarding by his side, "What's the situation of the battlefront?" One of the soldiers replied, "Everything is proceeding smoothly. Our troops have successfully reached the 4th sector." Han Xiao nodded, and just when he was about to proceed out, the 2 soldiers blocked his path. "The colonel wants you to rest and recover from your injuries here." Upon hearing that, Han Xiao realized that he had been intentionally imprisoned here by the colonel. Han Xiao frowned and asked, "Where are my friends? Your officer also tasked us to look after you and ensure that you have sufficient rest." Han Xiao understood the intentions of Qi Peijia. He did not want Han Xiao to risk his life anymore. Ultimately, Han Xiao had almost been killed by the flaming missiles. Qi Peijia wanted to keep Han Xiao away from the battlefront. Such a move is better for my plan, Han Xiao thought. Han Xiao turned his head and saw the truck being towed away. The escape mission had almost destroyed the entire truck. Without a full repair, the truck would surely be unusable. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up before he proceeded toward the heavy-duty truck. The 2 soldiers guarding him allowed him to do so. Han Xiao was free to go anywhere as long as he stayed away from the battlefront in the logistics zone. He entered the container and discovered that all the important equipment was still around. Only the bodies of the 2 captured soldiers had been disposed of. Han Xiao took out the communication set from the box and adjusted it to Lin Yao's frequency. "Lin Yao, are you still alive?" "Of course, I am, but don't jinx it." Lin Yao's unfriendly voice blared out from the earpiece. "What's the situation now?" "We are preparing for the retreat." Apparently, according to the higher UPS in the base, the troops stationed around the base were all deployed to fight Hesla's army. I have yet to discover their path of retreat. Seems like I'll have to follow the order to locate the exact route. Oh, I also managed to find out the false information that Ye Fan collected. The defense mechanism and deployment between the 3rd and 6th sectors were true. However, the 1st and 2nd sectors were different. If Hesla's troops attack according to the information Ye Fan provided, they are bound to suffer heavy losses. Have you told them yet? Nope, you are the first guy that contacted me. That's good. Don't tell that to Hesla's people. Lin Yao was confused and asked, "Why so?" Han Xiao told him the series of events that had happened previously. Upon hearing the incident of the misfire of the missiles, Lin Yao's blood started boiling with rage. That is just too much. Carl revealed his intention to wipe out his allies, so it was no longer logical for Division 13 to continue assisting him in the operation and minimize his losses. The intelligence that Han Xiao provided was all aimed at eliminating Pan Kuang and Gigi, who were high-value members of the Germinal organization. Only the successful elimination of them would ensure the mission's success. Carl treated them like they were merely tools. Now it was time for Han Xiao to reciprocate. They wanted his intelligence reports, and he wanted their troops. Both parties were merely using each other to their advantage. As long as Hesla's army accomplished the mission using his intelligence, he could not have cared less about the number of troops they lost. What Han Xiao had not expected was Karl's intention to kill them. It is time for a change of plan. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled brightly. Chapter 83, The Superhumans of Aquamarine. Morning was always the best time of the day. Likewise, morning was also the best time to fight a battle. The previous night, the Hesla troops had managed to clear the 4th high alert sector. Karl had ordered his troops to rest for an hour before continuing their advancement at first light. They wanted to reach the base in one final attack. As the sun rose, the Hesla troops were fighting the enemies at the 3rd high alert sector. Boom, boom, boom. The endless blasts were thunderous, and they enshrouded the battleground in smoke. The entire forest was wrecked by the hail of bullets and artillery strikes, the used shells of which were littered everywhere. The soldiers from Hesla, coupled with the armored vehicles, managed to take down the defense mechanisms in place. One after another, fortresses, sentry posts, and trenches were destroyed. The information Yefan had obtained was of great use. The enemy's defense mechanisms were practically useless against the attacks. The troops managed to secure their objectives with minimal losses. The soldiers were elated because their victories had never been so comfortable before. Continue to advance. Let's take down the 2 remaining high alert sectors in one shot. Karl was overwhelmed with excitement. Once the confident troops entered the 2nd high alert sector, the favorable situation started to turn around. Not long after stepping foot into the 2nd high alert sector, the Hesla troops faced their first enemy ambush. 2 armored vehicles and dozens of soldiers were wiped out by well-hidden mines. And that was, in fact, just an appetizer. The Hesla soldiers were soon completely devastated. The death toll was rising steadily, and there were traps and ambushes everywhere. Yefan's intelligence was practically useless at this stage. Following the false information provided led to even greater losses. The various platoons were at a complete loss. The intelligence about the first 4 high alert sectors had allowed Hesla's military to successfully penetrate deep and eventually enter the ambush zone that Gigi had marked out. The casualties were increasing exponentially. Karl experienced a mix of shock and fury. The expression on Winna's face changed. Indeed, the information they had obtained was only bait. Han Xiao's predictions were right. They were indeed responsible for the huge losses. Yefan shook his head and said, "The enemies are too cunning and ruthless. They were willing to sacrifice the lives of their own comrades to lure us in. It was almost impossible to see through their plot. Perhaps, that's the advantage of being on the defensive side. The Germinal organization is not afraid to go all out. However, such a measure is not feasible for our side." Karl's moves were too radical. He should have listened to Han Xiao and been less brash with his deployments. He looked at his remorseful teammates and sighed. At this point, Karl saw his soldiers falling one after another. He had an uncomfortable expression. What was supposed to be a smooth sailing situation had flipped around. The easy win had reversed, becoming a complete disaster. Even if they managed to prevail in the battle, it was going to be a costly victory. The Hesla troops, who were facing head-on defeats, were suffering heavy losses, and their advancement proceeded at a snail's pace. Suddenly, a grim-looking man who held a long machete in his hand emerged from the enemy side. He was surrounded by cold and transparent waves of energy that bore similarity to flames. The air beside him distorted as he dashed toward Hesla's army. The soldiers immediately started firing their rifles, but the man span as he ran and speedily slashed his machete. The approaching bullets were disintegrated by the slashes and fell to the ground. Pugilist. While the soldiers were still in shock, the man barged into the crowd. Within seconds, the combo of powerful slashes from the shiny machete diced numerous Hesla soldiers into many bits. Blood sprayed everywhere, and broken limbs, heads, and torsos could be seen all over the ground. The man stood with conviction amid the sea of red. Pan Kuang. The agents were all astonished. Pan Kuang was the man in charge of the Dark Crow Valley base and the executive officer of the Germinal organization. In addition, he had managed to kill many powerful individuals and had a glorious battle record on the Dark Net. Based on his battle record on the Dark Net, Pan Kuang was highly adept with his machete. His fighting style originated from that of Rui Lan, and he was becoming known as the soul of the blade. The light reflected by his shiny blade was usually the last thing his slain enemies saw. The armored vehicle adjusted its position. Larger bullets were fired out from the readjusted barrel at Pan Kuang. Pan Kuang started leaping with unbelievably fast movements and dodged the incoming shots by ducking behind the trees. It was impossible for ordinary solider to accurately trace the position of Pan Kuang. More often than not, in the blink of an eye, Pan Kuang would disappear without any trace, and the fired shots would all miss. Pan Kuang was able to move around a battleground with ease and without any substantial obstruction. Like a life-claiming reaper, Pan Kuang slew one soldier after another. He even managed to slash open a couple of heavily armored trucks and kill the soldiers inside the vehicles. As long as there were shelters that offered protection against the bullets, a superhuman could unleash his extensive power and cause immense damage. The energy he possessed protected his body, and ordinary gunpowder and bullets were unable to cause any significant harm. A D-class superhuman could battle a platoon on their own and escape with ease after the fight. A C-class superhuman had colossal strength and an iron body that could withstand the attacks of guns and cannons. They could cause substantial damage on all terrains and could tear down a building with their bare hands easily. A C-class superhuman was of the lowest level in the galaxy. It also had the title of Basic Cosmic Warrior. Different planets in the galaxy had different gravitational fields and atmospheric conditions. A C-class superhuman would be able to set foot on most planets. It was normal for certain species that lived in harsher galactic conditions to possess C-class superhuman bodies from birth. However, there were very few C-class superhumans on Aquamarine. The superhumans on this planet were low-ranked ones. Pan Kuang's superhuman class was E+, one level away from becoming D-class. He was able to easily defeat groups of Hesla soldiers in the complicated forested terrain. A superhuman possessed a powerful solo fighting capability, and they would often swipe in to kill the highest-ranking commander of the troops or infiltrate the enemy to sabotage operations. Soldiers in the way were being killed by the advancing Pan Kuang. It was obvious that Pan Kuang was traveling in the direction of Carl. Carl had made it onto the radar of Pan Kuang's killer instincts, which made Carl feel very uneasy. He had no sense of security even when he was protected tightly by his troops, so he immediately commanded, "Launch the thermo-tracing rockets." An armored vehicle equipped with missile launchers arrived, and multiple rockets that were locked onto Pan Kuang were fired. Pan Kuang was circling the forest speedily, and the rockets crashed into the trees. The last rocket managed to go through the gaps between the tree trunks and headed for Pan Kuang. With a tight frown, Pan Kuang halted in his steps. He scooped up some soil and held the machete with both of his hands. There was an invisible wave of energy surrounding the blade. He slashed the machete at the rocket. The quick slash managed to hit the side of the rocket at the right time. The force from the strike changed the course of the rocket, and its path was altered. The rocket crashed into a large tree that was 20 meters away and burst into flames. Pan Kuang was slightly disorientated by the shockwave of the explosion. If Han Xiao were there, he would have seen that the damage was more than 20 health points. After realizing that even the rockets were useless against Pan Kuang, Carl looked at his agents. Carl's intention of deploying the agents to protect himself was clear. "Let's go." Winna yelled, and Hesla's agents moved forward together with her. The agents from Division 13 were observing from one side. The joint operation no longer made sense after what Carl had done, therefore, they were not going to help. After finding out that the agents from Hesla had entered the battle, Pan Kuang immediately sheathed his machete and retreated. He did not want to be held up by the agents. Gunshots echoed through the forest as bullets were fired out of the agents' guns. The shiny blade slashed past. Light was reflected off the surface of the blade. A bullet fired at Pan Kuang was cut in half. Although Pan Kuang operated at a lower speed than the flying bullet, he had managed to anticipate the path of the bullet and position his machete at the perfect spot. His reflexes were rapid. Pan Kuang remained expressionless as he turned away and disappeared into the forest. In this attack, Pan Kuang had managed to kill hundreds of enemy soldiers and destroy a couple of armored vehicles. The morale of Hesla soldiers was at its lowest. They had suffered heavy casualties, and the initial fatigue accumulated from the attacks on the previous 4 sectors was beginning to take its toll. The situation forced Carl to slow down the attack even though he was unwilling to do so. Gigi was observing the situation at the front line from his monitor. The second high alert sector was down, and Hesla's troops were moving toward the final sector. Even if Hesla's army suffered great losses, they still had an upper hand over the armed security guards of the base. However, everything was under control. After Pan Kuang returned, Gigi locked the doors leading to the base. Even if the enemy managed to take down the external base, they would be unable to locate the internal base. Furthermore, Gigi was also preparing to give a big gift to the Hesla soldiers outside the internal base. "Assistant Director, when are we going to retreat?" "Now," Gigi said. The staff of the inner base gathered at the doorstep of the third secret passageway. Lin Yao and Lambert were furthest away from the rest. When nobody was looking, they would inform each other of critical intelligence. Strangers would think that they were just making casual conversation. Boom. The final fortress was blasted into pieces by the cannon of a mini-tank. The remaining armed guards only had one choice: retreat into the base. All the defense lines crumbled, and Carl finally loosened up from the tension. The final 2 sectors had cost 70% more losses than expected. Carl's superiors would definitely be less impressed when they saw the battle report. The enemies are left with the final base, and they have nowhere to retreat to. "Are we going to let the troops rest for a while?" the assistant officer asked. Carl was sat in deep thought, and he suddenly remembered Han Xiao's intelligence report. It mentioned that there was an inner base and also a secret escape passageway. Instantly, he felt that it was an opportunity for him to improve his battle record. He did not want to waste a single moment so as to reduce the enemy's chance of escape. Therefore, he issued an order with conviction. Start the attack immediately. Remember to search thoroughly in the facility, especially the storerooms. There must be some hidden door somewhere that can lead us to the enemy's inner base. The order was confirmed, and the soldiers who had still not yet recovered from the shock of the previous battle regained their spirits and entered the base to wipe out the remaining enemies. The base was very small, and the fighting took place in the narrow alleys. Endless gunshots could be heard throughout the drawn-out battle. We found the storeroom, but no hidden doors can be seen. There are only solid concrete walls. We also tested our explosives on the walls. Maybe there is something wrong with the intelligence report. Carl frowned hard. He summoned his assistant and said, "Bring the agents from Division 13 here. Also, get me Han Xiao. I want to ask them about the intelligence report they submitted." Chapter 84, Self-Detonation. While the battle at the front lines was still ongoing, Han Xiao, who was at the logistics zone away from the battlefront, was observing the situation attentively. Han Xiao had seen many high-level battles that involved the destruction of entire planets in the game. Compared to those battles, the current one, a low-level battle fought on the ground, gave Han Xiao a greater adrenaline rush. The sound of gunshots and scent of gunpowder offered a more visceral experience of the brutality and atmosphere of war compared to those battles Han Xiao had previously witnessed, which had only involved silent energy beams and plasma cannons. Han Xiao sat in the container of the truck, while the two sentry guards were still guarding the vehicle tightly. They were highly suspicious that Han Xiao was intending to escape. Lin Yao's voice could be heard from Han Xiao's earpiece. "Brother Xiao, we are going to retreat together with the core team of the enemy. I have planted the virus in their system, so we can now jam their communications anytime." "Good job." "Oh, Uncle Lambert made a new discovery. The internal structure of the base is very strong, and it is probably explosion-proof." Han Xiao frowned, and after piecing together the bits of information, he suddenly realized that the external base was disguised as the bait, or more accurately, a graveyard. There were probably heaps of explosives hidden, and once the invaders stepped into it, the explosives would be triggered to kill all of them. Also, the explosions would be strong enough to demolish the external base and bury everything in it, thereby making the internal base more discreet. What an ingenious plan. Han Xiao sighed. Even if he were to report the situation now, it would be too late. Also, Han Xiao did not have any intention of doing so. He had finally reached the final stage of his plan. Han Xiao rose up and began to pack his belongings. He transferred all the accessories and important mechanical components from the container into his bag. The bag was completely filled. Han Xiao then said to the two sentry guards, "Could you guys help me carry some of these items? They are pretty heavy." The two troops went up the truck unknowingly to help Han Xiao carry his bag. The moment they bent their bodies, Han Xiao took action. With two solid punches to the necks of the soldiers, both of them collapsed to the ground without making a sound. Han Xiao closed the door of the container, and he secretly changed into the trooper's attire and removed the mask he was wearing. After which, he activated the mask and used it to change his appearance. He carried the bag and walked out confidently. He was able to blend into the logistics team without anyone noticing. Carl's assistant soon rushed back. "Everyone from Division 13, except for Han Xiao, was present," he said. Carl was shocked. He disappeared. The two sentry guards that were supposed to look after him were found unconscious. I asked the logistics team, and nobody saw Han Xiao around. Carl wanted to continue the conversation, but there was a thunderous boom in the air, which made him jump up on reflex. He immediately started scouting for the source of the sound. The mountain was moving, and it was as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone was terrified. The Dark Crow Valley base had detonated. The entire base crumbled, and the main entrance was completely sealed by the falling rocks burying hundreds of elite soldiers. The turn of events obviously infuriated Carl. The troops had fallen into the enemy's trap just as victory was in sight. Countless lives were claimed, and the base was also destroyed. This greatly depreciated the value of the victory. Carl knew that, as the commander of the forces, he would face a lot of backlash. Carl had a gloomy look, and he thought of Han Xiao's advice. If he had heeded the advice, he could have prevented the heavy losses. But even if he had the opportunity to choose again, Carl felt that he would still make the same choice. He was completely frustrated and vented that frustration on the wall of the commander's vehicle. The army had suffered heavy losses, and Carl could feel the pain in his heart. He then gave several orders to raise the morale of the dejected troops. After the agents from Division 13 arrived, Carl said with a gloomy face, "Your teammate disappeared. What is going on exactly?" Han Xiao vanished again. One could clearly see the change in expression on the agents' faces. Why the word again? Qi Peijia felt a blank in his mind. God damn it, Han Xiao always did such unexpected things that he was starting to expect them to be so. Zhang Wei and Li Yalan were very calm. It was as if they had gotten used to it. It was really the norm for Han Xiao to carry out tasks at his own will without seeking any approval. One just had to get used to it. He was probably on his way to create some new trouble. If Han Xiao did not obtain the critical intelligence, you would have foolishly thought that you have successfully destroyed the base, when in actual fact, you have only managed to destroy the outer region. You would not even be aware that the enemies have escaped. Carl pondered, and indeed, he would have thought that his operation was a complete success, and if the Dark Crow Valley base managed to reinstate itself in the future, he would the first to be held responsible. What other information can you guys offer? Carl asked anxiously. Zhang Wei, who was trying hard to suppress his detest for Carl, bellowed, 2 of our companions retreated together with the enemy. Once they confirm the enemy's path of retreat, they will send it to us. Carl's eyes lit up and said immediately, inform me as soon as you receive any news. He had not expected that Han Xiao would accomplish so much in his operation. His troops had suffered way too many losses in the previous battle, so he needed to atone for his mistakes by successfully eliminating the core of the enemy's retreating force. There was a region away from everyone's attention at the outskirts 10 kilometers away from the Dark Crow Valley base. Pan Kuang, Gigi, and over 200 core members were exiting the secret passageway via their vehicles. The vehicles carried huge amounts of logistical items and also contained precious information about the base. I suppose Hesla think that they have won the battle. Gigi let out uncontrollable laughter. Pan Kuang looked at him and said, don't let your guard down. Gigi nodded and ordered the teams to advance faster. They needed to travel for another 2 hours to reach a secret hangar that housed several Black Harrier helicopters and a small cargo plane. Lin Yao and Lambert received Zhang Wei's orders from their earpieces. They looked at each other and knew it was time for them to strike. Lin Yao took out a tablet and activated the dormant virus planted in the enemy communication network. Sheila. Everyone was shocked by the piercing shrieks in their earpieces. They immediately removed them from their ears. Gigi was disgruntled. Just as he was about to order the vehicle fleet to stop and inspect on the communication set, he heard a series of engine hums approaching from all directions. Prone. Pan Kuang's expression immediately changed. He pushed Gigi, who had yet to react, to the ground. After Pan Kuang completed these actions, there was a wave of gunshots. Bullets rained on the fleet from all directions. The exploding grenades overturned the vehicles of the fleet. Flames and glaring light could be seen. Lambert dragged Lin Yao off the vehicle. They rolled toward the vegetation at the side to avoid the direct attack. Gigi could not believe that his trap had been discovered by the invaders. Who had leaked the information? Run. There was no time for any disappointment. Gigi was dragged toward the forest swiftly by Pan Kuang. Carl, who was commanding his troops from the forest, felt a great sense of excitement. His troops had encircled the core of the retreating enemy, and he knew it was a golden opportunity for him to turn things around. A distance away, Han Xiao, who had changed his appearance, was driving in a jeep alone. He held a thermosensor in his hand and was searching the battle zone. He quickly discovered his targets, Pan Kuang and Gigi, who had managed to escape the heavy encirclements. Troops who managed to catch up with Pan Kuang were mercilessly destroyed by his powerful fighting abilities. Han Xiao was tailing both of them from 100 meters away with the help of his thermosensor. A jeep is approaching. Pan Kuang looked behind. He could barely see the jeep that was following them in the dense forest, and the faint sound of the jeep's engine could be heard. Pan Kuang wanted to destroy the jeep. However, every time his distance from the jeep shortened, Han Xiao would change course and increase the distance between them again. The jeep was just like an irritant. Pan Kuang thought Han Xiao was operating a reconnaissance jeep that reported their location back to the enemy. Also, they expected the entire army to be following them, and therefore, they were afraid to stop moving. Pan Kuang, who was dragging Gigi in his escape, could feel the quick depletion of his energy. We just need to reach the hangar. The helicopter will help us with the escape. Pan Kuang knew that was his only way to escape. Although Pan Kuang was a superhuman himself, his fear of being surrounded by a gargantuan enemy force prompted him to increase his speed. He failed to realize that Gigi was deeply fatigued. After chasing for about 20 minutes, both parties were far from the front line. The time is right. Han Xiao could feel a sense of determination. He changed his course and drove in front of his targets with the help of a map he had stolen from the logistics department. The jeep traveled at a very high speed, and Han Xiao drove up a 10-meter high cliff that was 2 kilometers away, which his targets were sure to pass by. The engine stopped, and Han Xiao took out all his gear. He slotted his left arm into the modified lightweight mechanical arm and attached the box housing the magnetically controlled retractable armor to his waist. He stuck his Berserk Eagle into its case and then buried 10 delayed explosion explosives in the shape of a circle with a radius of 5 meters. A thin thread was lined through the safety rings of the delayed explosion explosives, so a slight pull would activate them all. Han Xiao grabbed the sniper rifle he had sourced from the logistics team and lay prone on a rock. He had a clear view of the valley and aimed his rifle in the direction his targets were expected to arrive in. He held his breath and focused hard. Qi was panting heavily. His face was all pale from the running. He was not a superhuman, so he had limited stamina. If it wasn't for Pan Kuang, he would have collapsed long ago. Pan Kuang shouted emotionlessly, "Don't stop, the enemy could approach at any moment. We need to reach the hangar as soon as possible." The two of them came out of the forest quickly. The mountains lay ahead of them. Qi felt his legs wobble before he fell to the ground. Breathlessly, he said, "I can't run anymore." Pan Kuang frowned. He was slightly irritated, but he knew he could not leave Qi behind. Qi's sister was the one in charge of the entire intelligence network of the Germinal organization. "Carry me on your back, it is." Qi was halfway through his sentence when a gunshot rang in the air. Pan Kuang reacted quickly and ducked backwards. However, he was not the target of the shot. Qi's head was thrust backwards as if a punch had been thrown at him. There was a bloody hole on his left cheek. The hole was so big that it allowed the bullet to tumble in Qi's skull, crushing his left cheek. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Qi's expression froze as he collapsed to the ground. He showed no signs of life anymore. Assassination 2 completed. 100% of energy expended. You gained 4000 EXP. Pan Kuang's pupils constricted. He drew out his machete and dashed toward the source of the shot. Chapter 85, Interception. Translator, Choco Lion Editor, Milman 97. Pan Kuang was closing in. Han Xiao spammed the trigger of the rifle. Chains of bullets skipped out of the barrel and pierced through the air, heading in the direction of the target. It was as if Pan Kuang had the danger-sensing ability of a beast. He always changed his position before Han Xiao fired the shots. Han Xiao fired a total of 13 shots, and Pan Kuang dodged 9 of them. The remaining 4 bullets lost their momentum after hitting the blade. The bullets were reflected by Pan Kuang's protective energy, and their total damage was merely 80 HP. A high-class superhuman would have a stronger defensive capability. Ordinary weapons and ammunition were useless against Pan Kuang. The firepower of an ordinary weapon from a place indicated the general level of civilization of that place. With the opening up of higher versions and more maps, the upgrading of the ordinary weapons would follow. However, it was evident that such a day had yet to come. The distance between Pan Kuang and Han Xiao was shrinking rapidly, and Han Xiao could see the deathly chill in Pan Kuang's eyes. "Damn it, he's quick." Han Xiao cursed softly and threw his rifle to the side. He tugged the thread in his hands and activated the delayed explosion explosives and then pretended that he was fleeing. Pan Kuang was much faster and went up the cliff in a few steps. He stepped into the ambush circle and sensed something was off. His face changed, and he leapt into the air. His shiny blade was spinning beneath his torso. It was as if he was riding a hurricane, pushing him up into the skies. Boom! The 10 explosives detonated together, and Pan Kuang was engulfed by the flames. Your delayed explosion explosives dealt a damage of 34 HP to Pan Kuang. Damage protection is taken into account. Your delayed explosion explosives dealt a damage of 37 HP to Pan Kuang. Pan Kuang is slightly torched. 10 messages appeared on the interface, and after a quick glance, Han Xiao confirmed that the series of explosions had dealt more than 400 HP damage to Pan Kuang. Due to your level, you gained some information about the enemy. Name, Pan Kuang. Level, 38. Class, Agent LV-10, Amateur Pugilist LV-10, Stormblader LV-10, Unknown. Attributes, 65 STR, Unknown Dex, Unknown Endurance, Unknown Intel, Unknown Mystic, 8 Charm, 7 Luck. HP, Unknown. Energy, Unknown. Energy rank, 687. Grade, E+. Specialties. Amateur blade wielding technique, plus 10 attack points when using blades or machetes. Soul of the wind blown blade, the blade is the extension of our limbs, listen closely to the breath of the wind. Unknown. Skills, defensive blade of the wind LV.6, wind gliding steps LV.4, unknown, unknown. There was a huge difference in level. Also, much of the information was unknown. However, Han Xiao was not completely reliant on hard statistics. From the performance of Pan Kuang, it was evident that he had high attacking power and agility, and his weak side would be his limited health. It was certain that the explosion had taken away 20% of Pan Kuang's initial health. Furthermore, Pan Kuang had faced tough battles previously and spent an hour on the run from his enemies, therefore, he was not in his best condition for a fight. I have a higher probability of winning. Han Xiao looked at the experience that he had accumulated on the interface, and it was as high as 520,000 points. He channeled all the experience points into raising his levels. Like a rocket, Han Xiao rapidly gained 4 levels. His HP was raised to 985, almost exceeding 1000. He had practiced the energy training technique 48 times, and his energy had managed to hit 390 points. He just needed a little more to gain 4 continuous level ups and raise his energy to 540 points, which exceeded the LV5 benchmark of 400 points. That would allow for new increases in all his other attributes. His strength, endurance, agility, and intelligence were increased by approximately 10% each. The rest of the experience points were channeled into continuous gliding shots. Level 2, a slight increase in the effect of the ability. Whoosh! Pan Kuang emerged from the flames, and he was charred from head to toe. He looked battered, and his eyes were locked onto Han Xiao like an exasperated wolf. He growled and shifted his feet as if he was gliding. In the blink of an eye, he slashed his blade with fury in an attempt to disintegrate the scoundrel who had ambushed him. The light from the blade flashed, and Han Xiao retreated 3 steps. Han Xiao's speed shocked Pan Kuang. Han Xiao dodged the slashes from Pan Kuang and took out his berserk eagles. With his increased attack speed, he fired the pistols. The bullets, which had ferrous cores, went straight toward Pan Kuang's chest. Pan Kuang moved his machete back and forth, and the bullets were slashed apart. Only one bullet managed to hit his chest, but Pan Kuang's immense energy lowered the bullet's momentum. The bullet was stuck between his muscles. Han Xiao realized that ordinary bullets were of little use. He immediately switched the magazine for high explosive rounds. Pan Kuang made use of this moment to approach closer. How dare you switch magazines right before my eyes? Are you tired of living? Changing magazine in front of a pugilist was a sign of insufficient battle experience. Pan Kuang, with a sinister look on his face, slashed toward Han Xiao's throat. He tried to pierce through Han Xiao's neck as if it just was a piece of meat on the skewer. Pan Kuang could tell that Han Xiao could not dodge his hack. Ding! The edge of the blade managed to touch Han Xiao's throat, but it was blocked by metallic scales. Pan Kuang's pupils constricted. When did this armor appear? Han Xiao felt a little suffocated. Although the magnetically controlled retractable armor could withstand a shock, there was still some leftover force that landed on his body. He raised the pistol and started firing continuously. Pan Kuang blocked the bullets with his blade again. This time, the high explosive rounds detonated the moment the blade touched its tip, and the flames enshrouded Pan Kuang's body and burned him. What the hell is this bullet? Pan Kuang's heart skipped a beat. He channeled his energy to shake off the flames but to no avail. The orange flames could not be shaken off, and his skin burned harshly. He could only retract his energy to protect his body. That resulted in a huge amount of energy being expended. The highly explosive rounds were highly adhesive. Therefore, they were able to cause substantial, continuous damage. Pan Kuang had a high defense, so his HP was falling at a very slow rate. However, using the highly explosive rounds was still more effective than normal rounds. At least, the former was causing a decrease in Pan Kuang's HP. The berserk eagles were spitting out rounds from slanted positions. When there was a final bullet left, Han Xiao used it to initiate the continuous gliding shots. At that point in time, Pan Kuang's clothing was burnt completely, and his hair also started burning. The price Han Xiao had to pay was the endurance of the magnetic armor, which fell after the relentless, powerful slashes by Pan Kuang. Han Xiao focused hard. At the cost of taking another powerful blow, he put away the berserk eagles and took out the retractable machete. He held the machete in his right hand and the mechanical arm in his left. It was as if a barbarian had taken over his body. He had the courage of a beast that was unafraid of death. He was ready to give Pan Kuang a hard fight, which was also likely to be a bloody one. The 3 items that Han Xiao was equipped with could all be used as shields, and in comparison, Pan Kuang was heavily disadvantaged since he could only use his body to defend Han Xiao's strikes. However, in reality, Pan Kuang was steadily gaining ground. For most of the time, Han Xiao could only make a strike at Pan Kuang after receiving 7 slashes. The fighting abilities of the 2 individuals were too far apart. Pan Kuang was a legitimate pugilist, and his fighting technique was stronger than that of Han Xiao by leaps and bounds. Han Xiao's close-range combat technique was considered a joke by Pan Kuang. If not for the gear he was equipped with, Pan Kuang would be unscathed by Han Xiao's attacks. You want to fight me up close? Don't you think that you are courting death? Pan Kuang could not understand how Han Xiao had the courage to challenge a pugilist in close quarters. In his mind, he considered such an act to be extremely arrogant. Han Xiao was challenging Pan Kuang's greatest strength with his greatest weakness. A slash toward Han Xiao's face resulted in a deep cut that bled profusely. Han Xiao had taken off his mask before the battle as he had been afraid that it would be destroyed in the battle. He revealed his genuine appearance, and Pan Kuang recognized him. Han Xiao was the traitor that escaped from the organization not long ago. Zero. Why did number 0 attack him here? Pan Kuang did not know, and he did not care. He only knew that the man before him was an enemy, and all Pan Kuang wanted to do was to hack him to death. The force from the slashes shocked Han Xiao's body a few times. His HP decreased, but he remained calm. The reason he dared to fight Pan Kuang close up was because he had faith in himself. The previous shots, explosions, and strikes had managed to lower Pan Kuang's HP by 700 to 800 points. Under the protection of the magnetically controlled retractable armor, his HP only fell by 300 points. The armor managed to prevent a total damage of at least 150 points of HP. The armor was not even meant to be worn by Han Xiao at his current level. The armor had a defense of 75 points. It was strong and useful even until higher levels of 40 to 50. Han Xiao depended greatly on the armor. With the armor, he had the ability to fight opponents of much higher levels. Han Xiao locked his hand and grabbed hard on Pan Kuang's blade-wielding hand. Pan Kuang was not afraid. He twisted his arm flexibly and broke free. At the same time, he gave Han Xiao another slash, which landed on the lightweight mechanical arm. If not for the platinum alloy, the mechanical arm would have long disintegrated into pieces and shards. Han Xiao attentively discovered that Pan Kuang had a brief moment after every strike when he slowed down. Pan Kuang was instinctively trying to conserve his energy. He is starting to feel tired. He used up too much of his energy and lost his additional attributes. He is no longer sharp. Han Xiao's eyes started flashing, and his sharp acumen allowed him to discover Pan Kuang's weakness. The moment that he was waiting for had arrived. He selected an option on his interface. A new character Norsa Connor. The summon card for character has been used. 1/1 card used. The card has been exhausted and will disappear. Pan Kuang saw a faint shadow at Han Xiao's back. An eerie-eyed individual appeared in rainbow-colored mist. Pan Kuang felt that the individual looked familiar. Who is that? He looks like Norsa. Isn't Norsa long dead? What's going on? Pan Kuang was alarmed and wanted to move back, but it was all too late. He succumbed to the illusion and was paralyzed. Scanning. The scan is complete. The target has an intelligence less than 50. The illusion is successful. Chapter 86, A Strike of Philosophy. Pan Kuang was a LV.38 pugilist with high agility and attack power. Therefore, it was almost impossible for his intelligence to exceed 50. If Han Xiao was really that unlucky and Pan Kuang did have higher than expected intelligence, Han Xiao would have had little choice but to resign to his fate. The illusion confused Pan Kuang, who was totally unprepared for it. All the attacks from the illusion could deal real damage to Pan Kuang, but ultimately, Pan Kuang had a relatively high level, so he would not be defeated if Han Xiao relied on the illusion alone. Without hesitation, Han Xiao's lightweight mechanical arm headed for Pan Kuang's crotch, which housed his most vulnerable body part. Overload. The power of the mechanical arm increased by 30% instantly, and the punch landed right on target. Pan Kuang's wiener exploded. Han Xiao had learned this move after observing a series of tapes. He had derived this legendary move from the faraway home of the warrior, the Third Twilight. Once the move was activated, even the skies would tremble. Han Xiao had no time to look at the messages on the interface. He needed to make use of the period when Pan Kuang was distracted by the illusion to deal as much damage as he could. Han Xiao immediately activated the pressure compressor in the palm of the mechanical arm. His palm went through a sudden vibration, and a shock wave was sent out. Blood seeped out of Pan Kuang's skin. Of course, Han Xiao's right hand was also put to use. Using the machete held in his right hand, Han Xiao stabbed hard into Pan Kuang's chest without any hesitation. Pan Kuang was still affected by the illusion, and thus, the protective energy shielding his body was non-existent. The stab successfully pierced through Pan Kuang. Han Xiao then reached out for his berserk eagles and stuck the barrels of the pistols right where Pan Kuang's heart was. He used his wind gliding steps to drag Pan Kuang backwards together with him. Han Xiao fired the shots continuously, and all the bullets went into Pan Kuang's body. Blood spurted out. There was a burning sound like scorching embers cooking human flesh. Ka, ka, ka. All the bullets in the magazine were expended, and Pan Kuang was finally awake. The sharp pain sent Pan Kuang into thunderous fury, and his face twisted in agony. He slashed hard at Han Xiao's abdomen. It seemed Pan Kuang wanted an eye for an eye. Han Xiao used his energy to control the magnetic retractable armor to shield himself from the strike. Although he was protected, the shock from the strike still made Han Xiao pale. He could sense a chilly wave of energy going all the way up to his forehead via his spine. Enduring the pain, Han Xiao expanded the reach of the mechanical arm to press hard onto Pan Kuang's head. Pan Kuang was hurled to the ground back and forth. The back of Pan Kuang's head, after coming into contact with the ground so many times, started bleeding profusely, forming a puddle of blood on the ground. Coupled with growls of agony, Pan Kuang was desperately trying to retaliate by slashing his machete hysterically. The slashes landed on Han Xiao's armor, and his HP was steadily decreasing. The crack of 100 winds. Pan Kuang yelled madly before his blade suddenly let out a blinding glare. Han Xiao was alarmed and moved backward immediately. At this in time, explosions of light emerged from the wind-slicing blade. They surrounded Pan Kuang like a tornado. Countless slash marks could be seen on the surrounding ground. Han Xiao suffered a head-on attack, and his armor was losing endurance. This move had a damage radius that was too large for the armor to offer complete protection. Every part not protected by the armor turned bloody. There was a series of damage inflicted on Han Xiao, and each amounted to 40 points. The light from the blade continued to glare for about 3 seconds before disappearing. Han Xiao retreated about 10 meters. He took a deep breath. Droplets containing blood and sweat were dripping down as he stared at Pan Kuang. The previous attack must have consumed much of Pan Kuang's energy. Also, the cool-down period for the move was definitely long, therefore, Pan Kuang would not be able to use it anytime soon. Pan Kuang supported his body using the blade and stood up. He looked ghastly, and his lower body was in a bloody mess. There were charred bullet marks in his chest, and the ember was still scorching his body, giving out a smell of burnt charcoal. The burning and bleeding were dealing him continuous damage, and one could not imagine how his damaged body looked from the inside. The retractable machete was still stuck in his chest. His face looked even more horrifying. His nose had broken and was dented inward, and his skull was exposed from the back of his head. He looked like a savage ghost. A savage ghost. The savage ghost stared hard at Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked alarmed. He was prepared to use all his additional points to increase his endurance. That was another trump card he held. The howling wind brought the sand along while, at the same time, seemingly bringing away the murderous atmosphere. Pan Kuang's head drooped down, and he stopped breathing. His final signs of life were snuffed out by the continuous burning effects that lingered even after Han's rounds had exploded. Pan Kuang was like a camel, back broken by a straw. You killed Pan Kuang, LV38, 21,000 EXP gained. The enemy killed was 10 levels above you. You gained an additional 280% experience worth 58,800 points. Your individual contribution rate was 99%. You gained an additional 58,212, 99%, points of EXP. Assassination 3 completed. Contribution rate was 99%. You gained 79,200 EXP. A total EXP of 158,500. That was Han Xiao's total gain from the successful killing of Pan Kuang. A victory against opponents of higher levels could generate additional rewards. To activate such additional rewards, the opponent defeated needed to be at least 5 levels higher. The additional EXP was in accordance to the respective contribution rates of the member of a team since most missions were team challenges. If any member of the team failed to meet the criteria mentioned, the entire team would be deprived of the additional rewards. Such a measure highlighted the importance of good cooperation, and cheating from the players was prevented. Han Xiao finally relaxed and sat on the ground. He then lay down, allowing the rays of sunlight to hit his face. He closed his eyes in peace and enjoyed the calm and silence after the battle, as if all the damage and destruction did not exist. After a short rest, Han Xiao started to check on the damage. The endurance levels for all his equipment had dropped drastically. The delayed explosion explosives had all been used. His HP had started to recover, and the overall damage was within his expectations. Han Xiao walked to Pan Kuang's dead body, which was still in an upright position. He searched for any loot and found a hard object in Pan Kuang's pocket. He took it out and discovered that it was a communication device from the Germinal organization. Han Xiao thought for a moment and decided to activate the device. 10 seconds later, a virtual image of the chief of the Germinal organization appeared. GG, have you guys retreated successfully? The chief was halfway through his words when he realized that something was amiss with the image transmitted over from the other side. It was Han Xiao. The chief changed his expression immediately and glared at Han Xiao. Why are you here? Zero was using GG's communication device, and it was apparent that the base had been completely destroyed. It was also highly likely that Pan Kuang was dead. You have the audacity to contact me, the enraged chief exclaimed. Yo, haven't seen you for a long time. Han Xiao laughed. It felt weird that Han Xiao was talking to him like a long-lost friend. The chief could not think of a reply immediately, so he paused for a moment. The chief then questioned, where did you obtain the confidential information? That was the greatest puzzle in the chief's mind. Why do you think I will tell you the answer? Han Xiao replied snobbishly. Do you think you can damage the power of the organization with such means? What a fool, the chief yelled back. I sabotaged 4 of your bases. I can destroy you easily with my hands, screamed the chief. I sabotaged 4 of your bases. There are many executive officers in the organization. You won't be out there for long. The chief replied with less certainty now. I sabotaged 4 of your bases. Han repeated with a steady tone. From the tone of the chief's words, it sounded as if he was chewing on metal and every word was filled with the utmost determination to kill Han Xiao. Don't you think that you will be able to escape from our clutches by pledging your allegiance to Star Dragon? My guys will disintegrate every bone and tendon in your body once they catch you. Han Xiao started laughing. Following that, he blew a kiss at the chief. Come and find me if you can? Ha ha ha. The chief was completely enraged upon hearing Han Xiao's words of contempt. He wanted to say something, but before he could, Han Xiao destroyed the communication device. The screen blacked out. The chief's words of fury were stuck in his throat. He was shaking in anger. Increase the bounty on 0 to $5 million. The bounty increased by 5 times. Chapter 87, The Real Plan. Initially, Han Xiao turned to Star Dragon to seek temporary asylum from the Germinal organization and had the motive of advancing skills. He had long planned to use his facial simulator as a way to escape. Once he had the facial simulator, it was almost impossible for the Germinal organization to locate him. He no longer had to worry about being discovered and captured, which meant that he could go anywhere he wanted. He did not want to be restricted to an area where there was always a risk of angering the head of state. Furthermore, he could mislead the Germinal organization with regards to his whereabouts. For them to focus all their attention on Star Dragon, that was definitely not fun for Han Xiao. Definitely not. Even if he wanted to borrow Star Dragon's strength and resources to crush the Germinal organization, he no longer needed to put himself under the government's control. Naturally, Star Dragon did not fully trust him despite its amicable treatment of him. They had planted an extremely discreet GPS locator in his encrypted phone, which he had discovered long ago. It was finally the time for him to disarm it. It was last 3 months before the open beta. He needed to level up quickly and accumulate more resources. There were countless missions on the planet, and he treasured every one of them greatly. He had accumulated sufficient resources while working with Division 13. It was now time to drop his pretense of sincerity towards Star Dragon and go solo. He could now go anywhere he wanted on the vast planet. His plans were meticulous and closely linked. In Han Xiao's eyes, his pleasant relationship with Star Dragon was not enough to convince him to stay in a place that lacked the potential to become more powerful. Furthermore, once they reached version 2.0, even the 6 nations and the Germinal organization would become feeble. These entities were now powerful and stable and could fight with one another through both open and secret means. However, the moment a planetary-grade disaster swept the planet, they would realize that their individual interests were hollow and meaningless compared to the survival of the whole civilization. Their statuses now were like colorful bubbles flying under the sunlight they could easily burst with a slight poke. Version 1.0 hasn't started. It will last for 7 months in real life, which translates to about 3.5 years in game time. Additionally, the time, in game, between the version updates will last for a year. This means that I am still 5 years away from the undead crisis. The undead crisis was a huge disaster. It will be better for me to avoid the beginning of it at the start of version 2.0, which will be the most dangerous and chaotic period. This means that in these 5 years, I will have to dig out all the things are useful for me on this planet and then find a way to leave this planet for a while. Han Xiao was in deep thought. Suddenly, a new message was shown on the interface. Camp mission, destroy Dark Crow Valley base, completion rate 100%. Contribution rate 72%. You gain 36,000 EXP. Mission ended. It seemed that the Hesleen army just finished the battle. Han Xiao was quite satisfied with the result. He would only have gotten a completion rate of 40 to 50% if he did not kill Pan Kuang and gang. It had been worth the trouble to infiltrate alone and plant 2 spies in the base, which allowed him to monitor the enemy's movements the whole time. This was the reason he had received such a high contribution rate and reward. Camp Destroyer mission Dark Crow Valley base has been completed. You completed. Reconnaissance I. Reconnaissance 2. Dark Crow Forest Assassin. Direct conflict. Assassination 2. Assassination 3. Destroy Dark Crow Valley base. Calculating mission stats. Calculation completed. Performance rating, excellent. Reputation with Star Dragon Strategic Defense Department increased by 1,120. Current relationship, friendly, 1370/3000. Reputation with the Germinal organization decreased by 500. Current relationship, hatred, -1500/3000. You received an excellent performance rating, additional 50% EXP, 18,000, random reward X1. Random reward type is being decided. Can't believe there is a random reward. Seems like I'm quite lucky this time. Han Xiao was delighted. Large-scale missions and serial missions would release performance ratings upon completion. The probability of an excellent rating triggering a random award was only 30%, so it was rather uncommon. The system would decide first which type of random reward the player would receive. It could be anything, such as EXP, equipment, skills, stat points, or talent points. Then, the player could select the choices provided under the reward. You received the random reward type, innate ability. Randomizing. Randomization complete. Please choose one option from the following. Strengthened body, HP plus 400, abnormality resistance plus 4%. Quick pace, agility plus 6, attack speed plus 5%. Strengthened spirit, mystic plus 5, willpower resistance plus 8%. Han Xiao held onto his chin and started deliberating. All three abilities had mediocre effects. Strengthened body increased health points, so it was more suited for tank players. Usually, he employed long-range attacks, and he still had a magnetic suit to protect his body, so he did not require the additional HP for now. Quick pace seemed decent. Agility affected many different aspects of a long-range attacks, including accuracy, critical rate, and movement speed, etc. This ability could potentially increase his attack output by 8 to 10%. Strengthened spirit was only useful for mages and psychics. Han Xiao thus opted for quick pace. You gained an innate ability quick pace. Han Xiao looked at his interface. He still had 12 unassigned stats that he had gained from leveling up. He then added them all into intelligence. His intelligence was now his highest stat, standing at 88 points. There was an increase of 1.8% on the A-class quest Fall of the Germinal. Although it did not look like a significant increase for now, Xiao Han knew that the future potential gains would be much greater, at least 10 to 15% more. Because Dark Crow Valley Base was the nearest point of contact for future players to join the Germinal organization. Without it, many real players would join a camp that was nearer and more convenient for them. This would greatly contain the rate of expansion of the Germinal organization in the near future. The head of Germinal still did not realize the importance of this base, he was only dismayed by the loss of an ordinary large base. Intel from Han Xiao allowed other powers an opportunity to attack the Germinal organization. The mission progress he received from such events was less than a direct assault by himself based on the calculation of contribution rating. But if he were to insist on attacking the organization personally, the individual damage he could deal would not be sufficient to keep up with organization's rate of expansion. Naturally, his best option was to mass distribute intel that could harm the organization. The minimum progress needed for the Camp Destroyer mission was only 20%. It was not required for him to chase after perfection lest he risk losing out on other missions. It is time to change the method of supplying intel. Han Xiao squinted. After completing the mission, it was time for him to work on other important things. Han Xiao went onto the radio and spoke to Lin Yao. How is the situation now? Brother Xiao. The Heslean army has seized all the supplies in Dark Crow Valley Base. They also captured a few hundred of their members, including Dormant. Unfortunately, the two directors, Pan Kuang and Gigi, got away. Where is the army now? They are still sweeping the battleground. They will probably retreat to the border tomorrow. Okay. Message received. After the Heslean army finished sweeping the battleground, they set up camp on site and prepared for a withdrawal the next day. Lin Yao and Lambert went on to meet up with the rest, and the Division 13 agents gathered to commend them for their excellent intel work. The younger generation of agents is very capable, Ma Qingyang commented. Xiao Lin, your teammates have done a great job, said Disusu. The rest chimed in. You guys did an excellent job. Really commendable. We acted under the directions given by Brother Xiao. Lin Yao was feeling slightly uneasy with all the praise. The fellow Division 13 agents realized that it was Han Xiao who deserved all the recognition. Qi Peijia decided to praise Han Xiao's contribution strongly in his report. However, he realized that Han Xiao was still not back. Hey, where is he? He is probably delayed by certain things. As the sky turned dark, Han Xiao was still nowhere to be seen. How is he still not back? Li Yalin was puzzled, so she nudged Lin Yao to prompt him to contact Han Xiao. I tried to communicate with him more than 40 times, but he still hasn't answered. Lin Yao was out of options. It was dawn. The Heslean army was ready to move back to the border, but Han Xiao was still missing. Division 13 agents started imagining the possibilities for such an odd happening. Zhang Wei had a sudden thought. Is it possible that Han Xiao has already moved back to the border? This is possible. Han Xiao has always moved around on his own. He may think that it is not necessary for him to meet up with them now. Everyone pondered over this possibility. All the agents followed the army back while this worry lingered in their minds. The Hesla troops looked relaxed and were rather undisciplined on the way back. In the middle of the troops, Colonel Karl was sitting in the command vehicle. He was deliberating over a very grave problem. In this mission, He did not have an outstanding performance. Instead, he made a critical error in his decision, which resulted in unnecessary casualties. This would most definitely lead to a poor evaluation of his ability by the higher-ups. He had to artificially raise his significance in this mission to obtain more merits for this attack. If I could take credit for Division 13's contribution. Carl had an idea. He could perhaps write on the report that it was him who instructed Han Xiao to take his 2 teammates to spy in the base that gave them critical intel. In this scenario, his significance as a commanding office would be greatly elevated. This can work. Division 13 will leave as soon as the mission is completed. They can't possibly come to Hesla and expose me. Furthermore, my report to the higher UPS will be kept secret from everyone else. All of a sudden, there was a commotion coming from the outside of the vehicle, and Carl realized that the troops had stopped moving. "Colonel, there are 2 corpses in front of us. They seem to be Pan Kuang and Gigi." Carl was in shock. He left the vehicle quickly to check out the bodies. It was really the 2 directors of the base. The troops were astonished, and they started chattering. They remembered how strong these 2 directors had been just few days ago, but they had been killed just like this. Who did this? Who left the bodies here? Carl shouted. Nobody had an answer as the troops looked at one another. They had just discovered the bodies. Division 13 soon arrived at the scene upon hearing the commotion. They were too dumbfounded. It must be Han Xiao's doing. It's unbelievable that he actually succeeded. But why did he place the bodies on the road? This is just giving free credit to the Hesleans. Carl was beaming joyously. He could claim credit for killing the directors. He waved at his troops to wrap up the bodies and take them back to camp. Just as the troops moved the bodies, the sound of landmines being activated was heard. The troops were terrified, and they quickly jumped away in different directions. Carl was caught off guard. He only had the time to drop on the floor. However, there was no explosion after seconds had passed. A brave soldier stood up and went to dig out the landmines. He weighed it in his hand and realized that it was very light. This is not a real mine. They are all empty. The troops were infuriated by the prank. This is not funny at all. What a wretched move. I just peed in my pants. Division 13 agents had a weird look their faces. They did not know whether to laugh at what they saw. This seems like something Han Xiao would do, Li Yalin mumbled. Carl stood up with a flustered look on his face. His clean and well-pressed officer uniform was now covered in mud and grass. He was now livid. He knew it was Xiao Han who did it. He wanted to ruffle him with a prank like this. What a childish play, he said in anger. Bang. A faint gunshot was heard far away. The bullet pierced through Carl's temple, and it brought a dash of blood out of his head. Carl's eyes were still wide open. He was unable to comprehend what had just transpired, totally caught unaware. His eyes were filled with the longing for life and a pinch of disbelief. His body wobbled before it landed flat on the floor. Just a moment ago, he had been dreaming of his military success and his bright future. He could not believe that he had been killed on the way back to claim credit for his success in the mission. At this moment, everyone, including the Division 13 agents and the troops, were shell-shocked. They could not believe what had just happened before their eyes. On a faraway cliff top, Han Xiao raised his head from the scope of a sniper. He was looking relaxed. What goes around comes around. Han Xiao wiped his smile away. Teasing the chief was not just a random act of entertainment. The German organization was bound to send members to the West capital to find him. They would not rest until he was dead. The situation seemed disadvantageous to him, but in actual fact, it was not. Because, Han Xiao never wanted to return to Star Dragon. This was his real plan. Chapter 88, Influence. Han Xiao had gone to the road the night before when the troops were camping at the battleground. He had planted a trap using the corpses of Pan Kuang and Gigi to lure Colonel Carl out of his vehicle. The moment Carl stepped out of his command vehicle, Han Xiao had the opportunity to snipe him down. Additionally, he had placed a blank landmine beneath the bodies to scare the troops out of their formation so that he could get a better shot at Colonel Carl from the distant cliff. Killing a high-ranking Hesla officer in front of everybody was bound to raise suspicion from the Hesleans. They could probably deduce that it was Han Xiao who did it based on the use of the 2 bodies, but Han Xiao was not at all worried. They had no concrete evidence to prove that he was guilty. As long as Division 13 denied it, all Hesla could do was protest diplomatically. They could never hold Han Xiao accountable. Just like Carl did not care if the enemy killed them, Zhang Wei's team could also push the blame to the escaped personnel from the Dark Crow Valley base. I can be just as devious as you, Carl. Han Xiao cocked the barrel, and the smoky bullet cartridge fell out. He conveniently tossed it into his pocket, leaving no trace behind. Carl's order had almost taken his life. He was bound to take revenge after the mission was completed. Han Xiao had once been a real player who had always taken revenge when someone, regardless of who they were, harmed him. and he would avenge himself in all sorts of ways without saying much. Han Xiao saw that the Hesla troops were in a mess through his scope. Some of the troops were furious. They boarded their vehicles and moved rapidly toward the source of the fire. He calmly stowed the dissembled sniper into his backpack. He had handpicked the position for an easy escape after the assassination. After turning around, he jumped off the cliff, and a feeling of free fall hit him immediately. He smacked the button on his back, and two fine, foldable metal wings expanded. He was then gliding in the air toward the forest beneath the cliff. Sky Swallow gliders. When the Hesla troops arrived at the cliff, all they could see was a nimble shadow rapidly disappearing before their eyes. Division 13 agents were still dumbfounded. They could not believe that Han Xiao had the guts to kill a commanding officer from Hesla. It was definitely a good way to vent one's anger, but there would be dire consequences. Nothing was worse than killing a Hesla high-ranking military officer right on their land. It seemed that Han Xiao had balls of steel. Qi Peijia was greatly anxious, but when he saw that the Hesla troops had not caught anyone, he was relieved. Thank goodness he got away. In this case, they cannot prove that he is guilty. We can still argue our case. Wait. If Han Xiao disappears, are we going to take his place in the trials? Everyone's eyes were wide open. They felt it was something that Han Xiao would definitely do. How can he just push all the troubles to us? He is such a master at shirking responsibility. The surrounding Hesla troops raised their rifles in anger and pointed them at the Division 13 agents. They were arrested, locked up in the cars, and escorted back to the border camp. As soon as Deputy Officer reported the incident, Hesla's government was furious. Hesla's agents had to interrogate Division 13 as they were the prime suspect. However, they soon became frustrated. Division 13 insisted that they did not know anything about the incident. Winna felt a sense of defeat. Everyone knew that Han Xiao had done it, but no one had any evidence to prove that it was him. They could not even find the cartridge, which meant the only thing they could do was interrogate Division 13 over and over again. Since they could not use torturous methods to extort information because they were up against the Star Dragon agents and they had all passed the lie detectors, their efforts were in vain. Moreover, condemnation from the higher-ups of Hesla was met with empty excuses from Division 13. The head of intelligence in Division 13 took a private jet to quickly arrive at the Hesla border in order to rescue his agents. Without any concrete evidence, Hesla had to release the Division 13 agents. The head of intelligence brought everyone out of the interrogation room and back to the jet. He ordered Qi Peijia to report on the details of the incident after he was certain that there was no Hesla personnel around. He is such a troublemaker. Fortunately, he did not leave any trace. Otherwise, Hesla would not have rested until they found him, he said. Qi Peijia was feeling embarrassed and dared not reply. Ultimately, he had to take the full responsibility as the Star Dragon leader of this mission. The head of intelligence looked at him without saying a word. He reflected on the reaction of the higher-ups in Division 13 upon hearing this news. They believed that Karl's orders were authorized by the high-ranking officials in Hesla. It was the only reasonable conclusion to explain why Hesla purposefully sent a radical officer to helm this mission. They were displeased with Hesla's insidious acts. It was actually quite a good ending. After all, Hesla failed in causing any harm to Star Dragon agents, and yet, they lost a high-ranking officer. They even had to swallow the loss without catching the culprit. This fellow did an excellent job. The head of intelligence nodded quietly. This time, even the hawks in the department had nothing critical to say about this incident. In fact, they loved what Han Xiao did. If one had the audacity to plot against Star Dragon, the retaliation would be swift and deadly. Despite the appreciation, the heads of the department unanimously agreed in the previous internal meeting that they had to impose greater control on Han Xiao and not let him escape their surveillance. As their source of valuable intel, Han Xiao was far too important to warrant any accidents or mishaps. Because of Han Xiao's cooperative attitude, they had been too lenient with his actions, but since the incident from the joint mission, they became deeply alarmed. They came to the consensus to reject any of Han Xiao's future mission requests. This motion was passed without any objection, even from the conservatives in the Division 13. The department was still willing to cooperate with Han Xiao, but before divulging all the intel he had, he would not leave the headquarters surveillance. The head of intelligence finished contemplating and looked at the team of agents. He then looked at his watch and said in a puzzled tone, "Why is Han Xiao still not back? I have no idea." Qi Peijia shook his head. "Han Xiao just contacted me." Lin Yao suddenly pressed his headphone as he became overly excited. But the next second, his expression changed drastically. "What did he say?" The head of intelligence had a bad hunch. "Brother Xiao said, he is going to lie low until the dust settles," Lin Yao stammered. "Lie low until the dust settles." This means, the head of intelligence was slow to process the meaning of this message. Then, he quickly realized what it meant. He is not coming back. His expression turned ghastly. Jiang Wei looked shell-shocked. Li Yalin was wide-eyed. Lambert was in disbelief. Everyone was utterly shocked. It looked as if he was really going solo. There was really nothing he was afraid to do. 20 minutes later in Division 13's headquarters, Gu Hui called for an emergency meeting. The directors who were not stationed at the headquarters joined the video conference. Everyone held a solemn look. Han Xiao ran away, Gu Hui said in a sobering tone. Everyone gasped. Is he defecting? Unclear. Before this, he sniped a Hesslian military officer. It is possible that he is afraid of the consequences, so he escaped. But this possibility is not high, the head of intelligence replied. The other heads were irritated. That reason was highly improbable, unless Han Xiao believed that Star Dragon was incapable of protecting him, which also meant that Han Xiao looked down at their abilities. What about the GPS tracker that we planted in his phone? The tracker has not moved in the last 24 hours. Han Xiao discovered and removed it. He is going to defect. He must be still near us and heading toward the wilderness. We have to bring him back, the head of internal affairs thundered. We cannot be certain that he is defecting. Gu Hui waved his hands disapprovingly. All the heads simmered silently. They had been planning to restrict him in the West capital the moment he was back, but his sudden escape had ruined all their plans. Was it a premeditated move, or was it just a spur-of-the-moment decision? Was it defection, or was it something else? Standard protocol indicated that when an agent broke contact, and when the exact cause behind a disappearance was inconclusive, the first thing they needed to do was send people to track the agent down. Then, they would contact the agent to make a judgment based on their reaction for the subsequent course of actions. If the agent resisted the capture or continued to run, they would have no choice but to hunt the agent down globally. If the agent had a good reason, the protocol ensured that a misunderstanding and manslaughter were avoided. This is just in. The Germinal organization has increased the reward for capturing or killing Han Xiao by 5 times to 5 million on the dark net, the head of intelligence said all of a sudden. Everyone was utterly surprised. This mission had been announced as a joint exercise between the two countries. How did the Germinal organization know that Han Xiao was the main catalyst? Was there a mole within them? The increase in reward implied that the Germinal organization was determined to kill Han Xiao more than ever. Furthermore, the organization had already located Han Xiao to be in the West capital. Could that have been the reason for Han Xiao's departure? Was he not afraid of being located by the organization in the wilderness and slaughtered? The Germinal organization was way more unhinged in the wilderness. They could very well fire missiles to bombard the whole area. He came to Star Dragon to seek protection in the first place. How did he suddenly have the guts to leave? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Gu Hui knocked on table and concluded the meeting. We will continue to keep his identity as our agent and file him under missing personnel. The intelligence department will collect the surveillance tapes, migration records, and transport records from everywhere to try and contact him. We will also send out search teams to find him. We must get hold of him first before any subsequent action. Seconded. 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 On the private jet back, the Division 13 agents constantly peeked at the corner, where Jiang Wei's team was. It was like the center of a high-pressure vortex. Jiang Wei pinched the bridge of his nose with a look of seriousness. The veins on his forehead were showing clearly. Lambert was wiping his knife in silence. Li Yalin was constantly shaking her legs with a look of indignation and anxiousness. Her tight black bodysuit outlined her beautiful and seductive long legs. Lin Yao was sitting at the side, frightened. He wanted to get away from his raging teammates but was afraid of doing so. He trembled in fear. This is too much. He just left without saying anything to us. He clearly does not treat us as his teammates. Li Yalin slammed hard on the table. The thundery sound spooked all the other agents that were eavesdropping in the surrounding. Jiang Wei's hands held onto half of his face, and he looked as if he had nothing to live for. He modified my armored suit, and no one else knows how to repair it, he mumbled. It was such a tragedy. The other agents did not know how to console Jiang Wei. He asked me to take business orders for him, and he already collected the deposit for a few dozen orders. What do I do now? Li Yalin clenched her teeth in rage. The other agents were startled. They realized that they had also made some orders. Crap. Our deposits. I used my reputation to guarantee to his business. He totally ruined my reputation. Li Yalin now sounded like a grudging wife who was being cheated on. She pinched Lin Yao's arm in an attempt to release her anger. Lin Yao felt an immense pain. He immediately jumped far away and said hastily, "Calm down. Calm down. Do you know his real identity?" Lambert suddenly commented. The three of them were startled. They were unaware of his real identity even after being on the same team for so long. Han Xiao had always been rather mysterious, and he had never divulged any information related to his real identity. Even the higher-ups had refused to tell the team. At this moment, everyone was dispirited. When I find him, I will definitely beat the crap out of him, Li Yalin said in an infuriated voice as she cracked her knuckles loudly. Chapter 89, 3 months to open beta. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. 2 days later in Hesla's Morning Wind City. A coastal city near the border, Morning Wind City had a massive seaport that handled a massive volume of transcontinental ships. The city was a metropolis with many high-rise buildings. Hesla had the strongest maritime force among the 6 nations. It focused on developing its navy to protect its numerous coastal cities. There were 4 continents on Aquamarine. They were separated from one another by the massive oceans. There was an old saying, he who controls the sea controls everything. There were tons of resources beneath the seafloor, including petroleum and natural gases. Extraction of fossil fuels from the sea was the main pillar of Hesla's economy. Han Xiao remembered that Hesla had a secret military strategy called the 4th Contingency Plan against Great Crisis. The plan was to produce many thousand-meter-long motherships in preparation for the scenario that the country suffered from massive calamities, such as nuclear world war. They could transition into a drifting nation on the sea and preserve their population. Although this strategy eventually paved way for others, their spirit of preparing for the worst in times of peace was worth emulating. As the saying went, one who prospers in worries and hardships perishes in ease and comfort. It meant that if one did not create some sort of trouble, one might as well not live. Wait. That does not sound right. Well, it's not important. Now, Han Xiao, with a new face, was waiting at the branch of Fabian Company in the city. He had used the black gold card from Matthews to receive VIP treatment at the place. It was his temporary rest stop. There were 3 months to open beta, and moving around on his own would yield him the greatest amount of benefits. He could use Fabian Company's channels to purchase mechanical parts with the huge amount of cash that he had accumulated to make more machinery. He could then earn a lot of EXP from this and even sell his products for more cash. Old Man Lu's secret quest would only be triggered after the open beta. He had established a good relationship with him, so he was in no rush to continue this mission. Han Xiao wrote down the key points for personal development for this last period of time before the open beta. Trigger all the high reward quests, and subsequently obtain rare skills and abilities to improve my power. Obtain stable supply channels for mechanical parts so as to allow myself to make machinery during the course of my quests and earn more EXP. Continue to cause destruction for the Germinal organization. Increase my personal mission issuances reward limit in preparation for the open beta. These are roughly the points of focus. Han Xiao put down his pen and began thinking carefully. The first point was easy since he remembered many large-scale quests. Also, supply channels could simply be obtained from the Fabian Company with the help of the black gold VIP card. Destroying the Germinal organization was his A-class quest. He had some initial thoughts on how he could maximize his large reservoir of intel. He could utilize the help from all the powers that were hostile toward the organization. As for his personal mission reward limit, Han Xiao's goal was to increase his universal reputation. Because there were 2 types of reward limits, daily limit and individual quest limit, he could increase both by improving his universal reputation. This was the most cost-effective method. His universal reputation was now 0, but that was okay. Han Xiao would definitely increase it in due time. There were 3 ways to obtain universal reputation. The first method was by achieving high contribution ratings in advanced and rare quests. Normally, only a planet's main quest line would reward universal reputation. His A-class quest Fall of the Germinal was one of them. Every planet, not only limited to novice planets, had at least 1 or more major storylines that linked to the respective main quests. For example, in Planet Aquamarine version 1.0, there were 2 main storylines and 1 hidden storyline. The conflict between the 6 nations and the Germinal organization was one of the main storylines, the others would only appear in the open beta. On the other hand, the hidden storyline could only be discovered by luck. That method of obtaining universal reputation was highly difficult and time-consuming. He could not achieve it in a short time frame. The second method was rather random. It involved doing things related to one's reputation with a camp that could potentially become well known. The things could be very varied and circumstantial. Nobody had a clear idea of how to do it, and it was quite unreliable. Han Xiao was keen on applying the third method, getting on top of some ranking lists, the easiest way to obtain universal reputation. Some factions had created publicly recognized rankings. By climbing to the top of rankings, he could easily obtain universal reputation. However, if some new guys were to push him down the ranking, his universal reputation would decrease, making this method unreliable. That was the method employed by most real players. Universal reputation quickly helped one accumulated camp reputation, which in turn, gave players discounts on NPC items and provided opportunities to trigger rare quests. Han Xiao's fingers on one hand tapped the table surface as he continued to contemplate on this, and with his other hand, he picked his nose. Well, before I make a move, let me get rid all the burdens, EXP, I have now. He looked at his character interface, which showed a grand total of 720,000 EXP. He directly channeled all the EXP into leveling his character to 30. His stats consequently increased. Mechanic, Novice, reached the maximum level. The last level up always gave players the greatest stats increase. This time he received a 90-point increase in his energy between levels 9 and 10. He then threw all 6 unassigned stats into his intelligence, making it 100. His mind instantly became much clearer, and he felt more at ease controlling all the machinery. Intelligence affected many different areas of a mechanic, including production speed, production quality, and the damage bonuses when using mechanic weapons. For example, when a mechanic used a pistol that normally dealt 20 damage points, the pistol would deal more damage due to the mechanic's damage bonus. As such, even though other classes of players could still use mechanic weapons, the damage would be lower. Mechanic, Novice, has reached the maximum level. To advance, learn 20 blueprints. This randomized requirement for advancing class is quite simple. Han Xiao was delighted, and he counted the blueprints that he had learned so far. He was only short of 8. He did not want to produce useless blueprints through random fusions. I should make full use of the EXP I have. Anyway, all the EXP is stored in the interface, so there is no rush to advance my class. At Fabian Company's Morning Wind City branch, the man in charge, Antonio, was smoking a cigar. He was built like a mountain, filling the entire space on the sofa. He exhaled a puff out and looked Han Xiao, who was sitting at the sofa across, up and down to size him up. Han Xiao was wearing a black jacket, and his facial simulator simulated an ordinary unemployed, middle-aged male who looked rather unassuming. This was the face that he had prepared for his new identity. Han Xiao took out a shopping list for supplies and said slowly, "I want all the items on this list." Antonio took the list and looked over it. The total cost will be $100,000. After the 20% discount from your black gold card, it will cost $80,000. Also, I want to buy an entry pass for the Darknet's Blood Pack Society. That'll be $20,000. Antonio's eyes narrowed. The Darknet was the hub of all intelligence related to the underworld. It was fully controlled by the Darknet organization, a neutral faction that strictly followed the principles of not getting involved in conflicts and developing peacefully. Many factions were business partners with the Darknet organization. They provided people from the underworld many kinds of services, including, but not limited to, smuggled firearms, package transfers, safe houses, hired assassins, mercenaries, and intelligence. The Blood Pack Society was the organization for hired assassins under the Darknet organization. Using the entry pass, Han Xiao could become a contracted assassin under the organization and enjoy all the services provided by the Darknet. This meant that Han Xiao could unlock his relationship with the Darknet just from using the pass. Although Blood Pack Society was a lousy name, it had another world-famous name. The Assassin Union. Of course, one could also call it the Assassin Social Club, which instantly degraded its class. A player had to go through a series of complicated quests to join the Darknet organization. However, time was of the essence for Han Xiao, so he would rather use extra money to buy the pass instead of spending a few dozen days fulfilling the entry requirement. Although $20,000 was a big sum of money to real players, it was considered peanuts to him. Who says money can't buy happiness? Han Xiao muttered. When he was still a real player, he had needed to be stingy and calculative about every single purchase. He had never felt the pleasure of having so much money to spend before this. The mechanical supplies were soon transported to the private workshop that Antonio arranged for him. Han Xiao went on to repair all the equipment that was damaged during the fight against Pan Kuang. The mechanical parts left were meant for the new machinery. I will be moving alone without any team support. Thus, my fighting style should focus more on minimizing danger. Sniping better suits me temporarily. I need to develop more powerful snipers and new types of bullets. Also, I will need some explosives, booby traps, and anti-vehicle weapons. Lastly, I will probably need machinery that enables me to engage in close-quarter fights, such as tiny and covered weapons that can deal maximum damage. Han Xiao contemplated for a while before he drew out his interface to start his talent fusion. He decided to start with new bullets. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV3 Basic Weaponry plus LV3 Basic Material Science plus LV.2 Basic Dynamics Principle. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered Spindle-Shaped Penetration Bullet. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV3 Basic Weaponry plus LV3 Basic Material Science plus LV.1 Basic Biology. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered Haim Bullet. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV3 Basic Weaponry plus LV3 Basic Material Science plus LV2 Basic Optics. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered Flash Bullet. I still have over 20,000 EXP left, and my sniping capability is not yet up to standard. Let's continue. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before he decided to raise the core skill snipe to LV.5, which increased his accuracy and sniping range. He had stolen the sniper rifle named Red Falcon from the Hesla Army Logistics team. The rifle was black and only a grade weapon. It had mediocre quality. He soon started upgrading the weapon. Han Xiao focused on increasing the power of the sniper rifle during the series of upgrades. The damage was increased to 92 to 103, the rate of fire was 2 rounds per second, the range was 600 meters. But with machinery affinity and sniping, his range could reach up to 750 meters, which was sufficient for his use. Han Xiao was still left with tens of thousands of EXP, but he decided to hold onto it for now. He started the production of the 3 bullets that he had previously discovered. Soon, batches of new bullets were produced. Fabian Company's private workshop was primarily adapted for making firearms and ammunition, which saved Han Xiao a fair bit of time for the whole production. This also reminded Han Xiao of something. Should I make some robot assistants to help me with the production of mechanical parts? He already had the blueprint for smart chips and other necessary parts for the robot. All he needed to do was upgrade his basic programming before he could produce a simple robot rover that could act as his assistant. However, since he did not have a fixed base for now, it was not appropriate for him to produce the robots yet. Antonio's footsteps were heard. Soon, he entered the workshop. He placed an intricately designed dark gold coin onto the table and said, "This is your membership pass." Han Xiao was delighted. "You have unlocked a new camp reputation. Blood Pack Society, Cold, 0/300, Reserve Level Assassin. Chapter 90, First Assignment. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hotel Victoria was a 43-floor tall luxurious hotel, and it had branches in every major city of the 6 nations. It was owned by the Darknet organization, and it only permitted members of the organization to stay. The hotel would use the excuse of no available rooms to deny normal people from staying in the place. While it acted as a safe house for the members, it was also the transaction hall for people from different camps. No fighting was allowed in this place, and anyone who broke the rule would be killed with certainty. After obtaining the pass, Han Xiao went to Hotel Victoria. It had a classic interior, with various types of aged dark brown wooden furniture, which had a beautiful luster. A sense of serenity was overflowing from every corner of the hotel. Han Xiao came forward to the front desk before revealing his Blood Pack Society coin. Then he was brought to the 23rd floor by a servant. 23rd to 25th floors belonged to the Blood Pack Society. The 23rd floor was the resting and transaction areas for all the assassins they would get employed or paid here. The floor also had numerous entertainment facilities such as a bar, cafe, and restaurants. After he handed his dark golden coin to the receptionist on the 23rd floor, another server wearing a white glove came to receive Han Xiao. They sat down at a semi-private table in the corner. The server took out a notebook with black leather covers and started recording the personal information of this new member. "What will your code name be?" Han Xiao thought for a moment, and he decided to use an enchanting name, which might help his universal reputation in some ways. Apostle Level Observer number 9527 from the Crimson Dynasty stationed in Kutan Group. The server was stupefied. Assassins usually had minimalist names like Silver Fox, Devil Snake, or Ghost, the kind that was more appreciated in the age when reduced attention spans were the norm. Such a unique name would really intrigue employers, but it was way too long. The server coughed. "Can you shorten the name?" "What? I've only ever heard of others complaining about short names. I did not foresee people disliking a name for being too long." Han Xiao pondered for a while before he came up with another name. "Black." The server was briefly rendered speechless. "Your name is too short now. A single word code name is permissible, but code names that are just colors have long been taken by other assassins. All the names like red, blue, orange, and so on were mostly names of the honored assassins of the previous generation who have passed away. The organization will not allow someone else to reuse their code names." Han Xiao smacked his lips in irritation. It seemed to him that naming was a troublesome affair anywhere he went. He then came up with the final name. Mr. Black. Mr. Black. All right. This name was much more ordinary. The server quickly recorded it. "You are now a reserve level assassin with a blank resume. You can only rise to Scorpion level upon the completion of your first assignment. Employers will usually pick from our whole list of assassins. If someone chooses you, we will contact you. Until then, you can take up assignments that are open to everybody on the market or assassinate wanted personnel. Of course, you can also accept private jobs. We do not have any hard requirements for our assassins, but we will take 5% of the reward as our commission. If you have any questions in the future, you can always call up our reception at Hotel Victoria. Sounds reasonable. Han Xiao nodded his head. There were 2 reasons for him joining the Blood Pack Society. First, he wanted to take on all the wanted personnel that warranted high bounties, and these missions would trigger high reward quests. Secondly, he could earn some universal reputation by becoming one of the top 10 ranked assassins on the dark net. There were only 3 months till the open beta. He needed to accumulate a large base of resources using the remaining time he had. All of these are wanted assignments. The servant took out a tablet and opened a page on the dark net before passing it to Han Xiao. Han Xiao instantly saw the most popular personnel on the list himself. 0. $5 million reward. Dead or alive. Location, West Capital, Star Dragon. All the best. If he had returned to the West Capital, his movements would have been heavily restrained. Fortunately, he had escaped early. Han Xiao sniggered. It would take a long time for the Germinal organization to realize their efforts were all in vain. He was the most popular target on the wanted list as the Germinal organization had spent a lot of effort in chasing him down and hunting him recently, but he was not the most wanted. Some of the accumulated prices had even reached tens of millions. They were mostly impossible assignments such as stealing top-secret intelligence from a certain country. Based on the security and defense around Division 13's underground database, this mission success rate could go as low as 0.001%, with the probability of death being 99.999%. This assignment only looked good on the list, no one would really attempt to do it. Han Xiao scanned further down the list. He soon settled on a wanted assignment. Take down the Rose Militant, a group of mercenaries active in the Somer Desert, in the Southern Land. The Southern Land was where Hesla was located, and it was also called the South Continent. It had a vast land area and tropical climate. The other continents were the North Continent, West Continent, and the Andrea Continent, which located in the middle of the other 3. Han Xiao picked this mission due to its close proximity. Just as he was about to accept the assignment, the server suddenly jolted and said, "Mr. Black, you have a new personal assignment." Han Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He received an assignment within 5 minutes of uploading his particulars onto the net. This organization's business is really thriving, Han Xiao remarked sincerely. The server was puzzled himself. Such happenings are actually quite rare. The employer hopes to speak with you personally. The server looked at the screen and continued. Take a seat first. He will arrive in about 10 minutes. Han Xiao complied. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in hastily. He had a head full of white hair, which made him look much older than his real age, and his expression was one of exasperation. He walked into the hall and looked left and right before he came forward to Han Xiao. I am Cheng Shan Shui. Before an assignment was officially accepted, the employer would not divulge the target's real name. Assassins could only ask for other basic information. What will the bounty for this assignment be? And tell me more about the target's protection and location. 12 to 20 bodyguards. The location is right in the city. The remuneration will be 10,000. Only 10,000. Han Xiao frowned slightly. That price was insufficient to employ an assassin. Cheng Shan Shui nodded anxiously. He had immediately been turned down by other assassins when they heard the price. He lacked enough money to pay for the usual price, so he had decided to try his luck on new assassins like Han Xiao. I will take it, Han Xiao agreed. Cheng Shan Shui cheered inwardly. He took out a stack of documents and passed them to Han Xiao. Yu Ziu, located right in Morning Wing City. Yu Ziu was a mafioso in Hesla who was always accompanied by 12 to 16 bodyguards that were made up of retired army reconnaissance soldiers. Recently, he had expanded his influence into the territory of Morning Wind City, which belonged to the local mafia head, Cheng Shan Shui. He could not guard against Yu Ziu's invasion, and so his mafia gang had disbanded. He was now left all alone and wanted to hire an assassin to avenge him. Han Xiao signed the contract after he finished reading the information. You have triggered an E-level quest assassination assignment, Cheng Shan Shui. Han Xiao already knew the quest requirement. He went on to look at the reward of the quest, and it was not much, only 5,000 EXP. I'm leaving. Han Xiao stood up and prepared to leave. Cheng Shan Shui quickly stopped Han Xiao from going and asked, how long will you need to finish this job? Han Xiao paused. He looked out the window and saw that it just reached noon. I'm guessing you haven't had lunch, right? Cheng Shan Shui was startled, not understanding what Han Xiao was trying to say. Han Xiao turned his head and gave him an aloof look. He will be gone by the time you finish your lunch. Cheng Shan Shui's heart skipped a beat. Based on his impression, assassins would normally do some pre-assignment preparations, such as reconnaissance and escape route planning. Was this Mr. Black really that powerful, or was he just being arrogant? Chapter 91, Scorpion-level assassin. We meet again, Mr. Cheng. Cheng Shan Shui was anxiously waiting for the result of his assignment when he heard a voice. He raised his head and saw that it was the man, codenamed Lawson, who had previously turned down his assignment. He was a scorpion-level assassin. Oh. It's you. How are you doing? I have some free time for now. I can take your assignment, Lawson said coolly. Cheng Shan Shui's eyes glimmered for a moment before they became gloomy again. I'm sorry. My assignment has already been accepted by someone else. Cheng Shan Shui gave a bitter smile. The Blood Pact Society's rule dictated that once a contract had been established, no one could alter it. Lawson was slightly disappointed upon hearing his words. He had come all the way from Red Maple to visit a friend in Hesla, and he was taking the opportunity to travel around Hesla, so he had no intention of doing any assignment on this trip. When Cheng Shan Shui approached him with his assignment, he had given an outright rejection because the reward for the mission was too low. But now, Lawson was feeling bored from idling away the past few days. Thus, he wanted to do some simple assignments, and he had planned to take up Cheng Shan Shui's mission. He was surprised that someone else had already accepted the assignment in just one day. Lawson was annoyed at the situation, but he knew that he could not break the society's rule. He had no choice but to give up on this. He then walked toward the bar and ordered a drink. After taking 2 sips from his drink, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the incoming call. It was from an old client of his, Yu Ziu. Hey, Lawson. A man's voice was heard on the phone. Yes, it's me. How can I help you, Mr. Yu? Lawson said nonchalantly. I have a job that I hope you can help with. Tell me more about it. Lawson's eyes suddenly turned sharp. I want you to help me get rid of someone. Who? I have sent the details to you. The rule of confidentiality did not apply here since it was a private job. Lawson took out his tablet and looked over the information. He then raised his head suddenly and looked at Cheng Shan Shui. He was the target. So, what do you think? Yu Yuziu asked. A group of people could be heard going down the stairs from the phone. I will take it, Lawson replied confidently. Great. I will ask my guy to transfer the deposit to. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of someone dropping onto the floor was heard through the phone. A gunshot was heard from a distance, and Lawson's body stiffened. He recognized the sound. It was a gunshot from a sniper rifle. Soon after, he heard people shouting and screaming in panic. He did not bother to speak as he knew Yu Yuziu had just been killed by someone. This sniper killed the target, who was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards, with just one shot. He's a fine sniper. Lawson's face tensed up as he immediately deduced the whole sequence of events. Cheng Shan Shui's assignment was to kill Yu Yuziu. After all, they were enemies. Cheng Shan Shui must be waiting for the sniper. Let me see who the assassin is. Lawson's eyes flashed. Using the information provided by Cheng Shan Shui, Han Xiao stationed himself on top of a high-rise building a few hundred meters away from Yu Yuziu's base in advance. He aimed his sniper from a high vantage point and wanted to snipe Yu Yuziu through the window. However, Yu Yuziu walked out of the main gate, which made Han Xiao's job much easier. Even though he was surrounded tightly by a dozen bodyguards, they were no use in defending Han Xiao's shot. His newly produced spindle-shaped penetration bullet was strong enough to penetrate any non-metal object easily. The bullet pierced through a bodyguard's body and with no sign of slowing down, it went right into Yu Yuziu's heart. One shot, one kill. Assassinating a regular person was too simple for Han Xiao. He finished the job without any hiccups. Han Xiao's facial simulator was an extremely useful tool for an escape. He changed his look and ran away easily before the commotion attracted the police. As soon as Han Xiao was back in Hotel Victoria, the troubled Cheng Shan Shui stood up with a look of anxiousness. The job is done. Cheng Shan Shui's body loosened up instantly. He subconsciously looked at his watch, and he realized that Han Xiao had only spent 45 minutes between leaving this place and coming back, which meant he had taken less than 10 minutes for the actual assassination after subtracting the traveling time. That was too fast. It's for you to pay me. Yep. Okay. Okay. Cheng Shan Shui was in reverence. He took out a suitcase containing $10,000 and handed it to Han Xiao. Assassination assignment, Cheng Shan Shui, completed. You gain 25,000 EXP. Cheng Shan Shui left with light footsteps, as if he was rid of a heavy load. Han Xiao pressed the bell to call the servant in so that he could take up the wanted job on the Rose Militant. Suddenly, he was aware of something, and he turned around. Someone is watching me. A man, sitting at the bar, looked at him as if he was sizing him up. Han Xiao did not recognize him, but the man clearly showed a hint of provocation. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, not afraid at all, but he did not want anyone to give casual provoking looks at him. He gathered his power and threw a freezing stare toward the man to send a universal message. What are you looking at? Lawson's whole body turned rigid as if he was being locked onto by a menacing sense of hostility. The feeling of danger was hitting his mind in waves. He hurriedly moved his eyesight away from Han Xiao, and the ill feeling finally disappeared. In just a few short seconds, Lawson's forehead had become covered in cold sweat. What a terrifying feeling. I should never provoke this guy again. Lawson quickly gave up on his previous scheming thoughts and left hastily after paying the bill, refusing to stay a moment longer. We meet again. Han Xiao smiled gently at the servant. It was the first time the servant had encountered a newbie who ranked up to an official member of the society so quickly. He was left in wonder. Now you are officially a scorpion-level assassin. Higher tiers of benefits will be available to you. Additionally, you will receive primary VIP benefits in Hotel Victoria in other cities. What is my current ranking on the Darknet Assassins ranking list? Han Xiao suddenly asked. The servant was dumbfounded by question. Only the top-ranking assassins will appear on the list. You are at least more than 1,000 rankings away. After speaking, he took out his tablet and opened the ranking list for Han Xiao to see. Han Xiao quietly nodded after scanning through the list. Right now, the top 10 assassins were on average at level 40. They were not of top-notch capability. Only the top 3 assassins were more terrifying as their powers were near the upper limit of version 1.0. This ranking list was determined by the number of completed assignments and other related achievements. Real players could only get on the ranking list by competing missions. The same rule applied for the ranking list of hired mercenaries. Planet Aquamarine did not have many powerful superhumans. Before the open beta, players could hardly meet any superhumans above level 40. Furthermore, those powerful individuals who were level 50 to 60 had the highest combat powers on this planet. They were generally leaders of large organizations, secret weapons, recluses, or supercriminals and formed their own social circles. Thus, they were hardly present before the normal people and players. Players would only meet them through missions or by getting more powerful themselves. After these thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind, he opened the wanted list and pointed at one of the assignment. I want to take the assignment to eliminate the Rose Militant. All right. Your request is now being processed. Please give us a few moments. The servant wrote down the request on some paper before placing it in a specially made metal tube. He went forward to the reception desk and stuck the tube into a metal pipeline, which fitted the metal tube perfectly. Swoosh. The tube was sucked into the pipeline. The tube traveled rapidly through the pipeline, bypassing numerous openings and other similar tubes, before coming to its new exit. It was a spacious room decorated like a customer service room. Rows of tables were lined up neatly with a few computers on top of them. The administrative staff were busy processing the documents on their computers, and every table was connected to the pipeline. An administrative worker dressed in an all-black suit took out the paper from the metal tube and started typing furiously on the keyboard to upload the information. Wanted target, the Rose Militant, mercenary. Requirement, complete annihilation. Initiator, Rothschild family. Location, Somer Desert. Initiated date, year 685, November 17th. Wanted amount, $3 million. Difficulty assessment, hard. Assignment record. 685.11.27, code name, Hall, dark level, killed in action. 685.12.11, code name, Bloody Hand, dark level, killed in action. 685.3.10, code name, Magic Flower, dark level, Freeman, dark level, killed in action. Assignment info update, the strength of the militia is currently between 80 to 120 people, including 4 superhumans, Leader Luo, Esper, Instructor Dorothy, Pugilist, Instructor Ghostly Fox, Pugilist, and Unknown, suspected to be a mechanic. They are active in the Somer Desert. Authorizing. Authorization approved. Assignment info updated. 688.4.1, code name, Mr. Black, Scorpion level, awaiting results. At the same time, Han Xiao triggered the corresponding quest. You have triggered C-level quest Bounty Hunter, the Rose Militant. Quest information, the Somer Desert is filled with many factions, including wanderers and hired militants, but how did a desolate land like this attract so many powerful factions? Perhaps it has something to do with certain incidents in the past. You should explore this land. Quest requirement, kill all members of the Rose Militant. Time limit, 15 days. Quest reward, 15,000 EXP. Special reward, 25,000 EXP, unknown reward. Chapter 92, Pilgrims. I need to use your cargo plane, Han Xiao said to Antonio. They were in a base camp of the Fabian Company. Antonio was slightly shocked. We only use the military cargo plane for large-scale transactions. Even if you are a Black Gold VIP, you are still required to pay the stipulated charges, Antonio stuttered. Okay, got it. Well, how many guys you want to transport? When will they leave? Just myself. I'm leaving immediately. Antonio's chubby face was shaking like waves of water. He paused for quite a while and eventually said, "What a waste." The military cargo plane was able to reach the destination in around a day's time. There was a simple garage available on the plane, and Han Xiao was able to create new machinery and gain experience during the trip on the plane. A trip by the plane cost $50,000. Are you serious? When can I board the plane? Han Xiao took out a large stash of cash from his briefcase that contained $100,000. 1 hour. The Fabian organization rented a stretch of runway at the Morning Wind City's airport. There were a couple of large olive green cargo planes parked. Han Xiao brought along all his gear and materials and boarded one of the planes. Soon, he could sense the vibrations. The plane started to accelerate and took off into the clouds. Once the plane regained its stability in the skies after the takeoff, Han Xiao was able to start his creations. The glaring sun was shining brightly on the endless desert. The yellow sand was heated to a temperature unbearable for the human body. A group of 20 was trudging through the desert. They were clad in torn and tattered gray robes. Their robes had not been cleaned for God knew how long. Their robes were drenched in sweat, releasing a disgusting stench, and they stuck to their wet bodies. Their lips were cracking, and their eyes drooped down. Their fatigue was evident from the look on their faces. They were moving shakily, and it was as if they were going to collapse at any moment. The horses that they brought along also looked sick and skinny. The Somer Desert had once had an oasis. The country was rich, and its citizens lived happily. But after a war, the entire country had perished. The oasis had been destroyed by the battles and blended into the surrounding desert. The people walking in desert were the citizens of the country that had vanished. A legend of the old nation said that ruins of over 1,000,000 years old were hidden deep in the Somer Desert. Beneath the ruins, there was a hidden treasure that held the power to control the entire desert. In the wars that happened decades ago, the desert had undergone a series of abnormal changes. The sand behaved like water and transformed into a whirlpool. The whirlpool moved around the desert as if it was being controlled by someone. The whirlpool then vanished after 7 days. The records of the eerie incident disappeared with the destruction of the country. Many citizens of the old nation believed that the treasure could revive their country, and they searched long and hard for it. The wanderers active along the border of the Somer Desert were also known as the pilgrims. That group of 20 was the last batch of pilgrims. The ruins of Felania, the power of the magic, they are sure to exist, the eldest of the pilgrims mumbled to himself. A fleet of vehicles returned to the desert to defend the boundaries. Dorothy. Nothing again. The strip. Luo Qing, the chief of the Rose militants, questioned. This time, we searched in sectors E4, E5, and D4. There are still no signs of Felania, Dorothy replied with frustration. She was a strong black lady. Her face was disfigured by a long scar that looked like a centipede. Her strong muscular arms had tattoos that were hard to see due to her dark complexion. Rose Militant was a mercenary organization made up entirely of female members. They were active in the Somer Desert and had been searching for Felania for years. There were 2 trainers in the organization. The other trainer, nicknamed Ghostly Fox, was a petite white lady and a brilliant assassin. In this search, our members came into contact with the Kutonians. Wenli and Cecil died in battle. All the returning members of the militia suffered from injuries. Their bulletproof vests had many holes, and the ceramic tiles housed in the vests were also shattered. Luo Qing gave a cold glance and said, "Be more careful in the next search. The Kutonians are funded by the Rothschild family, who have always wanted to wipe us out." All the military groups active in the Somer Desert had their sponsors. They all had the mission of finding Felania. Therefore, battles between the different groups were very common. Most mercenary soldiers had at least 10 lives on their hands. They were all ruthless individuals. Han Xiao felt a shake in the plane. The huge force pressed his body hard on the seat. Gradually, that force pushing him disappeared. "The plane has landed," the pilot shouted through the speakers. Han Xiao brought his briefcase down, and he could feel a wave of heat once he alighted from the plane. The landing site was a warehouse surrounded by barbed wire. There were many militias patrolling the area. It was the branch of the Fabian organization in the Somer Desert. The Fabian organization was a global arms dealing organization that had branches everywhere for more convenient business dealings. "Welcome to Somer Desert." Antonio descended from the plane. His white shirt was stretched tightly by his fat body. The chunk of meat could be seen clearly as if he was topless. "Why did you follow?" "Haha, the chief in charge of the Somer branch was killed in a recent battle. Therefore, I am here to take care of some administrative matters. Also, it has been a long while since I traveled." Han Xiao nodded. He was not shy at all and asked, "I need a map indicating the different military groups that are active. Also, can you lend me a desert jeep?" I'll get someone to make the arrangements. Somer Desert spanned a large area. Even if he drove the jeep continuously without sleeping and followed the correct route, he would need at least 10 days to travel across the desert. Since it was hard to navigate through a desert, a radar was definitely required to accurately tell the direction. Furthermore, there were many military groups active in the region. Han Xiao felt confused as he could not understand what the different groups of forces were fighting for in the barren terrain. To find Felania. What's that? Han Xiao was very curious. He did not have any recollection about that word. It was probably a hidden mission that had not been activated in his past life. Antonio yawned. I am equally clueless. Han Xiao realized that Antonio was trying to hide something from him. He raised his brows, collected his gear, and walked toward the jeep without saying another word. He was ready to check out the active areas of Rose Militant. Bon voyage. Antonio waved lazily at Han Xiao to bid farewell. Han Xiao drove the jeep into the desert through an opening in the barbed wires. Through the information on the radar, Han Xiao managed to reach a location, quite a distance away from the area occupied by Rose Militant, where he could observe the activities of the member of the organization using a telescope. The campsite of Rose Militant was heavily guarded. It had concrete walls and barbed wire on the walls. The metal gate was the sole entrance and exit to the base. Within the base, there was a tall sentry post. The sentry guard on the post observed the surroundings while the sentry post was also equipped with a huge searchlight that would be switched on at night. Han Xiao came to a conclusion: unless he could burrow into the sand and dig a tunnel into the base, it was almost impossible for him to infiltrate the base. Furthermore, Rose Militant consisted only of women. They had big breasts and perky asses. Han Xiao had a perky ass, but he could not squeeze out any breasts. Even if he could disguise himself as a woman, it was highly likely that he would be discovered. The infiltration was bound to fail. Han Xiao glanced at the weapons on the sentry post. There were several grenade launchers and dozens of heavy machine guns in addition to the tough concrete walls encircling the base. An assault of the base was also bound to fail. It seems like the only way to achieve success for the mission is to lure the snake out. I need to employ traps in my upcoming battles. I need to create some new items, Han Xiao thought to himself as he left. He started his journey back to the Somer headquarters of the Fabian Company. He wanted to ask Antonio if he could use the garage. There were still 7 remaining potential points. He raised basic electromagnetism to level 4 and basic spatial sensing to level 3, using a total of 4 points. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV4 basic electromagnetism plus LV3 basic energy theory plus LV3 basic spatial sensing. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Chapter 93, Ambush. Fusion. Success. Congratulations, you have discovered electromagnetic combat scanning visor. Oh. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The product from the fusion was not what he had anticipated. However, the visor was of great use to a sniper since it offered greater accuracy compared to using the thermoscope. The new visor enabled vision through the internal compartment of concrete walls. If it was mounted onto the scope, it would allow for more accurate shots through the concrete walls at the stipulated target. Let me try it again. This fusion will cost you 30,000 EXP. Fusion. Success. Congratulations, you have discovered electromagnetic pulse interference machine. That's the one. Han Xiao nodded. The EMP interference machine was a common blueprint. It was very likely to appear, and other than the EMP interference machine, there were a couple of other machinery blueprints that could meet his expectations. In fact, he had actually set aside sufficient EXP for a third fusion. However, he was no longer required to use the additional EXP and could save it for future tasks. The powers of the EMP interference machine were known far and wide. There was no shortage of vehicles available in the desert. However, since Han Xiao was a sniper, maintaining the distance between the target was of the utmost importance, and he needed to have some distractions for vehicles if they approached. He was still short of some highly destructive explosives, mines, and traps. He touched his chin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had a new idea. I guess I can try creating the items and skip the fusion process. Previously, the players could hardly utilize self-creation skills. However, they were able to absorb the knowledge from the other blueprints and fuse their knowledge and the information from the other blueprints together to create new ones. They were able to use their knowledge gained to add on to the details of their concepts. Through self-creation, they were able to skip the arduous research and development process of the new machinery, and they could even create powerful new machinery ahead of the expected progression. The core concept behind the highly explosive rounds was flammable gas. By compressing flammable gas into a container, its power would be escalated to an extent that was no lesser than the mines of shattering shards. Since he needed to create an explosive mine, he needed additional gunpowder and ball bearings. He started to consider the use of flammable gas. He decided to split the explosive round into different sections. The flammable gas became less reactive upon coming into contact with the atmospheric gases, and they were sealed up. There was a switch in the round that also acted as a timer. Once the time was up, the switch would click, and as the flammable gases came into contact with the gunpowder, an explosion would be triggered. Since he was going to utilize his prototyping skills, Han Xiao felt that it was a good opportunity to increase the power of his product by equipping it with additional effects. Therefore, he decided to incorporate the theory behind a Haim bullet into his new creation. Han Xiao quickly finalized the blueprint in his mind and started crafting the new equipment with his hands. A prototype was required to be tested in order to determine whether the new creation was a success or not. Most players employed the creation process. They merely set the blueprint and selected the materials and tools required. They did not participate in the manufacturing process, and the success of the creation depended a lot on luck. However, Han Xiao was involved in every phase of the production process, including the hands-on manufacturing. Hence, he was able to fine-tune the steps in each stage of the production, and that greatly increased the success rate of his creation. After a while, a circular mine with a 30mm diameter emerged from Han Xiao's production. He operated the interface and did an automatic scan to determine if his creation was successful. Scanning to determine success of product. Failure. It failed. Han Xiao raised his brows and frowned. The reason behind the failure had to be due to the fact that the mechanical components were unable to attain the projected effects, or there were some obvious loopholes. He found a spot to test out the power of his new creation, and he discovered that the ignition process involving the highly flammable gas, gunpowder, and the poisonous gas was awry. Although an explosion still took place, the damage caused was far below what was projected, and modifications were required. The gases were very hard to control. A slight mistake meant that the entire process had to be repeated and modifications of the mechanical parts had to be made. The weapons testing area of the Fabian organization's camp was completely charred, and venomous gases were everywhere. Han Xiao had to vacate the ground, else he would suffer continuous deductions of his HP. Finally, after 13 failures, an angelic line emerged on the interface. Success. You have successfully created a new prototype blueprint. A new explosives blueprint emerged in his mind, and the interface recorded all the theories behind the machinery. After witnessing the effects of this new weapon, Han Xiao whispered, "It's too conventional to call the explosive the highly flammable, poisonous, delayed explosion mine. I shall call the mine flaming poison." The naming is successful. You have gained the blueprint of the new creation flaming poison mine. After the newly created blueprint was recognized by the interface, the usage of the explosive became a skill, and EXP could be utilized to increase the level of the explosive. Furthermore, the various requirements to create the explosive were also recorded on the interface, and by referring to the interface during the creation process, the manufacturing of the explosive could take place at a faster rate. Han Xiao's eyes lit up brightly. Indeed, just as I expected, the self-creation blueprints can meet my needs for adaptable weapons during battle situations, and there is a huge potential in this area that has yet to be unraveled. The next step will be to create a sufficient inventory of explosives. Night soon fell. Han Xiao drove his jeep into an empty and spacious sector. He then arranged rows of fireworks on the ground and put them on delayed ignition. After that, he prepared the flaming venoms and EMP interference machine along the path that Rose Militant had to take in order to reach the specified sector. How did Han Xiao predict the route that Rose Militant would take? It was based on the shortest distance between the 2 points. Obviously, one could not eliminate the possibility that the enemy would take a longer path instead of the predicted one. However, it was not much of a worry as there was always another opportunity to ambush the enemy. The EMP interference machine was a circular piece of equipment with a base. Han Xiao had created a portable version with a height of merely 1 meter and a radiation radius of 300 meters that released high-frequency wave signals. The machine could interfere with the abilities of other precision electronics such as communication devices, remotely controlled electronics, and search radars. It was especially effective against vehicles and could paralyze their communications, signal receptors, controllers, and even their movements. Although Han Xiao did not expect the vehicles operated by the Rose Militants to be equipped with anti-interference machines, he adjusted the interference machinery to a frequency that had the highest likelihood for success. As long as there was a slight opening in the vehicle that was not equipped with anti-interference metal, the vehicle would succumb to the effects of the interference. The drawback of such a method was that it was very draining on the battery of the machine. However, it was not much of an issue as the machine was not required to release constant interference. As long as there was one successful penetration, the vehicle would be paralyzed. After setting up the trap, Han Xiao parked his jeep at a sand dune that was around 400 meters away from the ambush. He then silently lay prone on ground and looked through his scope like a patient hunter waiting for his kill. At night, the temperature of the desert plunged, and the cold gusts of wind blew the sand into the air. Han Xiao was wearing a windbreaker and had thick leather gloves on his hands to prevent the freezing cold from immobilizing his hands and thus his accuracy. Boom. The fireworks shot up into the sky in the marked-out sector. The fireworks were especially glaring in the dark of the night. They could be seen clearly from even tens of kilometers away. There's a problem. In the base of the Rose militants, the sentry guard saw the booming fireworks in the sky and immediately reported the situation to Luo Cheng. Dorothy, take your troops and check out the situations. Be careful of the other militias around and request for reinforcements immediately if you guys engage enemies, Luo Cheng quickly ordered. Dorothy nodded. She selected 20 troops. They suited up, equipping themselves with a plethora of magazine cartridges and grenades. They then rode out in 4 desert jeeps. In the Kutonian base camp, Kutan, who was the chief, also saw the fireworks and ordered his men, bring your troops and check out the situation. A fight is likely to take place. A couple of the armed jeeps drove out of the Kutan base camp into the wild. The same scene also played out in a couple of other militant camps. The jeeps of Rose militant were speeding through the desert. The rotating tires threw the sand into the air, and a long dragon of dust trailed behind the vehicles. Dorothy, is this the appearance of Felania? A female trooper asked Dorothy. Dorothy had a ferocious look. When she squeezed her lips, she looked like a black tigress that devoured anything in her way. She replied coldly, if Felania could be discovered so easily, I wouldn't have wasted 2 years here. This is probably some smoke screen created by others. Everyone, stay on high alert. This is probably another trap the Kutonians planted. Hum. Once Dorothy's sentence ended, an eerie sound of electricity could be heard in the air. Dorothy and 5 other troops could sense that there was a special wave that originated from somewhere not far away. Simultaneously, all the meters on the cars cracked, and the 4 jeeps instantly lost control and collided into one another like drunkards. No matter how much the drivers stepped on the pedals, the jeeps were still out of their control. Enemy ambush. Dorothy was shocked and started to scan the surroundings alertly. What was the cause of the paralysis of the vehicles? Could it have been an EMP? The troops searched around, and they could only see the yellowish sand in the darkness. There was nothing strange. The desert was spacious, and stars of the galaxy could also be seen in the night sky. The cold wind of the night howled. The troops could feel the goosebumps on their arms. It was as if they were being choked by a gigantic hand and could hardly breathe. Boom. A Rose militant was flung into the air by a large shockwave and landed hard onto the sand. She no longer had any breath, and there was a bloody hole in her body that looked ghastly. There's a sniper. Hide behind a vehicle. Dorothy was shocked and angry. She immediately gathered her teammates to move behind the vehicle and requested for reinforcements by shooting the flare into the air. Rose militant felt a small sense of security as their base was relatively close to their current position. Within 15 minutes, their reinforcements would arrive. Han Xiao, who was lying prone on the sand, saw the flare and muttered to himself, this arrow into the clouds will bring tens of thousands of enemy troops. He then changed to the highly flammable magazine and fired a shot at the trap lined with the flaming poison mines. Fire started burning at the point the bullet landed and ignited the flaming poison mines. Boom. After a thunderous sound, a sea of flames emerged, and it resulted in a chain reaction that lit up the other mines, causing continuous explosions. The merciless flames swallowed 4 jeeps, and the poisonous gas was released everywhere. The damage to the enemies caused by the poison and burns appeared on the interface. The Haim bullet was a poisonous bullet also known as the bullet of justice. The effect of the damage was much greater when the theory behind a Haim bullet was applied to the flaming poison mines. Coughs were heard everywhere. Dorothy felt nauseous, and her teammates looked as if they were suffering worse. Their heads were spinning, and they were vomiting uncontrollably. If all of them continued to remain at their current position, they were bound to die from either the flames or the poisonous gas. What a sly bastard! Dorothy tried hard to overcome the nauseating sensation in her chest and yelled, charge toward the sniper and kill him. That's the only way we can survive. Chapter 94, Asking for Help. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Rose militants staggered toward the direction that the bullets originated from. The venomous gas had infiltrated their bodies, and they were clearly poisoned. Only Dorothy, who had the physical attributes of a pugilist, was able to withstand the poison. She led the troops in the charge. Han Xiao calmly switched to the cartridge with the spindle-shaped penetration bullets. He fired the sniper, and the gunshots sounded as if they followed a steady tempo. Shot by shot, he wiped out the militants one by one. The bulletproof vests were unable to withstand the power of the penetration bullets. Coupled with Han Xiao's personal attribute, a shot fired by Han Xiao could deal a theoretical damage of around 130 damage points. Moreover, the normal troops ranged from level 5 to level 8. They possessed around 150 points of HP. Therefore, a single shot was enough to kill them with the damage dealt by the poison and flames. A second shot was not even needed to kill the troops. The efficiency of wiping out the enemy was especially high. Han Xiao deliberately made Dorothy the sole survivor of his attacks. Firstly, he killed all of Dorothy's assistants, and he was only left with the strongest of them all, Dorothy, to fight. After Han Xiao killed the last of the ordinary militants, Dorothy finally got close to him. She raised her modified machine gun and started firing hysterically at him. Han Xiao ducked, and the bullets struck the sand dunes, spraying sand into the air. Dorothy was running and firing her weapon ferociously at the same time. She finally came before Han Xiao after she exhausted the bullets of her magazine. She appeared to be a brutal killer. The sniper was bound to be dead if a pugilist managed to get close to the sniper. Dorothy could not wait to smash Han Xiao's skull into pieces, just as she had done to a couple of her other enemies. Hunting Tiger Axe. Dorothy wielded her axe and slashed it at Han Xiao's head. The sound of the axe slicing the wind could be heard. She was confident that her strike was powerful enough to wreck Han Xiao's brain into pieces. Han Xiao dodged the strike and slid backward 3 steps like a mudskipper. Dorothy missed her strike. Strafe. Like a phantom, Han Xiao drew the berserk eagles from his waist. The continuous firing by Han Xiao instantly led to countless penetration bullets piercing Dorothy's body. Dorothy shrieked in pain. However, her eyes revealed a tinge of arrogance. She took out a shotgun from her back and fired at Han Xiao. Shotgun bullets are the deadliest close range. It is a sure kill, you're a dead man. Dorothy expected Han Xiao to be dead, but the next moment astonished her. The scale-like armor covered Han Xiao's upper body, and the bullets from the shotgun struck the hard surface of the armor, resulting in sparks. With his current skills, Han Xiao was able to create a magnetically controlled retractable armor that covered his entire upper body. I have armor, you fool. Han Xiao then fired all the bullets in his magazine at Dorothy's body. A pugilist that reached Pan Kuang's level was able to withstand the penetration by the bullets only if he focused hard. Compared to Pan Kuang, Dorothy was much weaker, and it was impossible for her to withstand the penetration by the high-caliber bullets. Blood spurted out from her mouth, and her bloodshot eyes stared hard at Han Xiao. She was mumbling, as if she wanted to say something. Boom. Han Xiao blasted Dorothy's head with his pistol. You killed Dorothy, LV-25. You gained 7,500 EXP. In the earlier stages, snipers possessed strong long-range combat power, and they were able to conveniently strike their targets from afar. However, snipers were trained solely by the Union. This was because of the fact that it was too expensive to train snipers. Even the lousiest sniper would require at least $10,000 of investment. Sniper bullets were expensive, every shot fried was like to money being used up. Furthermore, ordinary snipers did not possess the magnetically controlled retractable armor, therefore, they were easily killed when their enemies moved up close to them. Han Xiao searched Dorothy's body and discovered that her gun was modified. From the modifications, it seemed like Rose Militant had a skillful mechanic. After wiping out this group of enemies, Han Xiao had gained 10,000 EXP. The endless flames from the flaming poison mines would soon attract more enemies. Han Xiao retrieved the EMP interference machine and returned to his jeep, quickly leaving the site. A while after Han Xiao left, a group of Khitan troops arrived at the scene. They were shocked by the sight before their eyes. They are from Rose Militant. Who ambushed them? The Khitan troops were just about to check out the scene when the reinforcements led by Luo Qing also arrived. They saw their comrades lying dead on the ground and the Khitan troops standing over their bodies. Fire! The two groups had been in conflict for quite a while. Upon seeing their enemies, Rose Militant was instantly angered, and they started firing. Any form of explanation to prevent the fight was futile. Luo Qing ordered the attack without hesitation. The Khitan troops retaliated upon realizing the situation they were about to face. Instantly, a fierce battle took place, and the gunshots and explosions lit up the night sky. Other militias also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the ongoing battle between the Khitan troops and the Rose Militants, they wanted a piece of the cake and joined in the fight. It turned into a complete chaos. Even more militias that had bases further away from the site arrived, and they joined in the fun and started stirring more chaos before even finding out the reason behind the fight. The fight went for almost half of the night. All the respective militias suffered damage. They retreated to their bases and started to count their losses. The last few militias that arrived at the scene did not even know why they had been fighting. The Rose Militants brought back 20 bodies of their dead comrades. These bodies had grievous wounds created by the bullets of a sniper. Looks like Dorothy and the others were not ambushed by the Khutonians. They were killed by a sniper, Ghostly Fox said. Luo Qing's face sank as she started thinking hard about the culprit behind the attack. Their enemies were all from the Somer Desert, and even if there was conflict, it was more likely to be a direct battle rather than an ambush. She immediately thought of the incident that had happened 2 years back. When the Rothschild family first put a bounty on their heads, many lone assassins had taken up the challenge and tried to kill them. Another bounty hunter. Luo Qing frowned. Rose Militant had not been approached by assassins for almost a year. Perhaps after a year, Some rash youngster had forgotten about the painful lesson the Rose militants had taught the assassins. Dorothy had suffered a painful death. She was murdered at a close range. This indicated that the sniper possessed some close combat abilities. A petite woman approached. She was wearing an oil-stained coat and said, "I found the killer's vehicle tax." He headed toward the southeast. There are 3 distinct camps based there, and the nearest one belongs to the Fabian organization. Good job, Sully. Sully was the mechanic of the Rose militants, and she was in charge of maintaining and modifying the guns, vehicles, and defensive gear. I found some shards of the exploded mines at the site, and I presume the incident was a well-planned ambush. The outer shells of the mine belong to the Fabian organization. It is highly likely that the killer is residing in the camp of the Fabian organization. I tried to piece back the mine that was used, and it seems like a new type of explosive. The explosion involved the use of several gases. Luo Qing squinted. They had met a tough foe this time, but she was determined to take revenge. She made an encrypted phone call to their secret sponsor. "Mr. Sebastian, a team of 20 of our troops were hunted down by an unknown assassin." An old raspy voice emerged from the other side of the line. "I will send someone to handle it." Every time an assassin emerged, the sponsor behind the Rose militants would send out other professional assassins to punish the culprit. That was the reason Rose militant had managed to wipe out so many assassins in the Somer Desert. Chapter 95, Reverse Psychology. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A helicopter landed on the helipad within the compound of the base camp of Rose militant. 3 cold-looking men alighted from the helicopter. They seemed to possess an air of mystery that prevented others from wanting to go near them. Furthermore, they looked almost the same, like they were made from the same mold. Code 3, Code 5, and Code 9 were all the assassins trained in the same training camp. "How's the situation?" Code 3, who was the captain of the team, asked directly. Luo Qing gave him a brief of the events that had occurred. Code 3 squinted and said, "The enemy is a sniper, and his ambush on your men was to scout on your abilities. He wanted to lure all of you out. The enemy possesses detailed information about you guys, and based on the latest information provided, the enemy is probably residing in the camp of the Fabian organization. However, the Fabian organization is not a party you want to mess with. We are unable to conduct assassinations in their territory. What are you guys planning to do then?" Luo Qing asked. "You guys are the target of the killer. Therefore, we are going to use you as bait to lure him out. After that, the 3 of us will ambush him and secure the kill. Ghostly Fox, you will be responsible for taking our teams out over the upcoming few days," Luo Qing ordered. Ghostly Fox nodded. In the Fabian organization's campsite, Han Xiao was scratching the unshaven stubble on his chin in his room. He was still puzzled. It seems like Rose militant can no longer fight as well as they did in the past. The combat skills of Dorothy made him feel strange. If that was what Rose militant was capable of, there was no reason the bounty had yet to be collected. Once again, the suspicion in Han Xiao was activated, and he felt like he was missing some critical information. He then went to find Antonio to clear his queries. Han Xiao knocked on the door of Antonio's office and looked into the room from the tiny available gap. Antonio was looking through files on his study table. "What are you here for?" Antonio laughed. Han Xiao sat in front of Antonio and faced him directly. Han Xiao then asked, "I want to know more about the different militias active in the Somer Desert. I passed you the report previously. You can find all strengths and territories of these militias on it. I want something not on the report." Han Xiao raised his brows and said, "You know what I mean." Antonio lit a cigar and laughed. "I guess you realized it. All these militias are merely tools used by the rich families who act as their funders. They sponsor these militants to help them search for Felonia. If these backers are not wiped out, there will only be endless streams of militants pouring into the desert. The troops of Khatan are sponsored by the Rothschild family, who put up your bounty. Haha, don't be too surprised, the bounties for the Rose militants are all public." Han Xiao was not surprised. If that was the case, in order for him to complete his mission, he had to wipe out all of Rose militant, especially their chief, Luo Qing. Antonio took a puff and said calmly, "Rose militant is funded by the Ordefina organization. The organization controls various political lobbying groups. It also manages secret facilities to train mercenaries and assassins. It is headquartered in the Western continent, which is relatively less powerful in the Southern continent. However, it is definitely not a small organization to be trifled with." Han Xiao had a sudden realization. No wonder all the darknet assassins sent to kill the militants did not return. Rose militant had a powerful supporter that provided them with reinforcements. What's so special about Felonia? How can it draw the attention of so many different forces? Han Xiao felt that the mystery of Felonia had something to do with the rewards of his assassination mission. Since a large number of reinforcements was expected to arrive, Han Xiao had to plan out his next steps carefully. At first, Han Xiao had two ideas in mind. The first was to wait for the target to arrive at his doorstep, and the second was to lure the enemies out of their camp. Both methods required Rose Militant to leave their base. The reinforcements sent by the enemies were bound to work out the tactics he was going to employ. Therefore, it was highly likely that they had ordered the Rose Militants to move out of their base to lure Han Xiao out and eventually ambush him. What shall I do? Perhaps take an unexpected path? Han Xiao massaged his temples as he contemplated his options. What if he set up a trap somewhere then acted as if he did not know about the enemy ambush? Once contacted, Han Xiao would lure the enemies into his trap and turn the situation around to his advantage. I will need more weapons. Ghostly Fox took her team out for their third patrol. They were wandering aimlessly in the desert. She felt a tinge of frustration and asked through the communication line, "Why is the assassin not appearing? Is he afraid or what?" From the other side of the line, Code 3 replied, "Assassins are meticulous individuals. The successful ambush means that he will wait to observe your movements before making the next move." It was night again. Recently, Han Xiao had often been busy at night. He hauled the new equipment that he had created into the jeep before he drove out of the camp to the site where he would set up his tap. The jeep moved out of the gates of the camp. The light emitted by the jeep dimmed as the vehicle moved deeper into the desert. At the same time, there was a telescope that could be seen far away from the scene. On the sand dune a kilometer away, Code 9, who was clad in yellow cloth, was observing the movement of the jeep with his telescope. He broke into a cold grin. The target has left the camp. He is heading north. I suppose he wants to set up his trap. He has probably discovered our existence and wants to employ reverse psychology to lure us into his trap instead. Since they knew that Han Xiao was hiding in Fabian Organization's camp, they were naturally spying on him. The enemy is pretty amateur. Code 3 looked confident. He expected the upcoming mission to be an easy one since everything was under their control. At dawn, Han Xiao back to the base and went to look for Antonio. "You want me to help you drive?" Antonio looked shocked. "Yes, I need you to drive since my hands will be tied up with firing the shots." "Wait. This is your mission, how does it concern me? Why must I help you?" Antonio was puzzled. "It is rare for you venture out, so how can you just stay here and do nothing? Come out with me and experience the beauty of nature." Antonio pointed to the barren desert and asked, "What nature is there to see here? This is all just on the surface. Maybe we will see a magnificent mirage? Maybe there will be hidden mountains and rivers. The desert is very big, I am sure these sights can be discovered if you explore the area with a devout heart." "I don't think we are close enough to travel together," Antonio replied in an awkward manner. "Then give me a chance to be friends with you." Han Xiao laughed out loud. "Did anyone ever tell you that you are very thick-skinned?" Han Xiao touched his face mask. He was obviously thick-skinned. His mask alone was 2 layers thick. Although Antonio looked obese, Han Xiao could sense the immense combat power that he possessed. Han Xiao had selected Antonio to be his driver as he knew that Antonio would be unlikely to commit any screw-ups or die so easily. If it was an ordinary driver, the driver would die almost instantly upon contact with the enemy, and he would be left to fend for himself. Antonio thought for a moment and said, "If you want me to participate in the mission, I want a share of your earnings." "How about 5%? "No way. That's too little." Antonio shook his head. "Don't argue with me. You are just going with me to drive the vehicle. 5% is already a generous offer. If we meet any enemies, the driver will surely be the first target. At least 20%. Han Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief. "Why don't you just go and rob someone?" "That's precisely what I'm doing now." There was a hint of cheekiness in Antonio's tiny eyes. After arguing for quite some time, Han Xiao finally decided to appease Antonio with $20,000. Paying Antonio with hard cash was more reliable than just making a verbal contract. The collaboration between the two became an employment contract. $20,000 for a one-time driver was no doubt an extravagant spend. Antonio squeezed his fat body into the driver's seat while Han Xiao sat at the back of the jeep. He then handed the radar coordinates to Antonio and briefed him on the plan. Antonio chuckled after he heard the plan. Interesting. It was late in the morning. The sun was scorching, and mirages started forming under the intense heat of the desert. The team that Ghostly Fox was leading only operated 2 jeeps. They were wandering around the desert and searching the surroundings. "A jeep is approaching," a trooper exclaimed. An armored jeep appeared at the sand dune not far from their position. The jeep was traveling in parallel to their jeeps. It was the jeep with Han Xiao and Antonio. "Enemy is approaching." Ghostly Fox was delighted. An eerie voice sounded from the communication device. The voice was cold and had the vibes of a killer. The prey is finally in the trap. Chapter 96, Surprised and shocked. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Han Xiao stuck his rifle barrel out of the car window. A high explosive bullet spun out of the chamber and reached accurately on one of Rose militants' jeeps. The bullet exploded, engulfing the car in massive flames. However, all these desert jeeps had a specially made protective exterior that offered protection against the high heat. The destruction caused by the high explosive bullet was limited. Han Xiao assessed the situation before he decisively changed to the penetration bullets and fired them at the bulletproof windows of those vehicles, causing numerous cracks. Surround it? Ghostly Fox's team turned around immediately, and 2 other vehicles followed to encircle the place. Where is the ambush? Since Han Xiao was undeterred by the dangers ahead, he was naturally vigilant about his situation. All of a sudden, he covered his face with his magnetic armor, and it deflected a sniper round that was aimed at his forehead. He raised his eyes and saw a new enemy jeep charging toward him from the side. On the back of the vehicle, a foreign enemy was operating a sniper rifle. A person who could fire such an accurate round on a fast-moving vehicle had the 30% chance of being a mechanic or a 60% chance of being a sniper-type assassin. The last 10% accounted for the possibility of it being sheer luck. The shot had come from Code 3. He was slightly surprised by the fact that he did not succeed. The target has a special protective method, could be an esper power or machinery, he uttered in a low voice. Han Xiao believed that there were more to this ambush. He slapped on the back of the front chair and said, "Go faster, don't slow down. Drive to our destination." Antonio skillfully changed gear and stomped on the accelerator. The car drifted before it changed direction and sped to escape. All of a sudden, another jeep, as if it had been waiting in place for days, appeared right in the direction of their new escape route. This time, it was driven by Code 5. He fired his bazooka at them. The anti-tank warhead, driven by the flaming rocket propeller, approached them rapidly. Antonio's face slightly paled, and he immediately turned the steering wheel forcefully to make a sharp turn. The rocket brushed past the rear end of the car and landed on the sandy ground. A loud blast was heard, and sand was flying all over the air. The shock wave smashed onto the back of the vehicle, tilting it 30 degrees upward before it fell hard onto the ground. Han Xiao, who was sitting on the back seats, was bumped up and down heavily. His butt was in great pain as a result. They dodged it? Code 3 squinted and said, "Code 9 is waiting for them in front on Thorns." Thorns was an armored battle vehicle modified by Sully. It had extremely strong firepower, massive horsepower, and an ultra-thick armored exterior. It was the perfect fusion of a tank's attack and defense capability and a jeep's mobility. Last night, Code 9 had discovered Han Xiao's tracks, and they had set up the ambush with the 3 assassins. Code 9 was their final insurance. He drove Thorns in the direction that Han Xiao placed his trap. They had even discovered the rough coordinates of the trap, so it was impossible for them to fall into it. They then purposefully waited in the direction of Han Xiao's escape to dash the little hope he had when he so desperately tried to escape. "He is already dead," Code 3 whispered. The battle caused many explosions on the road, countless bullets and rockets were chasing Han Xiao's vehicle wantonly. Han Xiao fired back as many times as he could, barely slowing the 4 jeeps' pursuit. The Red Falcon sniper rifle complemented the powerful spindle bullet, causing a substantial threat to the Rose militant. But as his vehicle was now scrambling to escape from the scene, coupled with Code 3 and Code 5's suppression, his shooting accuracy was undermined to a great extent. "Oh A distinct engine sound thundered on the battlefield, like a tiger roaring in rage. Han Xiao felt his heart tighten, and he quickly looked forward. A modified battle jeep was blocking their way. Its armored exterior, thick and bulky, was covered with sharp spikes like a hedgehog. Different kinds of large-caliber barrels were sticking out from the sides of the vehicle. Based on the sizes of the barrels, they were grenade launchers and small missile launchers. On the roof, there was a 4-barreled rotating Gatling machine gun. Oh wait, it must be a Gatling-type cannon with that kind of caliber powerful enough to be used on air fleets. Thorns. The battle jeep was right in front of their final path, circling them with the other 4 cars. They had no way to escape. "We definitely cannot withstand the firepower from that damn thing." Antonio had a grievous look. They were blocked by the enemies from all sides and surrounded. They were on the brink of death. "Drive south. You don't have to worry about the firepower from that vehicle." "I will handle it," Han Xiao said solemnly. There was only Code 3, armed with a sniper rifle, on the southern path. He was the lowest threat. Antonio had no choice but to have faith in Han Xiao, and he quickly turned the steering wheel to run Code 3 down. Too late. Code 9's expression was icy cold, and he was about to fire the cannon on Thorns to blow Han Xiao's jeep up in the air. Suddenly, Han Xiao turned around and fired a shot in his direction. The round hit the glass window and instantly flashed a blazing light. Code 9's eyes were blinded by the light and started tearing. He shut his eyes in the moment of pain. Flash bullet. Hua-am. A massive volume of flames and smoke was coming out of the Gatling cannon on Thorns, but it was fired in the wrong direction. The explosive rounds landed more than 10 meters away from Han Xiao's jeep. Crap. How did Code 9 flounder that shot? Code 3 was dumbfounded, and he quickly ordered the driver to block Han Xiao's vehicle. Antonio was fearless. He stomped on the accelerator, and the vehicle collided with the side of Code 3's jeep front unyieldingly. Both vehicles vibrated violently. However, Antonio chose an excellent angle of collision. He was able to force a path out, creating an opening for them to escape the encirclement. Pursue them. As they had fallen short of success at the last moment, Code 3 was infuriated. However, as he reassessed the situation, his mood eased up again. They still had the upper hand in the current situation, so he had nothing to worry about. Although Han Xiao was running away frantically from the ambush that they had laid, they would soon catch up with him and blow his vehicle up with Thorn's firepower and horsepower. Han Xiao looked behind the vehicle through the glass window. The Rose militant motorcade was chasing them relentlessly. They were merely 200 meters apart, and both parties were driving more than 100 miles an hour. Additionally, Thorns was firing non-stop, erupting waves and waves of sand behind his car. The after effect of the flash bullet was still being felt by Code 9. His eyes were red and sore, and his vision was blurred. As a result, his shots had zero accuracy. Han Xiao was not at all flustered. He peeked at his coordinates on the radar and said with great composure, "Antonio, start the nitro boost in 48 seconds. 47. 30. 16. 3, 2, 1. When the moment arrived, Antonio opened a small cover beside the gear shift, which exposed the button for the nitro boost. He then pressed hard on the button. Blue flames were gushing out of the exhaust pipe at the back of the Jeep, and its speed soared, pulling their distance apart rapidly. The resultant force pushed the two in the vehicle into the back of their seat, restricting their movement. A futile struggle. Code 3 thought nothing of it. He believed that the nitro boost would run out sooner or later. It was just a last-ditch effort to extend their lives. They would eventually be caught up by Thorns and be blown up. The nitro boost was exhausted when the distance between the two parties extended to 400 meters. They are slowing down. Code 5 loaded a new rocket, and he stood up through the roof window and aimed at Han Xiao's jeep from a distance. All of a sudden, his car braked at once. The sudden momentum threw Code 5 into the back seat. What the hell? Code 5 was shouting when he saw the driver changing gears frantically. However, the vehicle was not responding at all. His heart sank, and he turned around and looked out the window. All their jeeps had stopped moving, including Thorns. They had all lost their driving power. All the cars are paralyzed. What is happening? Everyone from Rose Militant was frightened. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered now that they had lost control of their vehicles. Han Xiao's jeep parked a distance away. Ghostly Fox wanted to contact the base for backup only to realize that their communication devices were malfunctioning. "This is the effect of EMP," she screamed. Ghostly Fox felt a chill down her spine as she recalled how Dorothy had died. Run. The next moment, a high explosive sniper round flew over from a distance, targeting an area beneath Code 3's feet. Then, the landmines buried underneath the ground exploded. This time, the explosives included not just the toxic explosive mines but also the good quality ordinary landmines from Fabian Company's warehouse. The blaring sound of the blast was heard non-stop. Glaring flames shot up into the air, creating a dazzling mixture of orange, red, and white in Han Xiao's eyes. Flames and explosions engulfed the whole 100-meter radius of Rose Militant. There was not a single figure in sight. Han Xiao lifted his sniper rifle on his shoulder and gave an evil chuckle. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Chapter 97, Swoop In. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Antonio alighted from his vehicle and stood beside Han Xiao as he watched the explosion. He lit a cigar and took a puff before he chuckled heartily. It has been a while since I last saw such beautiful scenery. I almost forgot what an explosion looks like after sitting in the office for so long. Go ahead and enjoy the scenery. Han Xiao stretched his neck to relieve some of the fatigue as a result of the pursuit. The flames eventually diminished. Antonio and Han Xiao cautiously approached the scene of explosion. A pungent stench, created by the mixture of smells from burning bodies and toxic gas, blew toward them. Crap. I forgot that there is some toxic gas remaining. Han Xiao was dumbfounded as he watched his HP drop on the interface. He had no choice but to retreat the place, and he could only go back to sweep the battlefield after the toxic gas dispersed. Ugh, a faint moan was heard on the battlefield. It came from Code 3, who was already half dead. His four limbs had been shattered in the explosion, and his body was covered in red and dark burn marks. He raised his head laboriously and leveled Han Xiao a deadly gaze. You. Why? Han Xiao gave him a glance and used his berserk eagle to silence him before he could even finish his sentence. Good guys could win battles with their words, and bad guys would always lose and die because they talked too much. There were countless similar lessons in the past. Han Xiao had wanted to try and talk to Code 3, but he believed that he did not belong to the good guy category, so he had killed Code 3 without saying a word. This kill has given me quite a lot of EXP. Code 3, what kind of lousy name is that? Han Xiao looked at his interface while insulting the enemy's name. Hold on. There seems to be an enemy missing from my kill history. Han Xiao's eyes flashed and immediately surveyed his surroundings. He suddenly fired at the ground 20 meters away. Whoosh. A shadow jumped out from beneath the sand ghostly fox. She dashed rapidly and stabbed her dagger swiftly toward the nearest person, Antonio. Her pugilist training had taught her simple ground tunneling techniques. She had escaped the devastating explosion by tunneling into the sand the instant before the explosion. She had intended to continue hiding until all the enemies were gone, but since she had been spotted by Han Xiao, she had to fight for her life. Sunlight was reflected off the surface of the dagger, emitting an icy glare. Antonio's eyes narrowed, and he slammed his massive arms rapidly toward Ghostly Fox. His palms were almost as large as those of bears. Ghostly Fox ducked as her petite build allowed her to do so easily. She circled to the back of Antonio and stabbed her dagger toward his heart. Suddenly, a dark shadow zoomed in before her eyes, and a bear-like palm followed and grabbed her head. The palm was so large that it almost wrapped around her entire skull. Antonio threw her more than 10 meters away as if he was shot putting. The sheer amount of force created wave-like tracks around her on the ground. She was badly injured from the throw. However, she gritted her teeth hard and dived toward Antonio again. With Han Xiao watching on the side, she would be sniped down if she attempted to run away. She had no choice but to continue the fight. Pum. 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 Antonio was about to strike back when Han Xiao fired a few rounds with his double pistols, which turned her into a sieve. You killed Ghostly Fox, LV-29. You have gained 9,400 EXP. Her level was quite high. Why was she so weak? Han Xiao looked at the battle info and realized the reason. Ghostly Fox's main job was only LV.8, and the rest of her levels were in her secondary jobs, which were mostly useless. You should have given me the opportunity to exercise my rusty body, Antonio groused. The body is still warm. You can use it for some exercise. Han Xiao nonchalantly picked his nose. You really are a jerk. Once the toxic gas dispersed, Han Xiao stepped into the explosion site to retrieve his EMP disruptor. Han Xiao had been unaware that Code 3 knew his whereabouts, but he was used to making multiple plans at once. He had planted not just 1 but 4 traps that night, each on a different position of the road that he was circling. Unless the enemy did not pursue him, they would have fallen into at least one of the traps. As long as you dare chase me, I will eventually kill you. After collecting his EMP disruptor, Han Xiao started scavenging loot from the bodies. He found a substantial number of firearms and ammunition, which could be sold for a handsome amount of money. However, his greatest loot was the modified battle vehicle Thorns. He would be able to use it after he fixed its internal electronic components. Next, it is time to borrow some help. Ghostly Fox lost contact. They had 3 assassins ambushing and better intelligence, yet they fell into the enemy's trap. Luo was heavy-hearted. She had just lost 2 teams and the modified battle vehicle, Thorns. Now, the base was void of any defense, which was another huge loss. She contacted her secret sponsor again and explained the situation. You guys retreat first, the person said slowly over the phone. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Luo immediately organized her troops to load all the valuable assets onto vehicles in preparation of discarding the base and retreating temporarily. It was not the first time Rose Militant had faced a crisis of this magnitude. All they needed to do was seek shelter somewhere else for a few days before their secret sponsor sent down more personnel. They would gain a firm foothold again by then. However, only half of the assets were loaded up when a blaring alarm was heard all over the base. Enemy attack. The sentry was shouting as loud as she could. Luo was astounded. She quickly climbed up the sentry post and looked far ahead, and that was when he saw a wave of sand inching closer. It was a motorcade of the Khotans approaching menacingly. Damn it! They are here too soon. Rose Militant had suffered great losses, so they were bound to fall prey to other powerful factions at this opportune time, and the Khotans were the prime candidate. The primary purpose of discarding the base was to avoid the hostility from other factions. However, the Khotans came too quickly. Someone must had tipped them off. Luo was enraged. Those Khotonian mercenaries were attacking the base from the front line. If they were to brashly attempt to escape with their vehicles, it would surely become a battle in pursuit, which would make it all the more dangerous for them. They were in a dilemma. Commander, what should we do now? Let's strike back. Strike them hard. Loto said unyieldingly. The militants dropped the supplies in their hand and quickly got back into their defense positions. They began bombarding the Kutonian motorcade with machine guns and grenade launchers. However, the mercenaries were undeterred and struck back. One could only see rounds flying back and forth between the two sides, forming a curtain of death. Countless cartridges fell into the yellow sand, and the grenades left numerous darkened sand craters on the ground, making the place resemble the surface of the moon. Rose Militant had excellent defenses in the base. They shouldered the attack even with insufficient manpower. Behind the four walls of the base, Loto was seen commanding the militants tirelessly. Sully walked over and whispered into her ears, "Due to insufficient manpower, 1/4 of our defense system is unmanned. Furthermore, as we are walled inside the base, we will face serious danger if other factions decide to butt in." As soon as she finished her sentence, a roaring engine sound was heard from a distance. Loto and Sully's hearts both jolted. They recognized that distinct engine hum. On the other side of the battlefield, Han Xiao was driving the ferocious Thorns. The car jumped down from the sandhill like a fearsome tiger, drawing a parabolic path through the sky. The repaired exterior reflected a glaring beam of sunlight, and the vehicle's tires sped furiously. The vehicle smashed into the ground, splashing heaps of sand to the side before it charged furious toward the base. It was unstoppable. Don't the Thorns only belong to Rose Militant? Kutan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly ordered his subordinates to pull back their positions. He thought that the Thorns operator was from the enemy side, and he was well aware of the firepower of the vehicle. Thus, he wanted to prepare his defense before the enemy was able to destroy them from their flanks. He did not know that Rose Militant was even more anxious than him. They were even clearer about the real firing capability of Thorns. "Quickly stop him. We cannot let Thorns near the base." Sully screamed. Loto was wailing in her heart. Thorns used to be their trump card, and now, it had been taken and was being used against them. What a despicable act. It was like having your girl snatched by another guy, and he still dared to bring your girl, ex-girlfriend, to show off in front of you. How could anyone endure such humiliation? Loto could never tolerate such an act. She hated the killer so much that she wished that she could grind him into sand. Chapter 98, Secret Passageway. All the machine guns and grenade launchers in the base were immediately adjusted to face the fast-approaching Thorns. Upon seeing their reaction, Kutan knew that Thorns was an ally right away. He then shouted, "All vehicles on the flank, make a path for the unexpected guest." The Kutonian motorcade changed its formation, emptying a path on its flank that led directly to the front gate of the base, which allowed Thorns to conveniently charge forward. Han Xiao was alone in Thorns. After they killed Ghostly Fox's team, they had gone back and repaired Thorns at the Fabian base. This time, he came alone. Other factions in the Somer Desert would not allow such a great opportunity to pass. The main fighting force of Rose Militant had been wiped out. Han Xiao passed this piece of information to them. It gave him the ability to fish in the troubled waters. The grenade launchers, heavy machine guns, and small-scale missile launchers had to be controlled manually using the aiming system beside the speedometer. An automated firepower control system was not installed in the vehicle. There were many incoming rounds. Han Xiao managed to escape some, and the armored exterior absorbed the impact of the rest. He then aimed one of the cannons at the wall of the base and fired. As the vehicle vibrated violently, a few small-scale missiles and grenade explosives blasted promptly on the wall, triggering a glaring flame. The cannon exploded into 1,000 pieces, lingering in the air. Inside the base, Loto was livid. She had a hunch that they would not be able to guard the base. She called in Sully and gave her an orderly softly. "We will give up the base and evacuate using the secret passageway. Bring 5 people with us." Sully nodded her head, agreeing with the plan. The mercenaries left guarding the base would be the sacrificial lambs while they quietly evacuated the base using the passageway. As long as they survived, they could get as many mercenaries as they wanted from their secret sponsor. The Rose Militant mercenaries who were defending against the incoming attack did not know that they had been abandoned. They were still operating the cannons assiduously to defend against the Kutonians and Thorns. The blasting sounds of cannons filled their ears, smoke and flames engulfed their sight. They could not hear a word from one another. Everyone was fighting as if they were the only reef there against the ocean wave, fighting a lone battle. After more than 10 rocket rounds were fired at the scarred metal gate, it finally gave in and blew up. The gate was open. Charge. Kutan was overjoyed. The motorcade entered in a single file. Following which, the Kutonians, equipped with automatic rifles, swept through the entire base. The mercenaries from Rose Militant could not set up an effective counterattack the moment the enemies charged into the base. They were shot into sieves when they tried to escape from the cannon emplacements. Han Xiao drove Thorns in. He took out his 2 berserk eagles and acted independently. The Kutonians gave him a glance but did not hold him back. Han Xiao's movement was as swift as could be, his black windbreaker flying like a cape. He was like a dark specter scouring the battlefield. Soon, he finished searching the entire base. In the process, he encountered two mercenaries from Rose Militant, who he preemptively shot in the head. One of them was rather beautiful. She would have turned many heads if she wore a bikini and walked on the beach. Han Xiao secretly regretted his decision to shoot her in the head. After a round of searching, Han Xiao did not spot the leader of Rose Militant. His brows knitted as he knew the whole situation was not so simple. There must be a secret passageway. Wars were daily affairs in the Somer Desert. It would not be surprising if the Rose Militant kept a secret passageway for their evacuation. Han Xiao soon discovered their tracks. Luo and her gang had left in a hurry, thus, they had left some footprints behind. He followed the trail of the footsteps and entered a hidden cellar beneath the ground. The cellar was dark and filled with a moist, humid smell. A secret underground river? Han Xiao ignited a fire pack before he threw it down. The depth was about 5 meters. He ensured that it was safe before he jumped down. Beneath the base was a rocky mountain, and the cellar was actually a path dug within it. Like the passageway in a regularly used mine, the walls of the path were held up by wooden frames. It was completely dark at the front of the path as there was not a single source of light. There were clear footprints in the soil. Han Xiao raised his hand to feel the rocky walls, and he felt a patch of moisture. He suspected that there might be a secret underground river nearby. The situation of the path ahead was uncertain. Han Xiao pondered for a moment. He then took out his spider detector and laid it on the floor. The mechanical spider stood at attention like a soldier awaiting orders as Han Xiao started controlling it with his tablet. I will call you Spider Number 1. After coming up with an astoundingly original name as per usual, Han Xiao quickly controlled Spider Number 1 to move further into the path. The vision of its camera was shown on the tablet. Spider Number 1 was equipped with a night vision camera. After moving for a while, Spider Number 1 suddenly ran into a rocky wall. It had reached the end of the path. As the path was clear of danger, Han Xiao took out his torchlight and walked briskly to the end of the passageway. Unsurprisingly, he spotted a secret door on the ceiling. Heaps of sand fell as he opened the door. Han Xiao stuck his head out of the opening, and he looked out of the cellar. It was a slanted cave. Sunlight was shining in through the opening of the cave along the slope, and the ground was covered in tire tracks. Han Xiao swiftly moved out of the cave, and his view suddenly brightened. The place was a complex of weathered rocks. The silhouette of the base could be seen from a distance. A vehicle's tracks had been left in the desert, heading away from the base. The remaining members of Rose Militant escaped using the vehicle. I'd better chase them quickly. Han Xiao retrieved Spider Number 1 and went back to the base hastily. He prepared to chase them using thorns. The Kutonians had eradicated Rose Militant's presence within the base. They were now unloading all the supplies to take them away. They slowed down their movement and focused all their attention on Han Xiao as he walked out. They were looking at him warily. Han Xiao's heart sank. Kutan brought a bunch of mercenaries and surrounded thorns. Han Xiao touched his gun in secret before he walked over to them and said, "Move away." "Who are you?" Kutan looked Han Xiao up and down, thinking about something. "Not important. Please get away from my car." "Your car?" Kutan glanced at Thorns before a wicked smile appeared on his face. He gave his men a signal, and they quietly surrounded Han Xiao, ready to draw out their guns anytime. "Are you sure this is your car?" Kutan stared at Han Xiao and chuckled. He was clearly threatening Han Xiao. If Han Xiao's answer was not to his liking, he would have his whole gang of men beat him up. Phew. Han Xiao attacked without saying a word. He swiftly dashed 3 meters forward, and his berserk eagles were already pointing at Kutan's forehead, like an unsheathed sword. His movement was as fast as that of a fox, and his gun moved rapidly like lightning. That was too fast. The surrounding mercenaries were shocked. They then hurriedly raised their guns and aimed at Han Xiao. Han Xiao's sudden spectre-like movement made them extremely nervous. Furthermore, their boss's head was right against Han Xiao's pistol, so they did not dare fire at him. They were in a deadlock. Although there was a gun to his forehead, Kutan was surprisingly calm and unafraid. He had always been living his life on edge. "If you want to threaten me to disarm my men, you can save yourself the effort." He smiled coldly. "You know who I am." "Your master would not want his people to fight against each other," Han Xiao replied calmly. He seemed oblivious to all the guns pointing directly at him. Kutan's expression turned gloomy. He frowned and pondered for nearly 1 minute, the tension on the ground increasing all the while, before he suddenly waved his arms to ask his men to drop their guns down. He gave a half-hearted smile and said, "It seems like it is really your car." Han Xiao held his berserk eagle up and remained unmoved. Kutan moved sideways to open a path for Han Xiao. Only then did Han Xiao start moving. He brushed past Kutan before going up to the thorns and saying in a hostile manner, "Good try." He then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The smile on Kutan's face disappeared as he watched the car vanish in the distance. He turned around and realized that his men were all watching him. "What are you guys looking at? Hurry up and carry the items away," he shouted snappily. Although he was eyeing thorns, he did not want to bear the possibility of infuriating his master. Kutan reckoned that Han Xiao was an assassin hired by his master, so he was on his side. Thus, after Han Xiao pointed this fact out, he could no longer provoke him. If he messed up his master's plan, he would suffer dire consequences. Furthermore, Han Xiao was an assassin that he did not know enough background information about. So, after some consideration, he decided to control his greed and made peace with Han Xiao. Chapter 99, Felania. The vehicle tracks left behind on the vast desert by Luo and her gang were like creases on a piece of white paper. They were as conspicuous as could be. Han Xiao followed the tracks without stopping. His position was continuously shown on the radar coordinates in order for him to remain on course in the boundless desert. He was now heading toward the outer edge of the Somer Desert. It was indicated on the weather calendar data that a sandstorm had just occurred in this place. The plain and unchanging side of the desert was making Han Xiao feel mentally tired. After half an hour of pursuit, a roving jeep suddenly appeared in the distance. "I am finally catching up." Han Xiao's psyche was rejuvenated instantly. Just as Han Xiao spotted the jeep, the members of the Rose militant on the jeep also caught sight of Han Xiao. "It's thorns!" Sully cried out. Luo's face tensed up before she anxiously surveyed the surrounding and realized that the pursuing force consisted of only a single vehicle. She was immediately incensed. "How dare you pursue us alone? Do you really think we are this easy to defeat? Make a U-turn." Thorns was firing at its maximum firepower. Grenades and missiles were chasing and bombing after Luo's vehicle. Luo was intimidated. Cough. Cough. "Let's run until he finishes his ammunition." She was slightly embarrassed. The two vehicles were in a high-speed pursuit as they drove past sand dune after sand dune, scorched sand marking the course of their chase. Raggedly dressed pilgrims were seen gruelingly trekking through the desert. The leader of the group, an elderly pilgrim, was panting intensively, and his clothes were drenched in his sweat. He unloaded a water bottle from the pack horse and gulped one sip with his trembling hand, but somehow, he could not relieve his exhaustion and thirst. The elderly pilgrim turned around and glanced at the group. Everyone else was in low spirits. He then thought back to the times when he was younger. There had once been tens of thousands of compatriots who escaped from the same conquered country and embarked on this journey together. However, after years of hardships, there were only 24 people left. Some people had died on the journey, and some had given up halfway through. This small group of people were the last pilgrims. At times, the elderly pilgrim could not help but become skeptical about the existence of Felania. However, if he gave up, it would render his years of perseverance meaningless. An engine sound was heard from a distance. Han Xiao and Rose militants' cars appeared in their view, and mounds of sands thrown into the air by the vehicles. The pilgrims were not at all shocked, as such a scene was commonplace on this desert. As soon as they confirmed that the violent vehicles were not moving toward them, they released their worry. They stood at their position and waited for the two vehicles to leave. At this point in time, a small-scale missile flew in the sky and landed on sand. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The ground vibrated abruptly, and sand fell downwards at the position where the missile exploded. As more sand fell downward, a pitch-black hole appeared in front of everyone. The hole expanded continuously, like a gigantic mouth being opened. The appearance of the running sand implied that there was a huge, empty space beneath this desert. You discovered a hidden location. Felania, 08. You received 1000 exploration EXP. Bounty Hunter, Rose Militant, hidden requirement completed. Han Xiao was so surprised that he almost overturned his car. What the hell? I completed the mission by accident. Am I that lucky? But how can I use my luck on this kind of place? This is such a waste. The sand hole was still expanding. Han Xiao reasoned that the sandstorm that had happened a few days ago must have changed the structure of the sand layers in this area. Following which, his explosions triggered a chain reaction that resulted in this opening. Although he was very curious about what Felania was exactly, his hunt for Rose Militant was more important at this juncture. After he left the coordinates of this place on his radar, he continued to chase after Rose Militant. The two vehicles soon drove into the distance. The elderly pilgrim's hands were trembling relentlessly. With a look of exhilaration, he called out to his peers who were stunned behind him. This must be Felania. We have to go there quickly." The pilgrims were enlivened. They rushed toward the hole in the ground anxiously. Felania's treasures. Felania's treasures, the elderly pilgrim could not stop mumbling to himself. Tears trailed down his cheeks as he believed that he was finally getting rewarded for all those years of determination and perseverance. After a few kilometers of pursuit, Thorns eventually ran out of ammunition, an inevitability no matter how strong its firepower was. Yet, Han Xiao sighed in relief. He was glad that this straining pursuit battle was finally coming to an end. This bunch of sissies should stop any minute now. If they don't even stop running and strike back, they must be really cowardly. This guy finally finished his rounds. Sully was the first person who spotted Thorn's abnormal situation. She was the creator of Thorns. Luo was immediately relieved. She then said ruthlessly, "Turn around." The two vehicles were 400 meters apart. Han Xiao already stopped his vehicle. When he saw the jeep turn around decisively, he gave a sly smile and started point firing with his sniper rifle. A distance of 400 meters allowed him 8 to 10 shots. It took him 4 spindle bullets to shatter the bulletproof window. The 5th shot flew directly at the driver. Luo, sitting on the front passenger seat, suddenly raised her hand and shielded the driver. The bullet, as if it had hit an invincible wall, generated a wave of reflective white light before it was squashed into a metal cake by the deflecting force and was left levitating in the air. An Esper with force field type ability. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes as he felt that the situation had become more difficult to handle. Espers had all kinds of abilities, but some of them would awaken with similar or even the same abilities. Force field was a major type of ability for Espers. Other common types included molecular control, strengthened body, and transfiguration. The force field related abilities included remote manipulation of objects, invincible walls, and invincible strikes. It was the natural counter to gunfighting abilities. As he finished his thought, Han Xiao quickly stuffed aim bullets into his gun and fired again. Luo deflected the bullet again with her force field. However, as the bullet was being compressed, it released a light green poisonous gas. Everyone in the vehicle was instantly poisoned. They started feeling dizzy, their chests tightened, and their HP dropped continually. From the battle data, Han Xiao knew that Luo was the same level as him, level 30, so she had not mastered the skill to manipulate gases. Han Xiao then fired a high explosive bullet, which ignited the interior of the jeep. However, the fire was quickly put out by fire extinguishers. The vehicle was chiefly used for evacuation, so it was equipped with fire extinguishers to prevent fires from breaking out. Han Xiao had no choice but to discard his initial plan to force his enemy to abandon their vehicle. Yet, he showed no signs of being discouraged. He fired 2 aim bullets again, and now, the jeep was engulfed by concentrated green poisonous gas as if the vehicle was consumed by a plague. After these few rounds of fire, the distance from the enemy was only 100 meters. Han Xiao put aside his sniper rifle and stomped hard on the accelerator. He was fearlessly trying to collide with the jeep head-on. Sully's expression changed, and she anxiously instructed the driver, "Quickly dodge. The armored exterior on Thorns is extremely thick. We cannot best it." The driver quickly turned the steering wheel upon hearing the instruction and wanted to brush past Thorns. Upon seeing this, Han Xiao turned his vehicle in the same direction, but he was too slow. He only brushed past the rear of the jeep. He wanted to ruin the enemy's jeep by smashing into it. If he had succeeded, he could then have used Thorns to hit the enemy and run. However, Rose Militant reacted too quickly and dodged the attack. Luo just realized that even when Thorns ran out of ammunition, it was not a vehicle to be reckoned with easily. She had no choice but to suppress the anger in her heart. Never mind. Let's not be badgered by him. The jeep turned around and drove for tens of meters before Luo realized that Thorns did not chase them. As she believed, for a moment, that Han Xiao had given up, she heaved a sigh of relief. She then gnashed her teeth in anger. "I will let you go for now. Your time will come once our backup is here." Just as she finished this thought, an invisible wave traveled from Thorns in a circular motion. Their jeep suddenly lost all its power, and the vehicle skidded a few dozen meters due to the remaining momentum before ground to a halt, paralyzed. The people in the vehicle were all thrown out of their seats. In the back seat of Thorns, Han Xiao had started his EMP disruptor, meaning that Thorns had also lost its power. Han Xiao sighed. That was the last resort to prevent the enemy from running away, which he did not intend to use, but he realized that Luo did not have the guts to stay and battle it out. Thus, he had been forced to resort to such a mutually destructive method. Even if he attempted to fix Thorns, it would take him more than 10 minutes. Next, it would be human versus human. EMP wave. The car is wrecked. Luo was dumbfounded. After being repeatedly plotted against, she could no longer contain her rage. She walked out of jeep and started the force field under her feet, which allowed her to move a few meters with a single step. She charged toward Han Xiao rapidly like an incoming missile, and the force field around her was rather erratic. "Are you so eager to die?" Before Luo even reached Han Xiao, her ravings thundered in Han Xiao's ears. Chapter 100, Battle. Han Xiao turned around and started to fall back. He repeatedly fired aim bullets at Luo in an attempt to lure her closer. Luo raised her hands and started pushing to release an energy shield in front of her body. The bullets were blocked by the shield, and as they collided with the shield, there were beams of white light. Superhumans of the fortified type possessed the innate ability to counter the powers of a sniper. However, the poisonous gases emitted by the HAME bullets were depleting Luo's HP. Furthermore, the impact from the collisions onto the energy shield also impacted Luo's body and decreased her health. However, the impact was relatively low after a reduction of 95%. Luo could sense the fury building up in her body. The killer in her was overflowing like water from a fountain. After Han Xiao fired the 13th shot, Luo moved closer toward him. The shots fired along the way managed to reduce Luo's HP by 100 points. If the superhumans did not possess the special defensive powers, they would have been very brittle to the attacks. The force that Luo possessed granted her the ability to both attack and defend. However, when challenging hardy magnetically controlled retractable armor, Luo's body would be wrecked from the battle. Once they started fighting, Luo realized the weakness of her physical body. Han Xiao suddenly drew out his retractable machete. He held the blade in his right hand and wielded the mechanical arm in his left hand. He was unafraid of fighting Luo head-on. Luo focused on using all her strength to smash Han Xiao's head. However, she realized that Han Xiao was clad in a thick metallic armor. At that instant, Han Xiao's retractable armor extended up to his head, protecting his face and skull. Han Xiao moved his head back slightly, and with the help of the armor, he managed to withstand the shock from Luo's strike. Han Xiao used his machete and mechanical arm to continuously penetrate the energy shield of Luo. The battle was fierce, and white sparks were emitted with each contact made. Pan Kuang, who was level 40, had problems defeating Han Xiao in close-range combat, therefore, Luo's close combat powers were not much of a concern for Han Xiao. Instead, the abilities she possessed as a fortified type superhuman were greater threats to Han Xiao. Luo was able to strike suddenly at the target from almost all angles, and therefore, her attacks often disrupted the flow of Han Xiao's attack. Force push. Han Xiao could feel an invisible impact to his knees. Luo made use of the opportunity to pull backward and created more space. She could feel tightness in her chest, as if her lungs were being scorched. The high-intensity combat had taken its toll on her body. Her stamina was running low. Superhuman abilities often required the use of huge amounts of energy. In order to replenish her energy, Luo exhausted her stamina. She was deeply fatigued and looked at Han Xiao in disbelief and shock. How on earth is the sniper so powerful? He can fight better than pugilists. 222. The last few remnants of Rose Militant were finally approaching Han Xiao. They immediately concentrated all their firepower on him. To retaliate, Han Xiao fired his berserk eagles wildly, and the militants bled uncontrollably as they collapsed to the ground. Sully was the only one that managed to dodge Han Xiao's attacks. She was nimble and swift. She had the swag of a pugilist. She was wearing a pair of special gloves. There were a couple of circuits on the gloves, and the gloves emitted blue light. Han Xiao sensed impending danger. Mechanical pugilist. Sully was approaching at high speed. Her hand pushed toward Han Xiao. It seemed like her push was weak and flimsy, but Han Xiao focused his attention and managed to recognize the gloves Sully was wearing. The level of threat of Sully increased, and Han Xiao quickly rotated his body to dodge Sully's attack. It was unwise to fight Sully head-on. Han Xiao decided to use the firepower of his pistols to suppress Sully. However, Luo came toward and managed to repel the bullets with her energy shield. The three were engaged in an intense battle. The pair of gloves that Sully was wearing managed to suppress Han Xiao's power. Han Xiao was at a loss how to counter them. The two ladies realized that and made use of the opportunity to gain the upper hand in the battle. The situation gradually turned disadvantageous for Han Xiao. If I don't make some sacrifices, it will be almost impossible for me to kill both of them. With a look of determination of his face, Han Xiao approached Sully suddenly and pressed his body hat on her gloves. The sudden collision shocked Sully. The gloves were touching Han Xiao's armor. An uncontrollable current was flowing through the scorching hot armor. The endurance of the armor depleted exponentially. It reduced by almost 100 points. In fact, it was the first time the endurance of the armor had faced such a huge reduction. Han Xiao felt a burn to his chest. The high temperature exceeded the threshold of the armor, and the heat scorched his body. Han Xiao had no time to look at the new messages that were flashing on the interface. He employed the wind-slicing slash and stabbed the machete hard into Sully's chest. An eye for an eye. Sully's eyes expanded in astonishment. Han Xiao pressed the berserk eagles to her forehead and started firing hysterically. A mechanic without any form of armor was very vulnerable. Boom boom boom. Kill the enemy. Luo yelled in anger and attacked Han Xiao back while he was busy taking of Sully. There was a sharp pain in Han Xiao's spine. He could feel his back shattering. Han Xiao endured the pain and glided forward. He turned around and fired the last of the remaining bullets. Han Xiao focused his attention on Luo's legs. Luo used too much of her stamina in her ambush on Han Xiao. She forced her last bit of energy, but she no longer had the energy to maintain the energy shield that protected her from the bullets. A bullet penetrated her knee. There was a change in the Logo's expressions. She understood the fact that she was facing a sniper, and the reduction in her mobility would lead to fatal consequences. In her state of panic, she wanted to use all her energy and deliver one final blow to Han Xiao. She was attempting to paralyze Han Xiao's movement by blowing up his legs. Once Han Xiao succeeded in his attacks, he quickly pulled away from the two of them. As the energy shield collapsed, it created an explosion that resulted in a huge crater at his original position. Logo's heart sank. Her legs went limp, and now she really was reduced to sitting duck for Han Xiao's attacks. Han Xiao fired his shots from afar, and all she could do was forcefully repel the bullets. Her energy was on the verge of depleting completely, and desperation filled her heart. *T. I'm done. Boom. 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 Han Xiao, who had retreated quite some distance, fired his rifle on a stable platform and expended all of Logo's energy. Finally, a bullet pierced through her head. She collapsed with fury and unwillingness in her eyes. You killed Logo, LVL 30. You gained 12,000 EXP. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally relax his senses. He did not have time to whine about the pain from his burns. He immediately moved towards Sully's body and retrieved the pair of black gloves from her hands. You have gained 2 thermoelectrical incisor gloves. The functioning of the gloves was based on the theory of basic thermodynamics, which Han Xiao had not yet mastered. There was a microelectricity to heat transformer embedded within the gloves. The power source of the gloves was a high-voltage battery since the gloves needed a huge amount of electricity to be powered. The gloves had immense power and was able to deal multiplied damage to metals. Han Xiao held onto the gloves for his own use in the future. Speaking of that, Sully was his first enemy from the mechanic class. It was also the first time he had revealed his gear to his mechanic counterparts. Mechanical pugilists made use of one type or a few types of close combat machinery. They were able to add special effects and abilities to their machines. From the fighting style of Sully, Han Xiao could infer that she was a mechanical pugilist of a lower level that relied solely on the performance of her equipment. Some mechanical pugilists also possessed weapons that had special abilities themselves. Once they met the prerequisites, they were able to activate the use of such weapons. Out of the 4 machine blueprints that Old Man Lu had created, one of the blueprints created a machine that had innate abilities. With the mission finally complete, it was time to return and collect his rewards. The image of Felania suddenly flashed in Han Xiao's mind, and he decided to take a closer look at Felania before returning. Han Xiao switched off the EMP interference machine. He did a rough check of the broken components of his vehicle and estimated that the repairs would take him 15 minutes. He started the repair job immediately. There was a bunch of wanderers near Felania just now. I wonder how they're doing, Han Xiao thought to himself. Half an hour ago. The entrance to Felania was a crack in the cliff. The pilgrims scaled the cliff and managed to reach the crack. It was pitch dark in the crack, but it seemed like the crack had a passageway that leads somewhere. A young pilgrim switched on his torch and shined the light into the alley. The scene before their eyes shocked all of them. Their mouths collapsed in disbelief, and all of them were dumbfounded. This is...